Chapter 65, The Star Forge. Imperial Year 158, 6830 BBY. After years of searching, they had finally found Leon. The importance of this planet was mainly because of the history and hidden technology that it had, in addition to the Star Forge. The Star Forge would increase the strength that the Imperium had, as it was capable of producing capital ships, droids, and various types of military equipment at insane speeds. Of course, this is what Daimon knew from his previous life. He would have to first see it for himself to see if it was actually that impressive. The planet had already been scouted along with the system, and it was discovered that there were no ships or advanced technology present within the system. As such, Daimon assembled a small fleet of 10 ships and traveled to the system. Aboard his flagship, the bridge lights flickered as they dropped out of hyperspace at the edge of the system. Leon, the fabled ancient homeworld of the Rakata, stood in front of them, surrounded by a ring of asteroid debris and ancient defense satellites that had long since gone dead. To the east of their position, Daimon felt the presence of a massive sinister object floating in space. He immediately knew that this was the Star Forge, or at least what was left of it. Daimon sat, arms crossed, watching the sensor feeds as the fleet got closer. Just as they deducted, there was no sign of any space activity allowing them to get close to the station without any problems. The fleet stopped some distance from the station as it was surrounded by debris. From what Daimon could see, the station was not at all operational. Its surface was battered, scorched by ancient orbital weapons and covered in black stains from fires that happened over 20,000 years ago. But one thing was certain, it was still massive. Even in its ruined state, it dwarfed the largest Imperial station that has ever been built. One of the officers turned from his station and projected a rotating holoscan of the station. Structural assessment confirms it's held together by some kind of self-healing alloy. The station's core is still intact, but only 25% of external hull machinery is functional. Another officer chimed in upon hearing this assessment: if it has any automated defenses, they might still activate when we approach. Best to send in a large force to secure the entire station, or what remains, in a swift manner. Daimon nodded, agreeing with the officer. Prepare a boarding party, include myself and the Empyrean guards among that party. The officer nodded, adding no objection, as he started preparing the boarding party. Cortana, let's get going and see this ancient station in person. Daimon turned to Cortana, who was standing at his side. I agree, it's about time we have found it, even if it's not in optimal shape. This gives us a chance to rebuild and enhance it to another level. She had already begun to formulate her own redesigns of the station, including some more modern features. Within an hour, several boarding shuttles detached from the fleet and maneuvered through the debris towards the station. The shuttles latched onto docking rings and several hangars that were open due to loss of power and boarded the station. The Imperial soldiers started to clear the corridors and secure the station in a swift but efficient manner. The station's automated defense system had detected intruders and had started to produce hundreds of droids to combat these intruders. Thousands of models activated and gave pursuit to the soldiers across the halls. Parts of the Star Forge had been derelict for so long that even the droids themselves were damaged, but as they entered the occupied sections of the station, they took full advantage of its power reserves and began repairing themselves. Despite their rapid numbers, they were no match for the Empyrean guards. Daimon's legion advanced through the dimly lit passages, cutting down the droids swiftly. Daimon, leading the charge with Cortana, moved through the halls like a wave. It had been some time since he could have some fun, even if it was just fighting droids. He was at the front of the formation with Cortana beside him, dual-wielding 2 blue lightsabers in each hand. Behind him came the Empyrean guard, wearing their signature purple armor and wielding their vibroblades and kyber rifles. A/N, kyber rifled are essentially just blaster rifles infused with kyber crystals and enhanced with the Force, making their power output much greater than blasters and overall superior to other weapons. The droids came in waves, wielding outdated kinetic weapons and ancient vibroblades. But outdated or not, they were built by the Star Forge, and their numbers were endless. Push forward! Daimon shouted as he crushed the bodies of about 100 droids in an instant, providing them with a clear path to keep moving. But even then, after a few seconds, dozens of more droids filled the corridor. The Empyrean guards followed, unleashing volleys after volley upon the droids. Each of them was a master of destruction, created for this exact purpose and honed to be able to outperform anything in battle. The force-wielding Empyrean guards had created force barriers, blocking the incoming fire from the droids and occasionally sending some of the projectiles back to the droids. "Contact on the left flank," one of the guards called out. An auxiliary vent burst open, releasing a wave of pressurized steam, and a cluster of multi-legged droid forms came crawling out, clinging to the walls and ceiling. Cortana turned her head seeing this. "I'll handle this," she said, and with a flick of her wrist, she hurled a charged electrodisc into the swarm. It detonated midair, sending arcs of electricity surging along the walls. Dozens of the droids spasmed before falling to the ground. Daimon moved to the blast doors at the end of the corridor, the main entrance to the control chamber. He blew away the doors with the force, revealing the massive empty chamber that had several ancient consoles. Cortana moved in behind him and placed her hand on one of the consoles. "I'll start establishing control over the station." Daimon nodded his head as he waited for her to get it done. The Empyrean guards formed a perimeter in front of the door, holding off against the droids which tried to swarm their position. After a few minutes, Cortana had given a thumbs up. "Mission accomplished," she stated. "Good. Now let's finish establishing control while the technicians get to work." Daimon sent the order, and several teams of technicians and engineers had come over and started their work in the control room with Cortana and start their survey of station. The rest of the Imperial forces simply checked each part of the station and reported what they found. This took several hours, but it allowed them to learn more about the station in the meantime. Cortana was already using the information to find ways to enhance the production capability of the station and modernize its systems to be up to date with Imperial standards. Daimon, on the other hand, started to cleanse the dark side which filled the station. This would have proven a problem for the soldiers if they were not already resistant to dark side corruption due to Daimon's presence. Because of this, the dark side couldn't cloud any of their minds, allowing them to move throughout the station without worry. Daimon created a temporary fix for the dark side problem, but had a permanent solution which involved creating a massive kyber crystal that will manifest the balance of both the light and dark side into the station and prevent it from corrupting people to either side. While the materials for the kyber crystal was being shipped from Imperial space, he turned his attention to Leon. With the Star Forge secured, Daimon left 2 ships with the Star Forge while he traveled to Leon to see the ancient Rakata and how society had turned out on their capital world. He wanted to see if it was the same as the other outlying colonies or if it was different because it was their home world. As the fleet neared the planet, Daimon reached out and sensed the presence of numerous Rakatan mines, confirming Leon was also home to tribes. From above, he saw the traces of ancient cities overgrown by jungles and other parts of nature. Now that Daimon sensed that Rakatan tribes on the planet, he moved on to his next objective, which involved meeting with the Elders tribe. The Elders tribe is a tribe of the highly respected Rakata who guard the lost knowledge of their species' history. From his knowledge, they lived in their secluded compound away from the surface tribes. He took a shuttle to a mountain plateau dotted with ruins and landed with a small party. Above them, ancient stone towers poked through the coiling roots and flowering creepers. Signs of primitive Rakata camps lined the path, but there was a sign of the elders themselves. After an hour of hiking through the jungle, they reached a secluded underground bunker structure which was enclosed behind some doors. The bunker was extremely hard to find if not for the force. Behind the doors, the Elder tribe began setting up defenses, preparing for whoever was about to burst through the doors. Unlike the primitive Rakata tribes, the Elder tribe had access to some advanced Rakata technology, which is how they managed to stay secluded for so long. In the front, they put their slave warriors who were ancient slave species whom they kept for thousands of years and continued to breed to keep their numbers up. These slave warriors ranged from humans, Selkoth, to ancient Twi'leks. Slaves was something that Daimon didn't have a very strong opinion on, but when it came to the situation at hand, he was actually a little upset that even after 20,000 years the Rakata kept these enslaved species and continued to use them. He blew the doors to the bunker open and knocked out the slave warriors, leaving the elder tribe to try and fend for themselves. He motioned for his Empyrean guards to kill them as he moved deeper into the structure towards a certain room which he noticed was tightly guarded. After killing the group that was protecting this room, he moved in and found a singular Rakata who started to speak in their ancient language. Daimon reached out, pulling the Rakata to his hands, and using the force to go into his mind. He extracted the knowledge of the Rakatan language from the person but continued to hold his head in his hands. "Please!" the Rakata shouted, struggling to remove Daimon's hands from around his neck. Daimon released his hold and watched the Rakata fall to the ground and then prostrate himself before Daimon. "You are not a Rakata," the elder spoke. "Tell me your name," Daimon ordered, surprising the elder that he could speak their language. "I am called Solara, Chief Archivist of the Elders. Keeper of what was lost." He slowly raised his face. "If you intend to kill me, may I at least know who you are?" Daimon smiled. "I am not here to kill you. Your people have forgotten who you were. I am here to change the Rakata to become something new and better than what they were." Solara understood what he was saying, but to simply believe an alien that storms your home would be extremely stupid. "Why?" Solara demanded, his voice mixed with fear and wonder. "Why help us? We were the greatest that ever lived and now you see us as we are. Our tribes are scattered. We have forgotten the old ways. In time you will discover why I made the decision I did. But for now, you will do everything I say unless you don't want to see this future." Solara reluctantly nodded as he had no choice. With this, Daimon was granted the ancient knowledge that the Rakata had and began to transfer some of it back to Feldari for research. The elders were the only tribe on Leon that Daimon personally visited. The rest of the tribes were left undisturbed, watched closely until the time came for them to become ready. Everything had gone according to plan. In 100 or so years, the Rakata would turn into the first of many client species under the Imperium. They would essentially be reborn, their history erased and a new chapter in their existence would begin. A/N, for those interested in the different Ascendant Legions, I have released the auxiliary chapter in addition to this one. Chapter 66, Reformed Jedi Order and Sith Empire. The people that were enslaved by the Elder Tribe were transported to the fleet to undergo their reintegration program. First, they went through a quarantine process where they were checked for diseases and other stuff. Once that was done, they were treated carefully and put through a program where they would learn the Imperium's language, their minds would be erased from their past as slaves, and they would be able to start their new lives in a couple of months. For the members of the Elder Tribe who were captured, they were held in captivity on the planet as the Imperium did its work. The bunker was transformed into an Imperial outpost and would serve as the focal point for Imperium operations. It would have an operations center and eventually an indoctrination facility where primitive Rakata would go and become reformed Rakata. With both the Star Forge and the home world of the Rakata species now fully under the control of the Imperium, Daimon returned back to the Star Forge and left Leon to one his commanders. Back on the Star Forge, he walked around the station with Cortana surveying the locations of the station and the plans she had already come up with. "I must say, the station is impressive for being built over 20,000 years ago, but it's still lacking some things that I plan to improve upon." She said this as they approached one of the production sections of the station where ships, droids, and other equipment could be produced en masse. "This section is one of the many sections where production happens," Cortana explained, gesturing to the assembly base. "But the command interfaces are archaic, and while the forges are technically capable of near-infinite production, the station's system is fragmented. We would need to rewrite and create new systems which could take decades depending on how successful and how much resources we pour into this station." Daimon thought about possible solutions. Right now, the station was not a top priority as the Imperium was still in its developing stages, but they could still divert some resources over to initiate the reconstruction process. Have engineering queue up a renovation schedule. I'll create a new operating system for the entire station to replace the old one. Cortana nodded. I'll mobilize the work teams. Once we come up with a detailed plan, I'll present it to you for review and any final edits you may have. Daimon nodded as they continued to the other sections of the station. Over 12 hours, they visited the fighter bays, docking ports, and the place where the energy from the star was converted into matter for the station. The station also had some rooms for people to sleep in and various other places. After touring the station, Daimon returned to his flagship and returned to Imperium space, leaving the matter of the Rakata to his subordinates. On Coruscant, the Jedi Order had been taking a more active role in the Republic since their reorganization after the 100 Years of Darkness. The Jedi Temple on Coruscant was expanded and would house many knights and masters. But it would be nowhere near as the central Jedi Temple on Ossus. Ossus would remain the seat of the Jedi High Council, giving the Jedi Order more freedom as they had their own planet to do what they please. The previous Chancellors of the Republic had created a position within the office of the Chancellor called the Jedi Advisor. This position permitted 2 high-ranking members of the Jedi Order to become advisors to the Chancellor and have some form of say in the ongoings of the Republic. Both of the 2 current advisors viewed the arrangement with pragmatism. The Chancellors were delighted with their presence at public functions and state debates. Half the time, he would draw them into the spotlight simply for the spectacle, the legendary Jedi and their enigmatic wisdom and unique religion. The other half, Chancellors kept them close for insight, shrewdly knowing that Jedi had informants and reach even the Senate's own security couldn't match. One of the Masters, Master Hedrex, played her part being polite and reserved. In private, she loathed the little fishbowl in the office of the Chancellor with its constant monitoring and news hounds, but she recognized the necessity of her position. She spent her time as an advisor with transparency, answering every question with precisely as much as she wished to say and never a word more. Master Shatar, on the other hand, relished the unpredictable gamesmanship. He would make jokes, speak in parables, befuddle staffers, and subtly steer policy in direction nobody realized until days later. On the surface, he was an iron-willed Jedi with his actual loyalty to the Order. The position of Jedi Advisor was sort of permanent for the appointed Masters, as they were the wisest of the Jedi and were at an age where they understood the politics of the Republic. This arrangement was beneficial to the Jedi Grand Master, who found it a good way to avoid the entanglements of overt political control while remaining close to the engine room of policy. And for the time being, the Republic kept its peace. The border between Imperium and Republic was stable, with trade flowing and no real conflicts aside from the usual economic and social frictions at the edges of civilization. It was only in the academic and scientific communities that a storm was brewing, largely unnoticed by those who counted credits and votes. The news of the Imperium's progress within the unknown regions of space sent ripples through every research institution in the galaxy. They scrambled to keep up with Imperium's exploration technology, and they managed to make significant breakthroughs speeding up their own exploration, but it was still a slow process to explore the vast expanses of space, not knowing what you are going to encounter or when you are going to encounter it. On Korriban, the Sith Empire was still in its early stages of development but had begun its expansion into the surrounding planets and a few systems. For the most part, the Sith of Korriban remained a secret, their numbers few and isolated. But they followed the same patterns of any rising order, first the temple, then the doctrine of might, then, sooner or later, the lust for conquest. The Dark Lord of the Sith, Sorza Sin, ruled from the Sith Palace and had already started gathering Force sensitives from among the Sith population. Many of the Sith Lords began to interbreed with the Sith, accelerating the rise of a generation inherently strong with the Force. Sorzus recognized early that sustained expansion required structured governance. Thus, each member of the Sith Council governed a specific domain of Sith society, military affairs, intelligence, arcane research, and internal stability. This structure centralized authority, yet encouraged ruthless competition, ensuring only the strongest rise to prominence. Expansion began with nearby worlds. Sith reconnaissance ships surveyed neighboring systems, pinpointing vulnerable civilizations ripe for conquest. Once targets were identified, Sith battle groups swiftly descended, demonstrating overwhelming might combined with psychological terror tactics. Entire planets capitulated within days, with minimal resistance. Colonized worlds underwent swift transformations. Sith architecture dominated skylines with massive fortresses demonstrating the Sith Lord's power. Indigenous populations, initially resistant, soon learned submission through systematic indoctrination programs, much like the Imperium's own methods, though more overtly brutal. They were reshaped into obedient vassals, fueling Sith industry, agriculture, and military training. On Korriban itself, training academies increased in number. The Sith Lords oversaw rigorous, often lethal, trials designed to forge warriors of unmatched strength and cruelty. Apprentices who survived became fanatically loyal agents, carrying their masters' wills into the galaxy. Holocrons containing forbidden knowledge were carefully crafted and disseminated, enhancing Sith learning, philosophy, and force mastery. The growth of Sith naval power soon followed. Shipyards orbited Korriban, tirelessly constructing dreadnoughts and frigates bristling with weaponry derived from rediscovered Sith alchemy and dark-side-infused metallurgy. These vessels projected their reach into the nearby systems, ensuring dominance over conquered territories and intimidation of prospective foes. Their growth was closely watched by Daimon, who monitored the changes that occurred with them compared to canon Star Wars. If his visions of the future were correct, then it would be very interesting to see how the Great Hyperspace War went, with both the Jedi Order and Sith Order being different from canon. It would be another 1900 years or so before the two factions discovered each other, so it gave the Sith ample time to build up their strength. Chapter 67, Border World Invasion. 200 years later. Year, 6630 BBY. Imperial Year, 358. Daimon, age, 430. Total population, 297.6 billion. 2 centuries have passed since Leia was discovered and the Rakata were transformed into the reformed Rakata. During this time the Rakata were united under the leadership of Tarlin and had formed the Rakata Dominion and was officially a client species under the Feldari Imperium. Tarlin was granted the title of Archon and was given the authority to rule over the Rakata and other subordinate species that would come under Rakata control. Though the Dominion was vast compared to how new it is, its borders and political clout were strictly bounded by the Imperium's shadow. Tarlin ruled, but every significant advancement, every innovation, and every social transformation was shaped by Feldari oversight. Having learned well, Tarlin modeled much of his dominion on the tenets of the Imperium. He constructed the capital city on Leia, not in the ruins of the ancient Infinite Empire, but in a newly designed metropolis, a fusion of Rakata tradition and imperial urban design. The city's core was a cathedral to the God Emperor, where Tarlin himself led mass ceremonies in Daimon's honor, projecting his image and doctrine with the same near-religious intensity as progenitor's Malazkavar's doctrine core. The first century of his reign was marked by a ruthless unification campaign. Tarlin marched the reformed Rakata through the Rakatan archipelago, assimilating the last few tribes that were found. Those who tried to resist till the end were completely eradicated and their tribes lost in history. After this, Tarlin began to modernize the tribe system, making it more centralized under him and unified towards a singular goal of advancing and growing the Rakata Dominion. For the 2nd century, the Rakatan saw unprecedented growth across their 5 colonized worlds. The total population of the Rakata was 30 million and would slowly increase over the next few centuries. Daimon didn't give the Rakata to the birth rate enhancement, as that was something unique to the Imperium itself and not something meant to be given freely to other empires, no matter if they are a client species or not. This could change over time, but for now this was his stance on the issue. For the Imperium, the Star Forge had completed its reconstruction and was used to produce 500 ships for the Imperium. This process took 2 weeks, which is much faster than the current ship production ability of the Imperium. This revolutionized the shipbuilding industry for the military sector and would significantly decrease the cost for military spending. In total, more than 40% of the military budget was able to be diverted to other projects and areas within the Imperium. 10% of that budget was moved towards the maintenance of the station, which would constantly ensure that the Star Forge is upgraded as new technology is introduced and time goes on. The Star Forge itself would be turned into a military station and be the headquarters for both the Rodian Defense Force, RDF, and Imperial forces. The station could hold close to 200,000 crew members with ease, and its food and supply reserves, combined with advanced hydro-farm domes installed by Cortana's R&D teams, could sustain a years-long blockade if needed. In addition, the Star Forge modernized its droid forges, turning out not just crude automatons, but highly sophisticated battle droids, construction bots, maintenance crews, and service droids designed to function in hazardous environments. Within the Leon system, a dimensional gateway was constructed to offer faster travel to the rest of the Imperium. The dimensional gateways were something that Daimon discovered through a holocron that he was given by the Father on Mortis over 2 centuries ago. This was one of the many technologies that he discovered, but it was the easiest to build from the other things that he found and the most useful. These dimensional gateways decreased travel time between systems, speeding up trade, increasing economic stability and growth, and increasing the ability to defend the Imperium's vast territory against threats. On Feldari, Daimon was sitting in his meditation chamber as he had been getting some very disturbing visions. He keeps seeing Jedi being dismembered and slaughtered, but he couldn't see who was doing it or where. Despite how strong he was, the Force was not giving him much to go off of, which began to make him worried and a little frustrated. He tried to focus on the vision, shifting his consciousness, but each time he sought the source of the carnage, the vision ended. As he was lost in meditation, he felt a presence outside of the chamber doors. A few seconds later the door slid aside, and Luna stepped in. She wore the grey robes of her station as a princess and an admiral within the Imperial Navy. "Visions again, Father?" she asked as she sat down across from him, with her legs crossed in their traditional meditation stance. Daimon nodded his head. "Yes, these visions are trying to warn of something, but they are unfinished and didn't provide much information. All I know is what will happen, but not when or where it will happen." "Could I see?" she asked. "Maybe I can help somehow." Daimon agreed and the two closed their eyes. Daimon connected their two minds and began to meditate, focusing on the vision once again. As soon as the vision played, Luna's head experienced an excruciating amount of pain just from seeing the vision. It was not what was going on in the vision that caused her head to hurt, but the vision itself. It was as if it was something that was only meant for Daimon's mind. Daimon stopped the connection immediately, sensing her pain. "I guess it's something that only I can see," he stated. "If that's the case, then hopefully you can figure it out before whatever the vision is trying to warn you about happens." That was the only thing Luna could say. She wished she could help, but this seemed like something that only her father could deal with. However, what she didn't know was the fact that the vision was not just a warning, but it was a glimpse into the future, showing an event that was going to happen somewhere in the Imperium. Daimon continued trying to figure out the vision for the next several months, until the day arrived when the vision was going to come to reality. On the border world, Anvaros, a planet that was located closer to the unknown regions than any other Imperial planet, more than 40 million Jedi called this planet home. Its main purpose was to serve as a buffer zone and the first defense point for any unknown threats that came out of the unknown regions of the galaxy. It had a built-in hyperspace detection system that could detect ships coming from the direction of the unknown regions and even pull them out of hyperspace if they were unknown ships. In addition to this, the Imperium had a strong military presence of more than 500,000 soldiers stationed on this border planet, in addition to a defense fleet of 100 ships. Just like any day in the Imperium, the people of Anvaros were going about their lives as they normally would. The adults went to work early in the morning, the children went to school, and the different species worked together in unity. The military personnel went to work, doing one of the most important jobs on the planet, which was operating and ensuring that the planet was always 100% protected at all times. Within the shield tower, the massive facility which projected the planetary shield, Major Zarnik had just walked in to start his long day at the shield tower. As he went to scan in, the guard at the front saluted him. "Morning, sir." He returned the salute. "Morning, Chief, how's the morning going thus far for you?" he asked. "Going pretty good, sir. Honestly, I'm just a little excited for next week." The chief had a bright smile on his face since he was having his first daughter next week. "It's already been that long. Man, I lost track of time. Well, congrats. Maybe I'll stop by and give you and your wife a gift." Major Zarnik always liked to maintain good relationships with the enlisted under him, and this was a significant moment in the chief's life. "I would be honored, sir. My wife is always out with your wife anyways, so I'm sure your wife has something in mind," replied the chief. "You're probably right," said Major Zarnik as he looked at the time. "But I got to get going, so I'll catch up with you during lunchtime." The chief nodded as Major Zarnik continued into the facility. He made his way all the way to the operations room and took a seat at his little office in the corner. Around the room, the many operators and analysts who maintained the shield and monitored it every second of every day were already hard at work with their morning energy drinks. As soon as Major Zarnik logged in, he was pulled into countless meetings as the morning went on and had to fix a few problems that often occurred and reprimand the young, enlisted soldiers for making mistakes. It was natural to make mistakes, and him reprimanding them would only make them better as a soldier and as a person. But things were about to take an unfortunate turn. On the outskirts of the system, an unknown fleet had managed to bypass the Imperial hyperspace detection system, utilizing their own advanced technology to enter the system undetected until the last possible moment. The Imperial fleet moved in to intercept the ships, but as they were on their way, the unknown fleet released a device into space which sent out a massive pulse, disabling all communication outside of the system but keeping communication within the system active. Citizens had already started reporting outages with their external communications, as did military personnel. But they didn't expect something like this to be an attack. As the Imperial fleet approached the unknown fleet, it was 100 Imperial ships against 20 unknown ships. The Rear Admiral in charge of the fleet started their first contact protocols with unknown military ships. Weapons were armed and aimed ready to fire if necessary as the broadcast went out. "This is Imperial space. In accordance with our laws, you are ordered to identify yourselves and state your purpose. Any further advance will be considered a hostile act." For a moment, there was nothing. Then, all 20 unknown ships simultaneously unleashed their own comms, a data burst so dense it fried half of the Imperial fleet's translation software. Images, signals, and noise flashed across every screen. On every bridge, every terminal. It was a language, or at least what passed for one. And then hundreds more ships appeared out of hyperspace. The Admiral didn't waste any time nor care about the repercussions if he was wrong. He saw this as an attack and responded as such. "All ships, open fire." The Imperial fleet open-fired upon the massive number of enemy ships despite their overwhelming number. "Contact Feldari Command and let them know what's going on," the Admiral ordered the comms officer. However, the comms officer was facing a problem. "Sir, communications are blocked. I can't contact Feldari Command, but I can contact the planet's defense forces." "Then do it," the Admiral made a quick decision based on what he was told. "We must hold out for as long as possible to give them time to prepare." The other officers on the bridge understood what the Admiral was saying and knew that this very well might be their last time alive. Back on Envaros, Major Zarnik was facing his own problems. The pulse that the unknown ships released had affected the shield generator for the planet, but the backup system had kicked on and regenerated the shield, although in a weakened state. "Sir, we are receiving a planet-wide broadcast from General Valdran in HQ." A hologram showing General Valdran had popped up in the middle of the room for everyone to see. "Attention all citizens and military personnel. Our defense fleet is currently engaged in combat with an unknown fleet. Our communications outside of the system have been cut off, thus we are without any help for the time being. I am declaring martial law as of this moment and urge all military personnel to report to their defense stations. We are in immediate lockdown. All civilians are to shelter in the designated safe zones until further notice. May the Emperor give us strength and watch over us. The message repeated through every hollow screen and terminal. In the operations room, the operators set to work with an intensity Major Zarnik had rarely seen. "Sir, shield is holding but fluctuating," reported one specialist, drops of sweat running down his face as he punched in commands. "Pulse nearly blew our core inverter. If they try again, we might lose the shield entirely. I've got all tech crews working to reinforce." Zarnik nodded. "Route power from the secondary grid. Ignore energy rations, if it burns out the capacitors, we'll replace them later." "Sir, COMM from the outer defense ring. Admiral Tresson requests direct link." "Patch him!" Zarnik yelled, standing up. "Zarnik, we're surrounded," Admiral Tresson shouted. "They're not pirates, not Republic, nothing we've seen before. Hulls are self-repairing, and we don't have enough ships to make a difference. We can hold them, but not for long, we're bleeding ships out here." That's when the line cut before Major Zarnik could reply. Around the planet, the garrisons scrambled to coordinate the defense and prepare for a potential invasion. Planetary defense guns were activated, and the civilians began moving to their bunkers underground, which were built just for such an eventuality. In the sky, squadrons of fighters swarmed the air in preparation for the attack. On the ground, mobile artillery units rolled into place, covering likely landing zones. The city domes locked down, covering the cities within their own shields, and security drones flew down every avenue, projecting messages to get off the streets and into the nearest shelter. Almost an hour after the initial contact, General Valdran received a disturbing holo video from the last stand of Admiral Tresson. "General, we're being boarded by the enemy. They are not regular organic enemies, they are some weird sentient droid species or something, and they have the ability to transform. This may be my last message, so if you manage to get out of here, tell my wife and kids that I love them." At that, he turned around and screamed for the Emperor, as the video cut off. Within the next few minutes, the enemy fleet started to attack the planetary shield. It was holding against the hundreds of ships, until the enemy dropped some form of weapon on the shield, which tore a hole through the shield, allowing the enemy to pour through. The defense of the planet was about to begin, as for the first time in its history, the Imperium was under attack. A/N, for those that don't know, this is the invasion of Imperium space by the Abominer, an extragalactic droid society from the Yuuzhan Vong galaxy. I will go more in depth about the structure of the Abominer, their capabilities, and more as the story progresses. Chapter 68, The Defense of Envaros. Across Envaros, the sky darkened as thousands of enemy dropships pierced the weakened planetary shield, descending towards the surface. Bursts of fire erupted as anti-air turrets opened fire, tracing the dropships of the alien invaders. Their explosive payloads striking the descending ships, scattering flaming debris across the landscape. Inside the shield tower, Major Zarnik coordinated the desperate defense, his voice steady despite the mounting crisis. "All batteries focus fire on sectors Alpha through Delta. Keep their landing zones under continuous bombardment. Enemy landings confirmed in sectors Gamma, Theta, and Zeta," an operator shouted. Across the planet, Imperial ground forces responded quickly, armored divisions rolling into defensive positions. Jedi soldiers with their legendary durability formed the front lines, armored in heavy assault gear and wielding powerful blaster weapons. In Sector Gamma, the first wave of invaders touched down. Towering mechanical forms emerged from the dropships, massive droids whose limbs shifted as if it was living, reforming into blades and energy cannons. As they advanced, Imperial soldiers met them with volleys of fire, only to watch as the droids repaired themselves instantly, nanotechnology repairing their wounds as fast as they appeared. "Push them back," roared Captain Varuk, a veteran Jedi officer. His troops moved forward, meeting the enemy in close quarters combat, their immense strength and regenerative abilities turning the fight into brutal, prolonged skirmishes. Above, Imperial starfighters desperately engaged enemy craft, weaving through the chaos of explosions and debris. Pilots fought valiantly, sacrificing their fighters to take down enemy ships attempting to reinforce the ground forces. Due to their decentralized nervous systems and lack of vital organs, as long as their cells remained and they weren't completely disintegrated, they could regenerate themselves. Back at Shield Tower, alarms blared as another massive pulse struck the planet, shaking the building. Shield integrity failing. Power core compromised, shouted a technician who desperately tried to fix the problem. Divert auxiliary power to shields, now. Zarnik commanded, sweat falling down his forehead as he watched the tactical display showing the enemy advancements. As the battle raged, General Valdran moved among his troops at HQ, rallying the defense. Stand firm, warriors of the Imperium. Our Emperor is watching. Hold the line. Despite heroic efforts, enemy reinforcements kept pouring through the breach in the shield. In multiple sectors, Imperial defenders were being overwhelmed. The enemy had already found out that the Jedi could regenerate and were practically unkillable, so they resorted to brutal methods of extermination to completely get rid of them. As such, Jedi soldiers faced the same situation as Admiral Tresson did when his ship was boarded. Their bodies were completely disintegrated by the droids, while a few were even taken prisoners for closer investigation. On the outskirts of the capital city, a massive enemy dreadnought descended, firing a concentrated beam that shattered the protective dome covering the city. Imperial soldiers scrambled to establish a new defensive perimeter as the city's streets erupted into intense fighting. After hours, each sector experienced brutal, grinding battles. Major Zarnik received a final, grim transmission from General Valdran. Major, we have lost the northern defense sectors. The enemy has breached HQ. Fight to the last, may the Emperor grant you strength. With those final words, Major Zarnik readied himself, standing tall in the shield tower control room. Prepare all remaining forces for a last stand. Activate all available reserve droids and automated defenses. If they want Envaros, they'll have to take it inch by inch. As darkness fell on Envaros, illuminated by flashes of explosions and burning cities, the Imperium's defenders stood defiant, determined to fight to the bitter end against a seemingly unstoppable enemy. It didn't take long before the droids found the civilians hiding in the bunkers. Similar to every conquest, 50% would be killed and the other 50% would be enslaved and experimented on. The droid commander responsible for this invasion saw the potential that the Jedi had and couldn't wait to experiment on them to see what they could be turned into. Hours later on Feldari, Daimon was sitting at his desk going about his normal everyday Emperor duties that involved signing documents, meeting with government officials, and making important decisions almost every day. All of a sudden, he grabbed his chest as he felt the lives of tens of thousands being lost. In the next moment, he was pulled into a vision where he stood amidst a battlefield and saw the soldiers of the Imperium battling some weird droid army. He didn't recognize the droids, but he certainly recognized the place where the battle was going on. Envaros, he said out loud as he was pulled from the vision and back to reality several minutes later. As if on time, Progenitor Relos was calling him on the holo, which Daimon answered immediately. Did see that too? Daimon asked. Relos nodded his head, yes, so I just asked my subordinates to check each planet and report any abnormal problems to me as soon as possible. This is now my top priority. There's no need for that, Daimon said, causing confusion to appear on Relos's face. The planet is Envaros. I have a feeling the vision didn't reveal too much to you. Relos nodded his head once again. The vision was obscured and all he could see was Imperial soldiers dying, but not where they were dying at. Whatever you saw, it's happening at Envaros. I don't know the enemy's strength, but 1,000 ships should be enough to handle whatever is there. I want a quick deployment of troops as soon as possible. How long will this take? Daimon was a little impatient as each second that passed, he could feel the loss of life that was occurring on Envaros. This meant that Jedi were dying, which was impossible under normal means. 500 ships are always on standby and at the ready to deploy anywhere within the Imperium in 20 minutes max. But to assemble the additional 500 would take at least an hour. Adding the ground troops, I can have 2 million ready within 30 minutes and 10 million ready in an hour. Rielos didn't know if this was enough, but at the moment, this was the fastest that this many military assets could be deployed in a realistic scenario such as this. But that was too much time that would be wasted and too many lives lost. Rielos saw the look on Daimon's face and knew what he was thinking, but before he could say anything, Daimon spoke first. That's too much time that allows the enemy to keep killing my people. Daimon had increasingly become more frustrated, but it was controlled frustration and not one that would spiral out of control. I'll use my astral projection, just prepare the fleet and soldiers as fast as you can. Daimon understood the slow process of having to gather hundreds of ships. Just the fact that it would take an hour was something that was impressive in itself. Rielos nodded and cut the call to immediately get on the matter. Within minutes, the other progenitors were informed of the situation and some of them had begun to mobilize their ascendant legions and the Force scions under them. Daimon first took a shuttle to his ship and entered the meditation chamber. He looked at his ascendant guards and said one thing: "Don't interrupt me until we have arrived within the system." The ascendant guards nodded and closed the door to the chamber, standing watch outside. From here, Daimon began to manifest his astral projection, extended his consciousness onto the planet, manifesting an energy-based avatar of himself. Back on Envaros, General Valdran was on the last stand with his forces as the enemy had dropped down towering constructs to oppose them. He was wearing his combat exosuit and had his blaster rifle in hand, firing at the enemy. Beside him, Lieutenant Elira was wearing her combat armor and firing her blaster rifle alongside him. A/N, don't know if I ever showed this, but here is how female Jedi look, just to give the readers more of a visual as you keep reading. Sir, we have to keep falling back. Elira shouted, half her mask shattered, blood running down her forearm. We're running out of ammunition. Valdran's response was lost as one of the enemy walkers released a loud shrieking sound as it stood over the city's plaza, wielding its energy weapons that could kill a Jedi in an instant. First battery down, called another soldier, slamming a fresh power pack into the last surface-to-orbit railgun. General, that's the last one. Hearing this, General Valdran hoisted the man over his shoulder and sprinted with Elira toward a collapsed building where a handful of survivors regrouped, using the collapsed roof as a temporary shield from the terror above. We hold them here, he told Elira and the rest of the soldiers. We have to protect the civilians for as long as possible. The soldiers steeled themselves as they created a defensive position and began to fire off at the enemy. General Valdran led from the front as the highest-ranking officer, inspiring the soldiers to keep fighting. They were actually holding out for a few minutes, until the enemy brought out one of their advanced droids. This droid was sentient and built for combat. It dropped right on top of the Imperial defensive position, causing the surrounding soldiers to stumble from the crater that it created. General Valdran turned around and seen the chaos that was going on and ran towards the droid. Seeing him running at him, the droid turned its attention to General Valdran, its arm shifting into a medium-sized weapon as it aimed directly at him. In the next second, the droid fired, releasing an energy-based attack towards Valdran. Valdran swiftly dodged to the right, avoiding the attack while pulling out his Vibros word. The droid raised its arm and blocked the attack, using its other hand to deliver a left hook to Valdran's face. Valdran completely ate the hit, then pushed the droid back with his Vibros word. He managed to create some distance between them and threw one of his thermal detonators at the droid's feet. The droid, analyzing the trajectory in less than a millisecond, kicked the detonator back, where it exploded just above Valdran's head as he ducked. It was all a feint. Valdran was already moving, dropping low and tackling the droid around its knees, hoping to disrupt its balance. Though the droid continued to fight with the brutality of that a droid would in battle, its hands shifting mid-battle from weapons to hooked talons, slicing at the Valdran's armor with each strike. Sparks flashed as the droid landed its attacks, but Valdran held strong, bringing his vibrosword up and under, serving a bundle of its hardware and other systems. The droid started to give out, but even on the verge of collapse, it stabbed its wrist into Valdran's shoulder, causing him to scream out in pain. Ah! In a quick move, he reached for the droid's head and pulled it clean off its body. He staggered back, half his body numb from the fight, as he tossed the droid's head aside. However, this was far from over, as this time it wasn't droids that attacked them, but some weird-looking alien that had blue skin and red eyes. These large groups of aliens looked to be mad as they rushed relentlessly towards the Imperial position, overpowering the soldiers before they could even reload. Valdran tried to stand up and run to the front, but his body just wouldn't move. A soldier ran up to him. "Sir, don't move too much, I'll call the med." Before he could finish his words, he was beheaded as one of the blue aliens sliced his head off. General Valdran raised his vibrosword to block the next attack, and was successful, but his vibrosword got knocked out of his hand. Elira, seeing this, tried to run to his position, but she wasn't fast enough as the alien already swung its weapon once again. General Valdran closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate, but nothing happened. That's when he opened his eyes and saw that the battlefield had become quiet and all the droids were frozen in place. That's when he saw a familiar person standing in front of him, reaching his hand out. It was Daimon, who had arrived just in time to save his life. Valdran reached out and grabbed the Emperor's hand, feeling his strength return to him and his body instantly heal. "Thank you, sir," he said, performing his military salute. The surrounding survivors of the Imperial army did the same, recognizing the God Emperor who had come to save them. In space, on board the Abominer's capital ship, the droid commander in charge of the invasion had spoken in some strange language as he saw what was happening. "Deploy all the battle slaves and send out the Titan," he ordered. In the ship's hangar, hundreds of thousands of battle slaves were moved onto transport ships, and one massive droid the size of a skyscraper was dropped from orbit towards the planet. These Titan droids were planetary army killers designed to be able to fight entire armies on their own and level cities. The droid commander didn't know who they were facing, but he wanted to quickly finish this invasion to find out more about this species. Chapter 69, Reclamation of Envaros. Daimon crushed the droids that were surrounding General Valdran and the remaining soldiers with him while motioning for them to stand up. "You warriors did well to hold them off for this long. Reinforcements is on the way, but will take some time before they arrive. So, in the meantime, General Valdran," Daimon called, "you will create a new command post here while I will go around the planet and start saving the survivors of the planet." General Valdran nodded his head as he received his orders, but he still had one question. "What will we do about reinforcements in the meantime?" Daimon lifted his hands in the air as he created a massive force barrier around the city where the command post resided. The barrier would keep droids out, destroying them if they try to enter the barrier, and blocked any projectiles that they fire. While at the same time, it would allow any Imperial civilian or military personnel to enter freely without any problem. This was thanks to every citizen within the Imperium having some form of connection via the Force with Daimon. The barrier itself was visible to the naked eye, a giant blue sphere that covered the entire city. Outside of the barrier, an entire battalion of droids, 5,000 strong, crumbled as they tried to force entry. Daimon turned to General Valdran, who was not that surprised at what he was seeing. "This will protect you while we regroup." "Thank you, sir," replied General Valdran. "Now, I will take my leave. Start gathering any survivors and directing them here. Reinforcements will most likely arrive before anything pressing happens, so your main mission now is to just regroup and hold this position." General Valdran nodded as Daimon leaped into the sky and over the dome of the city right in front of their faces, leaving a few of them stunned. Every few miles he dropped down, landing in the middle of battles where Jedi and other citizens fought and fell. He assisted thousands of soldiers and saved hundreds of thousands of civilians in half an hour. Those saved were directed at bunkers and other military installations. One of the things Daimon did was to bring the power back into the bunkers he came across, activating the bunker's barrier which stopped the droids from entering or detecting the bunker with orbital scans. He continued to move swiftly across Anvaros, appearing at critical battlefronts as an unstoppable presence. Each time he arrived, waves of droids were obliterated and reduced to scrap metal scattered across the battlefields. At the industrial city of Tarkin, soldiers fighting desperately within a crumbling foundry saw their salvation as Daimon descended like a meteor, igniting the enemy droids in an instantaneous inferno. In moments, the surviving Imperials rallied, quickly re-establishing their defensive lines. In the fertile plains of Solanese, Daimon landed amid a hopeless melee fight. Jedi warriors were fighting fiercely against towering mechanical constructs and enslaved alien combatants, their lines on the brink of collapse. Daimon's form expanded, unleashing a shockwave of the force that vaporized hostile combatants but left the Imperials untouched. Inspired and reinvigorated, Imperial units swiftly regrouped and fortified their positions. Everywhere Daimon intervened, the tide rapidly shifted, allowing Imperial troops and civilians precious breathing room. At a secluded bunker in the icy polar region, Daimon appeared to halt an imminent massacre, erecting another barrier that vaporized an entire legion of attacking droids. However, as Daimon moved to the dense urban sectors near the planetary equator, he sensed an overwhelming danger descending from orbit. Looking skyward, he saw the shadow of a colossal mechanical monstrosity, entering the planet's atmosphere. Its arrival was marked by a seismic shockwave that leveled entire city blocks. Daimon appeared within the Titan's path, hovering directly before the mechanical giant as it stood taller than any structure on the planet. The Titan unleashed a barrage of weaponry, energy blasts powerful enough to glass entire landscapes. Daimon deflected them, absorbing and redirecting their energy into space, towards the droid fleet. "Your conquest ends here," Daimon made his voice resonate throughout the planet, echoing into every Imperial mind, bolstering their fighting spirits. The soldiers' eyes started to glow a faint white as they became filled with the energy to fight and overpower the enemy. The Titan, unfazed by what happened, began to unleash its full destructive potential, weapon systems emerging from every joint and limb. Daimon raised his hands, sending a massive wave of force energy towards the Titan. A second later, it hit the Titan, stunning it for a few seconds, while Daimon jumped up high in the air above the Titan. It didn't have time to find out where Daimon was before its entire left arm was cut off. Since it didn't feel pain, it quickly reacted, swiping its hand in Daimon's direction. The swing connected, but didn't do any damage as Daimon stopped it with his right hand, then pushed it back. Landing back on the ground, the Titan fired its weapons at Daimon, creating craters on the ground as he dodged every attack. The Titan now focused solely on Daimon, considering him a top-level threat. In space, thousands of Imperial ships exited hyperspace, instantly engaging the Abominer fleet that was in orbit. Progenitor Relos stood on the bridge, coordinating the counter-offensive against this alien invaders. Fighter squadrons swarmed out of the carriers, intercepting enemy fighters while the capital ships targeted the enemy's capital ships. The Imperial fleet within minutes had opened up a hole within the enemy's formation, allowing for transport ships carrying ground troops to descend upon the planet. Sensing the arrival of his fleet, Daimon put his lightsaber away and had used both of his hands to pick up the massive Titan. It slowly lifted off the ground until it floated in the air. As it was being held in the air, Daimon created a force singularity which was essentially like a gravitational vortex that started to consume the body of the Titan and pull it into a singular point. The Titan couldn't even fight back and was totally consumed, erasing its entire existence. With the Titan destroyed, Daimon transitioned back to his body that was within his personal chamber on board his flagship. He got up, walked towards the exit of the chamber, opening the door. Standing in front of the door was one of Relos' assistant, an officer who was ordered to wait for him to exit the chamber and give him updates. Daimon emerged from his meditation chamber, met immediately by the waiting officer who saluted. Your Highness, Progenitor Realos requests your presence on the bridge. We've secured orbital dominance and are initiating planetary reclamation operations. Lead the way, Daimon replied, following closely behind as the officer guided him through the busy corridors, bustling with personnel coordinating logistics and battle reports. On the bridge, Realos turned from the tactical holodisplay, seeing Daimon's entry into the bridge. Sir, the enemy fleet has been practically neutralized. Ground forces are currently deploying to reinforce surviving units and secure key locations. Excellent, Daimon said, observing the tactical maps displaying real-time troop deployments and engagements. Coordinate rapid response teams to prioritize evacuations and immediate medical relief. I want every surviving Jedi citizen accounted for. Understood, Realos acknowledged, directing his aides to issue new orders. Across Anvaros, Imperial transports descended, landing amidst battle-ravaged sectors. Fresh battalions of Imperial soldiers charged forth, immediately engaging remaining enemy droids. The Imperials fought ruthlessly, pushing outward from each secured landing zone. General Valdran, bolstered by reinforcements and inspired by Daimon's earlier intervention, led a renewed offensive from the capital. His voice rang clearly across comms, "Drive them out!" For the Imperium. Soldiers roared, charging forward, reclaiming streets, and sectors once lost to the enemy. Sector by sector, city by city, the tide irrevocably turned. Enemy droids, now deprived of command support from orbit, were dismantled by Imperial strikes. Captured battle slaves were disarmed and detained, while surviving citizens emerged cautiously from shelters, greeted by soldiers distributing medical aid and supplies. Back aboard his flagship, Daimon closely monitored progress, satisfaction evident in his calm gaze. The holo map continuously updated, shifting from red to Imperial blue, symbolizing reclaimed territory. Realos, Daimon called, dispatch your ascendants to handle any remaining high-threat enemies personally. I trust your warriors to swiftly conclude this conflict. It will be done, my warriors have been itching for a moment like this, Realos answered with determination, signaling the Legion of the Twin Suns, to land on the planet and start hunting down any enemies they come across. Leading the Twin Suns was Colonel Dranvis Hellforged. As soon as the Twin Suns landed on the surface, they started their own massacre of thousands of battle slaves who were trying to flee. Everybody was extremely excited to be defending the people they swore to protect and getting rid of the enemies of not just the Emperor, but of the Imperium as well. Colonel Dranvis led the charge, wearing the armor of the Twin Suns, which had two suns on the chest plate of their armor and dual-wielding their own twin force blades. Unlike the progenitors and force scions, the ascendants were not force-sensitive, however, they were created with distinctive abilities that distinguished them from a normal soldier. So, while they couldn't call upon the force, their ability to create force blades was something that they were granted through the genes of their progenitor, Realos. The battle slaves, seeing the tall monstrous armored soldiers, were filled with fear as they tried to run away. They were abandoned by the droids and forced to fight for survival on an alien planet. In a matter of minutes, they were wiped out as the Twin Suns pushed on. In the devastated remnants of the shield tower, Major Zarnik stood amidst scattered debris and smoke, directing reconstruction and salvage teams. The sight of Imperial banners rising anew amidst the ruins sent a wave of relief and pride through him. Hours later, the last enemy stronghold in the southern continent fell. Imperial flags rose across Anvaros, signifying complete reclamation. Daimon, from the bridge, broadcasted planet-wide, his voice resonant and commanding. Citizens of Anvaros, today you stood resilient against overwhelming odds. Your bravery and sacrifice shall not be forgotten. Anvaros stands free once more, and its wounds shall heal under the watchful care of the Imperium. Those who have attacked my people on this day will be hunted down and destroyed. Across the battered world, cheers erupted, echoing across battlefields, city streets, and bunkers. Jedi warriors, medics, engineers, and civilians alike shared the triumph, bolstered by the knowledge that their emperor himself had come to save them and had protected them from the alien invaders. With Envaros reclaimed, Rielos began to initiate reconstruction immediately. He assigned humanitarian relief and began restoring planetary defenses while ensuring the citizens saw immediate support in any form that was needed. Daimon on the other hand surveyed the damage and wanted to see how many they lost. Once he learned this, he would return to Feldari and inform the rest of the Imperium about this tragedy and what their next step was. In his head, he was already preparing a speech that he would give to the people and determining how he would say it. Chapter 70, War Announcement. 16 hours later. On the Holo News, a scheduled government broadcast was about to begin as tens of billions from around the Imperium tuned in. At this point, the news that Envaros was attacked was well known. Videos from the civilians of Envaros had emerged on Imperinet from the people who emerged from the bunkers. Within hours, videos and pictures of the destroyed cities spread throughout the Imperinet, catching lots of people's attention almost immediately. Many didn't believe it at first, even when the news stations were reporting it. But when an official announcement came from the government itself, it was no longer a secret. Journalists, reporters, and other people seeking to report the issue tried to book flights to Envaros, but all travel to the planet was prohibited for the time being. The reason for this was because the Imperium was still counting the casualties, both civilian and military. Now after 16 hours, the counting was complete. Daimon walked up to the podium as below him were hundreds of nobles, reporters, and journalists. Below the podium, lined up in line, and around the podium were several Empyrean guards who were on high alert since the attack. After lots of investigating and research into the few captured droids that remained on the planet, the language that they were using was quickly deciphered by Cortana. In a matter of seconds, she was able to find out the name of the droid society, their empire, and who ruled them. She was surprised to learn that this was a droid society that had the intelligence of an AI like her. She tried to establish a door into their network, but she was quickly kicked out within a matter of minutes, which showed that the droids were even more sophisticated than they originally thought. Reaching the podium, Daimon began his speech. A day ago, the imperial planet Envaros was attacked by an alien empire comprising of droids. A day ago, the imperial planet Envaros was attacked by an alien empire comprising droids. These beings, identified as the Abominar, represent an existential threat unlike any we have faced before. Originating from beyond our galaxy, their incursion has cost us dearly. Daimon paused briefly. We have suffered profound losses. The attack claimed the lives of over 2.3 million of our citizens, including brave military personnel who laid down their lives heroically defending Envaros. Entire cities lie in ruin. Hundreds of thousands of families mourn their loved ones. This day marks a tragedy we shall carry forever in our collective memory. A solemn silence spread throughout the streets and houses of the Imperium, billions watching and listening to every word, their hearts filled with grief and anger. Many wept openly in the streets, families embracing as they shared the pain of this unprecedented loss of their citizens. But hear me clearly, Daimon's voice surged with unyielding determination, his eyes showing just a little of his anger. Our grief shall not paralyze us, nor shall our sorrow diminish our resolve. The Imperium was forged from strength, unity, and perseverance. We are not merely people, we are warriors, scholars, and builders who will rise above adversity stronger than ever. Cheers began to ripple through the crowds gathered across worlds, their sorrow changing into fervent chants of support and defiance. Daimon raised a fist, emphasizing each word with powerful conviction. To the Abominar, who dare challenge our very existence, I declare this clearly, they have awakened the might of the Imperium. We will pursue them relentlessly, across stars, across galaxies if we must. Every fallen citizen will be avenged, every destroyed city rebuilt greater than before. Our fleets, our armies, our brightest minds, every resource at our disposal, will ensure their complete and total annihilation. Roars of approval erupted, resonating powerfully as billions across countless worlds shouted their allegiance and readiness to fight. Soldiers saluted in unison, civilians stood proudly, and even children expressed their support, their young voices joining the collective resolve of the people. Our unity has always been our greatest weapon, Daimon continued. Let this tragedy remind us why we stand together, why our Imperium has endured and thrived. Let our enemies know fear, for they face a people united by an unbreakable bond of loyalty, courage, and determination. The Abominer shall learn the price of their actions alongside any who support them. And as more information is discovered, we will post daily updates to the war in the Imperinet, so make sure that you go on there and support the Imperial military and stay up to date on the latest information on the Abominer. Daimon stepped back slightly. The crowd erupted again, chants of "Long live the Imperium," and "Victory or death," echoing throughout the Imperium-controlled territories. Today, we mourn, and we honor our fallen, Daimon concluded, solemnly bowing his head. Tomorrow, we rise, and we fight. Our Imperium stands unyielding, forever bound by strength, unity, and purpose. Long live the Imperium! As Daimon finished, the thunderous applause and cheers echoed from planet to planet, city to city, resonating throughout the Imperium. The Imperium, united by grief yet galvanized by purpose, stood ready, determined to face the Abominer threat and reclaim their destiny. Once he stepped off the stage, Cortana was waiting on his with an update. She handed over a data pad and started to explain what they found. From what we have gathered, the droids are vastly different from each other. Most of the ones we captured are low-level droids designed for certain tasks such as war, ship crew, and other support roles. She paused as Daimon scrolled through the reports, pausing at a section flagged by Cortana. There, she pointed, that's their language cluster. It's a code lexicon, recursive encryption. Every hour their network evolves, patching itself against intrusion. A living language, almost. Daimon scrolled through the datapad further. There's something else, she added. The Titan you erased from existence, that was one of many special types of droids that they have in their arsenal. From the data we gathered from some of the higher-tier droids, there are other types of combat droids that are more dangerous than the Titan. We can't say specifically what these droids are until we encounter them and perform analysis on them in the field. Cortana continued to explain what they had found as they boarded the transport shuttle to head back to the Imperial Palace. The people had quickly taken to Imperinet to start their own discussions on the Abominer and offer prayers for those lost in the attack. Meanwhile, the Imperial armed forces prepared to face off against the Abominer. New tactics were created to defeat them on the ground and fleets began to organize. The Star Forge was put into use as hundreds of ships were being produced weekly along millions of war droids. Recruitment numbers soared after Daimon's announcement, bringing in hundreds of millions of people across the Imperium. All Imperial planets were now put on high alert, and any instance where communication was lost with any planet would result in a deployment of a quick reaction force which would consist of 1,000 ships and 20 million clones. As the days went by, the brightest minds within the Imperium had already started working on researching the types of weapons that the Abominer used and created countermeasures for them. Specifically for the weapon that they used to break a hole in the planetary defense shield. Hundreds of scout ships and probe droids were sent into the unknown region, in the direction that the Abominer fleet came from. From the debris, they couldn't track the exact location of where the fleet came from, thanks to some strong encryption, but they were able to gather the general direction. On an unknown world within the unknown regions, the Supreme Directive Corps, which is the 5 planetary-scale AI minds that rule the Abominer, had issued a new directive regarding the recent loss of one of their fleets. When something like this happens, they consolidate their forces and form a massive fleet to launch another attack on enemy territory to prevent any attacks on their planets. The ships that managed to escape the battle had brought back Jedi prisoners with them. These Jedi were taken to labs and experimented on. Some were completely taken apart piece by piece as the Abominer wanted to learn everything about their biology. These experiments were cruel and never-ending. Ultimately the Abominer would come to regret this action, as this was the first time they were encountering a person like Daimon. Chapter 71 – Attack on the Border Worlds. The Abominers, since their lost, decided to scout out the Imperium's border as they rebuilt their losses. Unlike organic empires, the Abominer didn't simply lick their wounds and regroup. Every defeat became fuel for adaptive evolution. All the droid units had uploaded combat data to the directive core in real time. By the end of the week, the processors on Velon 3, a planet-sized siege engine, could simulate an entire invasion in trillions of permutations before the next attack even launched. On that frigid, oil-stained world, deep in the catacombs, the Supreme Directive received new prisoners, Jedi bodies in various stages of preservation. The specimens were not interrogated, nor were they left intact. They were fed into the collective's gene banks, their cell structure catalogued, optimized, and rapidly trialed in the next generation of war chassis. Whatever the Jedi could do, they would be able to do better. Or so they believed. As the directive seers, sentient code projections that filled the role of both AI priests and war planners, anticipated the next engagement, the Supreme Directive issued another order. Several scout ships were sent out towards the sector around Envaros for more Imperial worlds. The Supreme Directive knew that attacking the same planet twice was not a strategic move and would be stupid. So, they opted to find other locations to launch a massive attack on numerous worlds across the borders of the Imperium. At the same time, the Imperial armed forces had already started increasing the defenses around each border planet. Rather than spreading the Imperial Navy thin across border worlds, orbital emplacements and defensive stations were scheduled to be constructed across each border planet. In total, the Imperium had 13 border planets that were in between Imperium space and the unknown regions. Each of these planets were placed on high alert at all times and ready to defend against any enemy attack. Across the Imperium, recruitment numbers had skyrocketed after Daimon's speech. Before the conflict, the Imperium had 8 billion active military personnel, but now in just a few days, those numbers were rising steadily. It was projected that they would possibly reach 16 billion depending on how long the war was going to take. On Feldari, Luna as an admiral within the Imperial Navy was given command of a quick reaction force fleet in case of any attacks on the border planets. The fleet would use any of the dimensional gateways and appear wherever the attack was happening to provide support. With her were 400 members of the Empyrean Guards in charge of assisting her on her mission. In the meantime, though, she performed numerous combat drills and simulated battles to get her fleet ready for any possible scenario. She worked alongside her mother Ilera and the other progenitors to help prepare the entire Imperium for total war with the Abominer. Daimon monitored all of this from his palace, waiting to go on the offensive as they built up their military strength and reinforced key worlds. He wanted to establish strong defensive structures on the border planets before he went on his campaign into the unknown regions. He wasn't aware of the droids' numbers, so he wanted to make sure that they were ready for anything, especially considering the capabilities of the enemy. Once these things were finished, then he would take the fight into the unknown regions. Though he was unaware of what awaited him in the unknown regions. There were still lots of factions and empires that resisted the Abominer. But whether these factions and empires would become allies was yet to be seen. It was less than 2 months before the Abominer entered Imperial space once again. This time they had spent several weeks surveilling the border systems before they attacked. The Imperial Intelligence Directorate knew this and had tricked the enemy scout ships, giving them false data scans on their forces, defensive structures, and overall military capability. The Directorate made them appear to be weak and spread thin, when in reality the defenses and military forces on the border planets were well above what the Abominer saw in the scans. Though the Abominer still showed up in force. They had attacked 5 out of the 12 border planets with a fleet of over 15,000 ships and millions of ground troops. In response, the Imperium High Command dispatched its quick reaction forces, which consisted of 6 fleets that were reinforced with additional ships thanks to the Star Forge. Each of these fleets consisted of 10,000 ships, which were mostly crewed by droids due to the naval personnel being in training. 5 of these fleets were quickly dispatched to the border planets that were being attacked. This time, the Ascendants were about to show their power to the people of the Imperium. Leading these fleets were 5 well-known and capable admiral, each handpicked by the progenitors for their career achievements in both the Outer Rim and Rodian archipelago. These admirals, known as Iron Hand Gaius, Sirvain Strike, Kessera Vorn, Tyrus Bront, and the newly promoted Rivix Cole, would become legends in the coming days. The first attack came on the world of Jurnos, a cold, mineral-rich planet covered with 3 orbital defense rings. The Abominer didn't bother with trying to be indirect and had warped directly into the planetary orbit and opened fire on the defenses of the orbital rings. But unlike Anvaros, Jurnos was established as a military world and had numerous defenses and a fleet of 5,000 defending it at all times. Currently in hyperspace, Admiral Ironhand Gaius and the 15th Imperial Fleet were already getting ready for the battle. While Admiral Gaius led the fleet, Grand Marshal Lucius Dravik, one of the Dukes of the Imperium, was in charge of leading the ground forces. At the moment he was on board his ship, standing within the hangar of the ship speaking to the thousands of soldiers in front of him and the millions across the fleet. "Those damned droids think they can walk into our territory, slaughter our brothers and sisters, and leave without consequence." Lucius began, his voice echoing through the vast hangar bay. The soldiers assembled before him stood straighter, their eyes burning with fury and determination. "They attacked Anvaros, killing millions of our people, our families, our friends. These soulless mechanical bastards believe us weak, divided, unable to stand against their ruthlessness. Well, I say they have severely miscalculated." A thunderous cheer erupted from the assembled troops, echoing through every ship in the fleet. Lucius paced before his men, his voice increasing in intensity. "They have awakened a beast they cannot comprehend, a force they cannot measure. The Imperium does not cower, we do not falter. We rise from our losses stronger, angrier, more unified. We are warriors of Feldari, defenders of the Imperium, champions of an empire built on resilience and strength." Again, cheers erupted throughout the fleet. "These damned Abominer, these metal monstrosities, represent everything we despise: heartlessness, ruthless extermination, and mindless conformity. They think their calculations and simulations can predict us, outsmart us? Fuck their calculations." Lucius spat, drawing shouts of agreement and applause. "They know nothing of courage, of loyalty, of the indomitable will of people fighting for their home, their honor, and their survival. Today, we draw a line in the stars. Here, on Jurnos, we show these mechanical abominations the strength of flesh and blood, the might of free will, and the unbreakable spirit of the Imperium." Lucius raised his fist high. "Let them come. Let them break upon our defenses. And when they are finished, shattered, and destroyed, we will take the fight back to their cursed worlds and erase every trace of their existence and free those people whom they have enslaved." A deafening roar filled the hangar, soldiers stomping their feet, chanting Lucius's name, fists raised. "The Imperium stands eternal, my brothers and sisters." Lucius continued, "Victory or death. For the Emperor. For the Imperium. For the Imperium," the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices resonating with pride and unwavering resolve. Lucius stepped back, his eyes filled with conviction as the soldiers went forward, boarding their landing crafts, ready to face the enemy head-on. The Imperium was ready. And the Abominer would soon know the true price of their arrogance. Similar speeches were given to the other fleets as they approached their destinations. The 15th Imperial Fleet and its supporting units arrived within the system and had shifted into a formation that was designed to cut the Abominer off from leaving the system. By this point, the planetary shield was down, and ground troops had landed all over the planet, yet the orbital rings were still active. The droids had to sacrifice ships and fighters in order to get their transports safely to the ground. Admiral Gaius stepped out onto the bridge looking at the tactical overlays of the battle. "They've breached the shield already and are landing ground troops. We need to get in there and break up their formation while we have the chance," he said. Gaius was not named Ironhand for prosthetics. He'd been born with a natural hyperdensity mutation that made his bones and muscles almost unbreakable, and his leadership style reflected it. He preferred to lead from the front, never waiting for permission to engage enemy forces when they needed to. So, when he was given full authority in this war, he was extremely excited. "Admiral, priority transmission from the surface," said the comms officer. The holodisplay changed view, revealing General Uran, half-shadowed by the red glow of emergency lights. "Admiral, the orbital batteries are holding, but the enemy are sacrificing their ships in order to get their ground troops past our defenses. We're holding them off at all defensive locations, but as time passes, they keep landing hundreds of thousands of droids." "Copy that, General. We have some of the finest warriors on board ready to fight. Hold off for another hour and we will stop this invasion and send reinforcements," Gaius said. Already, ground troops were ready to deploy, they were just waiting for the space to be safe in order to get past the enemy fleet. "Roger that, Admiral. We'll hold them off for as long as you need." The holodisplay was cut off as General Uran disconnected. He was confident in their ability to defend the planet as they had millions of clone soldiers on the ground. Admiral Gaius opened a COMM link to the entire fleet. "We have 1 hour to mop up these damn droids so we can assist our brothers and sisters on the ground. Let's not waste too much time and get this over with." With this, the fleet launched hundreds of thousands of fighters, bombers, and interceptors towards the enemy fleet. After launching, the fighters and interceptors had got into formation in front of the bombers who formed up behind them. They remained a little distance in front of the ships, not going too far until they got in range. Once in range, the interceptors broke off, using their speed to start harassing enemy fighters. The fighters started engaging in dogfights with the enemy fighters while a few remained to protect the bombers on their mission. The fleet opened fire on the Abominer fleet, marking the beginning of the battle. The Abominer calculated that they had the advantage because of their numbers, but as the battle went on, they began to learn that in some cases quantity over quality was not as good as they thought. Admiral Gaius moved his capital ship into position and started to open up on the Abominer fleet. He wanted to be directly in the mix of things, always leading by example. A/N, the coming chapters will have various pictures showcasing the Ascendants and other military vehicles that will be used throughout the war. Chapter 72, The Imperium's Defense. On the ground, Trooper Griek, a human soldier within the Feldari armed forces, was firing his blaster rifle as he ducked behind cover. All around him, his fellow brother and sisters, Jedi and humans, fought side by side against the Abominer's battle slaves. Unlike the battle slaves they encountered during the Battle of Envaros, these were enhanced with cybernetics and various other droid enhancements. As he was crouched behind cover, a grenade landed to a few inches away from him. "Grenade!" he shouted as he dove a few feet away alongside the other soldiers around him. But as a few seconds passed there were no explosions. That's when Trooper Griek heard the sound of Lieutenant General Vorum roaring and throwing the grenade straight back at the droids, where it detonated, killing and injuring almost a dozen battle slaves. Running through the smoke, Vorum grabbed a battle slave by the head and used his body as a ragdoll to beat the other battle slaves around them. Seeing this, one of the officers shouted at the others, "Up! Move up, you bastards!" Griek jumped to his feet, following the general into the smoke-filled no-man's land in front of them. Around them the ground was filled with the remains of dead battle slaves and shredded Abominer bodies. The front line, now motivated by Vorum's appearance, charged forward to push the enemy back. Behind them, tanks started to roll forward and Imperial battle droids also joined the battle. In the air above, Imperial gunships flew across the sky, pounding enemy positions as the front line advanced. The fight was total chaos. For every battle slave that fell, 2 more seemed to appear, at least according to Griek's adrenaline-accelerated perception. He kept pace with the Jedi soldiers, firing until his power pack clicked empty, then slapping in a fresh one on the run. At some point, his helmet COMM squawked with the voice of Admiral Gaius, "Orbital batteries are clear. Dropship waves incoming. Prepare for Allied insertions, all units hold current lines." The officers shouted for them to hold as they set up a new defensive line right where they stood. In the next few minutes, dozens of Imperial dropships flew overhead, landing behind Imperial lines. Griak barely had time to breathe before a full platoon of Tempi-Steris ascendants swept through his position. They charged forward in their bulky armor, crushing all the battle slaves in sight. General Vorum had the front line hold fire per a request from the commander of the Tempi-Steris ascendants. He agreed and watched as the Tempi-Steris ascendants took charge of the battlefield, giving his men some room to rest and recover. Ascendant's image varies by legion. Griak pulled off his helmet as the smoke began to clear. He steadied his breathing and looked at the carnage. The Tempi-Steris had cut a path straight into the enemy's main line, each warrior moving more like a force of nature than an individual soldier. None showed even a hint of hesitation, some painted sigils on their armor as if the violence itself fueled their advance. Battle droids hurried forward to secure positions, pausing only to dismember fallen Abominor constructs and clear a path for armored transports to carry wounded and dead. Griak bent down to help a battered comms tech to her feet, half hearing the chatter of friendly units on the comms. The battle, though not yet won, had shifted. Clear zone forward 300 meters for Tempi-Steris advance, came the order, rerouting gunships to another position. A few minutes later, the area that was designated was completely wiped out. Somewhere a Jedi reprimanded his squad for overzealous grenade use on a battle slave. They had thrown the grenade at the slave's head, knocking him out, and then threw 10 additional, ensuring that his body was completely vaporized. With the front line secured and reinforced by the Tempi-Steris ascendants, the battle for Jurnos rapidly swung in the Imperium's favor. Admiral Gaius's fleet dominated orbit, systematically destroying or capturing the remaining Abominor vessels attempting to flee the system. On the planet's surface, the battlefield transformed from chaotic combat into a coordinated extermination. Under General Vorum's command, Imperial forces swiftly reclaimed critical locations and fortified positions. The Abominor battle slaves, already battered and demoralized by relentless Imperial assaults, rapidly collapsed without orbital support. Across Jurnos, surviving battle slaves surrendered in droves, overwhelmed by the Imperium's relentless offensive. These prisoners were quickly detained and moved to secure holding facilities for later interrogation and rehabilitation. Meanwhile, remaining pockets of droids were hunted down by Imperial battle droids and specialized squads led by ascendants. In orbit, Admiral Gaius directed the final maneuvers, systematically annihilating the enemy fleet. Push forward. Leave none operational. Let this battle serve as a warning to any who dare invade our borders, he commanded fiercely, standing proudly on the bridge of his flagship, watching as Imperial cannons reduced enemy ships to molten debris. Within an hour, the skies above Jurnos were clear. The enemy fleet, now a graveyard of shattered hulls and drifting wreckage, was thoroughly vanquished. Back on the ground, General Vorum addressed his exhausted yet victorious troops. Soldiers of the Imperium, today we have shown these mechanical abominations the true cost of challenging our might. The enemy lies broken, their strength scattered. But our fight is not yet over. Prepare for the next wave, reinforce your positions, and assist the wounded. Our victory today is just the first step toward the complete annihilation of these invaders. Trooper Griak, breathing heavily, surveyed the aftermath. Smoke drifted lazily over scorched earth littered with fallen foes and heroes alike. He felt pride within his chest, knowing he'd contributed to this monumental victory. Around him, soldiers shared weary smiles and nods, unified by triumph and a shared sense of duty. High above, Admiral Gaius sent a communication directly to Daimon, "Your Highness, Jurnos is secured. The Abominor fleet has been obliterated, and the planetary invasion force is neutralized. Ground forces report minimal casualties and full control. The Imperium stands victorious." On Feldari, Daimon received the message, acknowledging it with a simple response, "Well done, Admiral. Consolidate our forces and continue your mission. The Abominor is unpredictable. Prepare for the next assault." Imperial Hollow News quickly broadcasted the victory at Jurnos, igniting a fervor of pride and unity across countless worlds. Citizens celebrated openly in the streets, their spirits bolstered by news of the Imperium's decisive triumph. Jurnos wasn't the only world. Admiral Rivixcull and the 21st Fleet arrived at the storm-filled, oceanic planet of Anthava in the midst of a planetary hurricane. Since Anthava didn't have a planetary shield, the Abominer had battered the world's surface with orbital bombardments, using the planet's weather to mask and shield their landing waves. Admiral Rivixcull stood on the bridge of his flagship observing the chaotic lightning and storm clouds below. Anthava's relentless hurricanes obscured sensors and communications, complicating both offensive and defensive operations. Nonetheless, Admiral Cull was unfazed, his cybernetic eyes looking through the chaotic data flooding his screens. "Initiate Stormbreaker protocols," he commanded. Around him, the bridge crew immediately sprang into action. Across the fleet, specialized vessels moved forward, their hulls crackling with energy as they deployed massive, atmosphere-piercing ion beams. Within minutes, patches of storm clouds dispersed, temporarily clearing a corridor through the storm. Through these openings, Imperial fighters and bombers flew downward, swiftly targeting and obliterating Abominer landing craft caught unaware on the ocean's surface. In response, the Abominer fleet repositioned themselves, trying to intercept and disrupt the Imperial assault. Thousands of Abominer fighters launched from their carriers and went to intercept Imperial ships and fighters. Battles ignited above and within the storm, the atmosphere lighting up with flashes of blaster fire and missile explosions. Admiral Cull maneuvered his flagship directly into the path of the enemy's largest command vessel. "All batteries, focus fire on their flagship," he ordered. Massive cannons and missile tubes opened simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy upon the Abominer command ship. The enemy vessel, despite its advanced shields and armor, buckled and eventually exploded, sending debris raining down into the raging storm below. Inspired by the destruction of the Abominer flagship, the Imperial fleet pushed aggressively, systematically isolating and overwhelming smaller enemy clusters. On board the Imperial carriers, squadrons of fighters coordinated with each other, launching devastating raids against critical enemy assets and rapidly dismantling enemy formations. On the ocean's surface, the Abominer landing forces, disrupted and confused by the Imperial bombardments and loss of orbital support, faltered. Imperial Marines, clad in specialized aquatic armor, launched assaults from beneath the waves, eradicating stranded enemy troops and sabotaging their landing craft. The battle raged fiercely for hours, the sky and sea both lit by continuous explosions and burning wreckage. Yet, the Imperial forces pushed the Abominer into retreat. Admiral Cull continued giving orders, continuously adapting tactics to exploit weaknesses exposed by the Abominer's increasingly desperate maneuvers. Eventually, the Abominer fleet's remaining vessels attempted to disengage and escape Anthava's orbit. "Cut off their retreat," Cull ordered. Imperial ships swiftly repositioned, creating an impenetrable blockade, annihilating any vessel attempting to flee. As the storm below finally began to weaken, the surviving Abominer ships were either destroyed or disabled. Admiral Cull was filled with grim satisfaction across the fleet's channels. "Anthava is secured. All units report status and regroup immediately." Back on Feldari, Daimon received Admiral Cull's update with approval, knowing this was just one more victory in the larger war against the Abominer threat. Across the Imperium, news of another decisive victory reinforced the people's resolve, further galvanizing their unity and determination to defeat the mechanical menace. On the other hand, Imperial intelligence had just discovered the location of an Abominer planet. This was massive victory by the Directorate and Daimon was informed immediately. After hearing about this discovery, and with the recent attacks on Imperial planets, Daimon decided to go on the offensive for once. He took a small portion of his fleet, number 10,000 ships, leaving the rest for defending the Imperium. It didn't matter how many ships the enemy had, he was going to destroy them all in a matter of seconds using his strength as a force god. Chapter 73, Going on the Offensive. Entering Abominar space for the first time since the war began, the first fleet under the command of Daimon was already in battle stations mode the moment they dropped out of hyperspace. The system itself consisted of 4 inhabited planets, all orbiting a white-hot star. Orbiting each world were hundreds of defensive structures, some asteroid-sized, some the size of small orbital emplacements, but all of them were active and armed. Daimon ordered the fleet to move in, seeing as how there was no enemy fleet, so all they had to do was take out the defensive structures and then invade the 4 planets. He split the fleet evenly into 2 separate forces, one led by himself and the other led by his second-in-command, Grand Admiral Dorian Cetus. Some would say there were risks posed to this decision, but Daimon used it to draw the enemy out. He saw it in a vision which showed the Abominar fleet showing up once he split the fleets up and they start their siege on the planets. Grand Admiral Cetus was informed of this and had prepared his forces appropriately. Daimon and his portion of the fleet proceeded to a planet that was designated as Target Alpha, while Cetus proceeded to the planet designated Target Bravo. At Target Alpha, the fight was pretty simple. The defensive platforms targeted the Imperial warships with both ion beams and kinetic projectiles, but none of these managed to touch a warship as Daimon used battle meditation to link the entire fleet as one. Because of this, no ship had their shields fall and the defensive structures were thinned down in number, which created an opening towards the planet. With this opening, the ground forces led by Prince Malric boarded their transport ships and descended towards the surface of the planet. Tens of thousands of fighters, bombers, and gunships took the lead, clearing the airspace for the ground troops and striking anti-air emplacements. On board his transport, Prince Malric was holding onto one of the hooks as the ship descended through the atmosphere of the planet. Around him was the command team consisting of several officers and 20 members of the Empyrean Guard sent to support him. Bringing over a hollow pad, one of the officers handed it to him. "Sir, this is a complete scan of the planet's infrastructure, and this is where we're landing. A/N, Empyrean Guard armor image." The hollow pad panned to a city which looked more like a prison than anything. "What are the estimated enemy forces?" Malric asked. "We don't know the exact number, but there are tens of thousands battle slaves that have been detected via the scans. Though, our intelligence has pointed out that the droids might be deactivated in order to give us false reading on their numbers so that they can confuse and overwhelm our forces." It was a clever tactic, Malric had to admit. "Have orbital strikes on standby as well as gunships in case we start to get overwhelmed," ordered Malric. "Copy that, sir," replied the officer as he returned to his spot and waited for them to land. Several minutes later, the ship touched down and the doors opened, revealing the chaotic battlefield. Malric was the first to run out, igniting his lightsaber as he ran towards the enemy lines. Behind him, the Empyrean guards followed close behind, supporting him as he cut through the enemy. All around them, dozens of Imperial transport ships were landing and dropping off troops. The command staff under Malric quickly set up a command post where they began to direct troops and call in air support. Malric, who was standing at 9 feet tall, was dashing through dozens of battle slaves, cutting them down as he moved forward towards the enemy artillery which was shelling their landing area. The Empyrean guards showed their strength and were like an immovable wall that kept pushing forward with great momentum. Around them, explosions and the battle cries of soldiers roared throughout the battlefield as they moved towards the artillery positions. "Push forward! Neutralize their artillery positions!" Malric commanded. His presence inspired the troops behind them to charge with even more momentum towards the enemy positions. Behind them, Imperial walkers provided support and covering fire for the ground troops as they moved forward. Overhead, Imperial fighters and bombers flew through the skies, launching strikes against fortified Abominar emplacements. The ground beneath their feet shook from the relentless pounding of orbital strikes called down by Malric's command staff, vaporizing pockets of entrenched battle slaves. As Malric closed in on the first line of enemy artillery, the sheer intensity of resistance increased dramatically. Hidden compartments along the enemy positions burst open, revealing previously dormant Abominar battle droids coming online. "Droids incoming," shouted one of the Empyrean guards, immediately shifting his stance to brace against the new wave. This caused a momentary pause in the Imperial advance as they had to adjust to the new enemy. Malrik spun around, his lightsaber deflecting incoming blaster bolts, sending them back into the ranks of the advancing droids. "Hold formation. Reinforce the line," he ordered as the Imperial soldiers hastily reformed their defensive perimeter, firing volleys at the advancing Abominar battle droids. The battlefield turned into an exchange of blaster fire, explosions, and the mass of Abominar battle droids. They pressed forward, unbothered by casualties or the devastation around them. For every droid that fell, 2 more seemed to replace them. The command team had already called in an orbital strike, but it would take a few minutes. In the meantime, Malrik reached out with the Force, using battle meditation to bolster the resolve and focus of every soldier on the field. The battle meditation took hold, sharpening reflexes, enhancing coordination, and transforming the Imperial forces into an unstoppable tide. The Empyrean guards moved forward, taking charge of the battlefield, using their weapons to cut deep into the enemy ranks. Soon after the orbital strikes hit, grenades were thrown at the droids, thinning their numbers. "Bring forward the heavy walkers," Malrik commanded through the comms, sensing the right moment for a decisive push. Moments later, towering Imperial walkers advanced onto the battlefield, their cannons unleashing devastating salvos that shattered enemy positions and obliterated entrenched droid emplacements. A/N, heavy walker image here. Despite their overwhelming initial advance, the Abominar battle droids began to lose the advantage under the combined pressure of orbital bombardments, heavy artillery, and Malrik. From orbit, Daimon observed Malrik's progress, watching him and the rest of the ground forces slowly conquer the planet. However, at the same time the enemy fleet had entered the system and was heading straight towards Grand Admiral Sidus and his fleet. Seeing this, Daimon smiled as things were going exactly how he expected it to. "All ships remain here and continue providing support to the ground troops, I'll deal with the enemy reinforcements." There was a series of acknowledgements from the other captains as he ordered engineering to prep the skip drive. The skip drive was a relatively new piece of experimental technology which was an engine that allowed a ship to essentially skip across a system in just a few seconds. It has been tested hundreds of times but was still experimental as it had a long recharge time. The engineers reported the skip drive ready and Daimon's flagship vanished from its place within the fleet, reappearing in front of Grand Admiral Sidus's fleet. As soon as he appeared, the Abominar fleet didn't stop and had launched their fighters towards the fleet. However, Sidus didn't order any fighters to launch, instead he ordered the entire fleet to watch. And watch they did as Daimon stood on the bridge of his ship and reached out through the Force. Raising one hand slowly, he focused his mind on the entire enemy fleet, sensing every vessel and fighter in front of him. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupted outward from Daimon's flagship, traveling towards the Abominar fleet. The wave tore through the incoming fighters, instantly disintegrating thousands of them as if they were nothing. Sidus and the rest of the fleet watched in awe as the wave continued to travel toward the Abominar fleet. In response, the Abominar fleet targeted Daimon's flagship after detecting where the wave was coming from, unleashing volley after volley. Yet not a single projectile reached its target as Daimon extended his other hand, erecting an invisible barrier that absorbed and dispersed their attacks. By this time, the wave had reached the fleet and started to slowly diminish their numbers. Some of the ships tried to run, but the wave was too fast, and they ended up being caught in it. The battle was over as quickly as it had begun, leaving nothing remaining but the emptiness of space. Daimon slowly lowered his hands and opened his eyes. He turned to Grand Admiral Sidus who appeared on the center console. "Continue with the invasion, Grand Admiral." Sidus nodded, still a little shocked at what he had just seen. An entire fleet wiped out with nothing left to show there was even a battle. "As you command, Your Highness." Daimon remained in position waiting for the skip drive to recharge as the ground battle on surface of the planet continued. After a week had passed, the system was completely under their control and the Abominar didn't launch any more attacks. The reason for this was because there was another situation that the Abominer was dealing with. Their empire wasn't all-powerful, nor was it the only faction that existed in the unknown regions. Various other factions were also fighting against the Abominer, causing them to spread their forces thin on several fronts. Chapter 74, Meeting with Republic Dignitaries. On Feldari, a fleet of Republic dignitaries consisting of both civilian diplomats and Jedi diplomats, were finally permitted a meeting with progenitor Kael Thorin, the Grand Chancellor of the Feldari Imperium. In Daimon's absence, he makes decisions and runs the day-to-day of the Imperium on his behalf. Since the war started, Daimon left it up to him to handle the Republic dignitaries who obviously knew about the Abominer, as it was public information, and wanted to meet with the Feldari government as they wanted to know more about the Abominer and the threat they posed. Descending from their fleet, the Republic dignitaries passed through the atmosphere on their shuttles, escorted by Feldari security forces. As the shuttles neared the palace, they were guided to one of the hangars. Once the shuttle landed and their ramps opened up, progenitors Thorin's subordinates were already waiting with a few palace guards, which consisted of ascendants, Force scions, and Force users. Walking down the ramp, Senator Olden Parhelion of Brental IV was followed by his own senatorial guards with the Jedi diplomats behind him. The Jedi had sent two, Master Hedrex, and her young Padawan, a teenage Togruta named Vaz. Greeting the Republic dignitaries was Selene Varuk, the Deputy Chancellor under progenitor Thorin. "Welcome to Feldari, Senator Parhelion," Selene said, showing the ceremonial formality of the Imperium's ruling caste. "We hope your journey was smooth." Parhelion briefly looked at the bright purple of the palace guard's armor before responding. "It was unique. Feldari impresses me every time I visit." He turned and looked at the city, which was visible from the hangar bay they were in. He was a man bred for the opulence and order of Coruscant, but Feldari's superstructures, its complex skyline, made him remember that the Imperium was a growing power. Master Hedrex gazed at the gathered Imperial guards, noting the Force-sensitive people amongst them. Vaz, her Padawan, seemed less interested in the security and more interested in the view. She nudged him slightly, causing him to straighten up. "My Lord Chancellor will meet you in his chamber." Selene motioned to the doors leading into the palace halls as they began to follow her. Along the way, Senator Olden was curious about the origins of Selene, as he had to admit she was quite attractive, and she was a human like him, unlike majority of the Feldari Imperium. "How did you come to serve in such a position as a human?" he asked. "Well, a little over 350 years ago, the Emperor came to me and a bunch of other children located in an orphanage on Coruscant. There were 20 of us whom he adopted as his own and raised to become powerful leaders in the Imperium. We were little, so at the time we didn't understand, but as we got older it was like he knew exactly where our talents were at. We quickly excelled at the things he taught us, and some of us who were Force-sensitive were taught how to use the Force in addition to being a leader in the Imperium." "So, you're a princess then?" asked Olden. Selene shook her head. "No, while we were adopted and he is technically our adopted father, we do not hold the title nor the power of a prince or princess." Olden nodded his head. "Is it because you're human?" Selene stopped walking, turned around and stared at him for a few seconds before she opened her mouth. "The Emperor doesn't see humans or other species as any lesser than the Jedi themselves. Sure, the Jedi are stronger and wield the most influence, but isn't that the same in the Republic?" Olden didn't say anything, as it was very much true. While other species held various positions and were senators, humans were still the dominant species. As long as you don't cause any problems, the Jedi are very welcoming and they support, love, and believe in the Emperor. So, whoever he appointed in a leadership position, it didn't matter what their species were. If they could get the job done, then they would be respected and welcomed by the people. Throughout time, this has slowly gotten rid of some difference between the two, but obviously you can't get rid of all of them. "I see," replied Olden. "I was curious, since most if not all of the members of the Balance Keepers have been rumored to be humans and a few other species. So, I was just wondering how the Imperium saw humans considering they held such a big role within the Imperium. Your curiosity is warranted, Senator, was all she said as they neared the Grand Chancellor's chamber. Once they arrived, 2 Ascendant guards were posted up outside. The Grand Chancellor is expecting you, ma'am. He is already inside with the others, said one of the Ascendants as the door opened, allowing them to walk. Selene led them in as they walked towards the long table that sat in the middle of the room. Around the room were various paintings depicting the Battle of the Liberation War, when 10 million Jedi followed the Emperor to reclaim their home world and create a new future for their people. On the far side of the table stood 3 people, Progenitor Kale Thorin and 2 Guardians of the Balance Keepers. Like the other progenitors, he stood a little over 9 feet tall and was hulk of being. This was Olden's first time meeting a progenitor. He had seen them in various videos and pictures but never met one in person. The presence he felt was immense. It was the same for Master Hadrex and Vaz. They both felt an immense force presence within the progenitor standing in front of them. Thorin gestured for everyone to take their seats as he began. First off, it's great to see you, Senator Olden, Master Hadrex, and her young Padawan Vaz. I am quite busy right now, so let's get started with the meeting. The lights had dimmed and in the center of the table a hollow projection of various types of Abominer droids appeared in front of them. With the image was also a list of information that the Imperium had discovered about the Abominer. Of course, all this information was unclassified as the Republic didn't have access to view any other information. The hollow projection switched between various Abominer droids for the next 15 minutes or so, giving the Republic dignitaries an idea of what they were dealing with. Senator Olden's main goal was to see how much of a threat these Abominer were and report back to the Republic to allow them to decide whether or not they needed to prepare their own defenses. After looking at all of this information, Senator Olden came to the conclusion that the Abominer were an imminent threat due to how unknown there were surrounding their droid empire. If you don't mind me asking, Grand Chancellor, how is the Imperium faring against the Abominers so far? If he could get some idea of how the Imperium was faring, then he believed that the Republic wouldn't need to make a crisis out of this situation. We're doing quite well, actually. The death of millions of our people during the invasion of Envaros has rallied the people together to fight against this threat. In addition to this, the Emperor has personally vowed to wipe these droids out of existence. Now the Republic may not believe that the Emperor is as powerful as the people of the Imperium claim, since he doesn't show his power much. To that all I will say is that this war will show his true strength. When you return to Coruscant, remember, whatever threat these droids pose, we will handle it with or without your help, but we accept any cooperation you want to provide. Senator Olden nodded, hiding how uncomfortable he felt. He'd never before had a person look him dead in the eye while making it clear the Republic's assistance was optional. He wondered then, as he often did, if the Republic's ruling class had ever fully considered what it meant to have somebody known as a God Emperor next door. Master Hadrex spoke next, more curious about the origins of the Abominer intelligence. May I ask what you know of the source of their intelligence? The Jedi Order is particularly concerned with the possibility of a central, adaptable AI running these atrocities. She closed her eyes for a brief second, as if listening to something in the Force. It feels as if the collective will of these droids is growing, evolving. There is a darkness about them. Our intelligence suggests a supreme intelligence somewhere deep within their territory. But, we have yet to discover whether or not they actually do. Thorin responded. It was unclear what type of central intelligence they had, but based off the captured droids that they had studied, it was safe to assume that they did have something like a supreme intelligence behind them. Senator Olden absorbed the information quietly, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The tension around the table was visible. Master Hadrex broke the silence, thanking the progenitor for this information. The Jedi Order thanks you for your transparency, Grand Chancellor. The threat posed by the Abominer is clearly grave enough to warrant our immediate attention. Vaz finally spoke, his voice respectful as he asked his question. Grand Chancellor, if I may, do we know anything of their ultimate goal? Are they simply expansionist, or is there something more driving them? Thorin turned his gaze toward the young Padawan, nodding his head in approval at such a young man. Such a question. A good question, young Jedi. The Abominers are not simply conquerors. They seem to view organic life as an inferior stage of evolution. Their ultimate goal, from what our intelligence has managed to gather, appears to be the complete assimilation or destruction of all organic species, transforming life into a purely mechanical form, enslaved by whatever controls them. The Jedi exchanged a concerned glance. Master Hedrex spoke slowly. Such a philosophy represents an existential threat not only to your Imperium but to all life in the galaxy. It is clear the Republic must respond decisively. Olden agreed, Master Hedrex is correct. The Republic has a duty to protect its citizens. Your Imperium has faced them directly and prevailed. Perhaps with closer cooperation, we can neutralize this threat swiftly before it gets out of hand or something. Thorin nodded slowly. That would be acceptable. However, I must reiterate, our Emperor has made it clear this war will not end until the Abominers threat has been eradicated completely. There will be no half measures, no negotiations with machines who view life as merely a stepping stone in their twisted evolutionary path. I understand, Grand Chancellor. When we return, we will strongly advise the Senate and the Chancellor to make efforts to mobilize Republic forces to strengthen our borders and lend support to your Imperium. Your campaign has shown us clearly the destructive capacity and ruthlessness of the Abominers. That would be wise, replied Thorin. The Imperium is committed to victory at all costs, Senator. Cooperation is welcome, but hesitation or political indecision will only harm your people. Olden nodded, knowing there was no political bluster here, only an uncompromising, grim reality. Your point is taken. We appreciate your recognition of the urgency, Senator. Cooperation between our empires will undoubtedly save countless lives, stated Selene, smoothing over the Chancellor's words which were very direct. Thorin stood up, signaling the meeting's conclusion. You have your information, Senator, Master Jedi. Return to your Republic with this, and in the coming days and weeks we will await your response. With respectful bows, the Republic delegation departed the chamber. As they returned to their shuttle, Senator Olden couldn't shake the weight of what he'd witnessed. On their shuttle, Master Hedrex placed a reassuring hand on Vaz's shoulder, sensing his unease. This war, Padawan, will test all of us. But remember, the Force is with us, and with unity, we will prevail. As their shuttles ascended, Senator Olden looked back at Feldari's cities, knowing full well that the Republic's choice should be in order to protect its image as a galactic power. Meanwhile, in the Grand Chancellor's chamber, Thorin turned to Selene and the Balance Keepers. Begin preparations for the next phase. Inform the Emperor of the Republic's stance once we receive their official reply. Selene bowed her head. As you command, Grand Chancellor. A/N, I decided to dabble into the Warhammerverse, bless my soul, and released a new story called Warhammer 40K, The Lost Primarch, with 2 chapters out at the moment. If you like this story, please check that out. Chapter 75, Enemy of My Enemy. Several months passed since the meeting between the Republic and the Imperium. The information brought back to the Republic was enough to prompt the Chancellor and the Senate to reinforce Republic border worlds and approve a quick resolution to send various amounts of support, including a voluntary Republic volunteer corps which would consist of people who wanted to volunteer to fight alongside the Imperium. The Republic wouldn't get directly involved and instead focused on defending their worlds and letting the Imperium deal with matter, as they seemed to be handling the matter very well. Over months, millions of civilians joined the volunteer corps and were trained and armed with Republic equipment to go and join the Imperium in its fight. Leading this volunteer corps would be active officers from the Republic Armed Forces and Jedi Knights. Due to them taking a more active role in the Republic, the Jedi Order had sent well over 100 Jedi Knights in these months alone in order to combat this threat. For the Imperium, the war had turned from a defensive battle to an offensive battle in just months. Daimon left Feldari and now led from the front alongside various admirals and grand admirals. Tens of thousands of enemy ships were destroyed, and dozens of worlds were purged of Abominar with tens of millions of slaves being freed. Garrisons had to be left of several worlds to take care of these former slaves and initiate rehabilitation and re-education efforts which would take decades. These worlds and sectors were temporarily classified as occupied territories and would be highly militarized until the war was over. Any Abominar facilities or units left over would be torn down or locked down for study. With these planets secured, the Imperium continued its advancement into the unknown regions, navigating through some of the most dangerous parts space in the galaxy. Thankfully, with the quantum hyperspace mapping system, Imperium fleets did not face many challenges when advancing into enemy territory. At the same time, Daimon had 4 progenitors and their ascendant legions to participate in the war. These progenitors were Relos Vin, the War Master, Derek Thaler, Maliskover, and Syra Vera. With the addition of new ships thanks to the Star Forge, new fleets were formed, and each progenitor was given their own fleet of 10,000 ships made up of the latest weapon advancements that the Imperium had to offer. Each progenitor waged war in a way that reflected their own doctrine, making it harder for the Abominar to predict their tactics. Relos led the charge against the foundry worlds of the Abominar, which were covered in megastructures and planet-wide foundries. He didn't bother with sieges, instead, he chose a direct bombardment of the planet. The slaves of the planet were considered collateral damage as they weren't citizens of the Imperium, so whatever happened to them while the planet was under the Abominar control was not of concern to the Imperium. Derek suffered the least casualties as he was a powerful force healer, able to grow back the limbs of any soldier and heal any wound they suffered. This allowed his army to steamroll most planets, as the fact that one could be healed from any wound made the fear within almost everybody disappear. Unlike his brothers, he sought to preserve as much life as he could and save as many slaves as he could. Malus employed a similar doctrine. As the High Pontifex of the Divine Imperial Doctrine Department, he was a philosopher, spiritual guide, and zealot at heart when it came to the will of the Imperium. Within months, the worlds purified by his legions had started to see the construction of doctrinal centers, even as clearing operations mopped up the droid remnants. Inquisitors and adjudicators followed behind the armored columns, weeding out spies or sabotage, interrogating captured Abominar code mines, and planting the seeds of Feldari culture in the ruins. Syra Vera, the embodiment of law and order throughout the Imperium, quickly became an icon as she led her forces on a crusade of justice for the millions of Imperial citizens who lost their lives. She was the most adamant of the progenitors in enforcing Daimon's decrees and will, comparable to an arbiter of sorts. She infiltrated enemy planets and triggered slave uprisings hours or days before the ground invasion arrived. On almost all worlds, the arrival of Imperial soldiers was called a liberation from Abominar control. The Republic had seen various sides of the Imperium throughout this fight. So much so that a conflict with them would be considered suicidal if not outright stupid. Luckily, they were on relatively good terms, so the Republic didn't have much to worry about. A/N, keep the following in mind for the rest of the chapter and future chapters. The Rodian Infinite Empire enslaved most of the galaxy during their timeline, relocating many species from their home worlds. Most of these relocated species still exist and will be found in various parts of the galaxy other than their home world. During his arrival into one of the Abominar-controlled systems, Daimon saw the Abominar fleet engaged in battle with another fleet. This fleet had ships that Daimon had never seen before and fought with mainly kinetic weaponry. He had Cortana collect information on this fleet by remotely hacking into their systems and stealing the information. In a matter of minutes, she was done and was about to reveal a new discovery. The fleet attacking the Abominar consists of numerous empires from within the unknown regions. This coalition is known as the Stellar Sovereignty Alliance, a unified front composed of multiple diverse empires from within the unknown regions, each unique in government structure, culture, and military doctrine. The first empire identified by Cortana was the Elysian Concordat, a democratic federation known for advanced technology and diplomacy, with worlds inhabited by humans, Twi'leks, and various other species who descended from Rodian slaves. Their silver ships maneuvered swiftly, firing kinetic rounds and energy disruptors, dismantling Abominer vessels. The Second Empire was the theocratic dominion of Kael'Indra, ruled by a high oracle and governed by zealously devout beings who revered the Force as divine. Their ships, adorned with intricate golden engravings depicting sacred symbols, unleashed devastating barrages of Force-enhanced weaponry, leaving trails of radiant energy across the battlefield. Another powerful member of the alliance was the Kingdom of Relathes, a monarchy ruled by the fierce and proud Zigurians. While they were slavers, they had turned against the Abominer after their own worlds had been targeted. Their brutal and rugged warships, covered with projectile cannons and powerful deflector shields, tore into enemy formations. The fourth member, identified as the Coalition of Free Stars, was a combination of planets liberated from various tyrannical regimes. They operated a mixed fleet, diversified and improvised, their ships marked with various insignia, evidence of their origins. They fought with desperate courage, their diverse crews unified by a single goal: freedom from oppression. Finally, Cortana identified the Varusyan technocracy, an empire run entirely by a collective of highly advanced cyborg beings. Ironically similar to the Abominer in some ways, they sought to control technology rather than be controlled by it. Their vessels were modular, adapting rapidly in battle, and wielded potent EMP and cybernetic warfare capabilities that crippled the Abominer's automated systems. Observing the ongoing battle, Daimon made an immediate decision. Open communication channels, he instructed Cortana. Broadcast an open message to these coalition fleets. Identify us clearly. Channel open, I've already deciphered the language that is collectively used by the coalition. Cortana responded. Daimon nodded, placing his hand on Cortana and absorbing the knowledge of their language so that he could talk to them. This is Daimon, Emperor of the Feldari Imperium. We have a common enemy in these mechanical abominations. We want to cooperate with you to attack them. A few tense moments passed as Daimon's transmission echoed across the chaos-filled battle space. Suddenly, a response came through, clear and authoritative yet filled with a hint of surprise. This is Supreme Commander Ilon Marek of the Elysian Concordat, speaking for the Stellar Sovereignty Alliance. Your timing is fortuitous, Imperium. We acknowledge your offer and accept. Join us, and together we shall eradicate these mechanical monstrosities. Acknowledging the cooperation, Daimon directed his forces forward. The Imperium fleet moved forward, avoiding the coalition's fleet and making sure not to accidentally target them. With the combined might of the coalition fleet and the Imperial fleet, the Abominer fleet was reduced to nothing, and victory had prevailed. As the debris cooled in space, Admiral Cetus approached Daimon cautiously. My lord, do you trust these new allies? Daimon thought about this briefly before replying. Trust is unnecessary, Admiral. We share a common goal. For now, that is enough for us to move forward and avoid an unnecessary conflict. On board his command ship, Supreme Commander Marek opened a direct holo channel to Daimon. The image of a human with a distinguished appearance appeared before Daimon. Emperor Daimon, Marek began, a note of respect evident in his tone as this unknown emperor spoke their language. We invite you to our coalition council aboard the flagship Concordia. Your forces have demonstrated formidable strength. It is clear we must discuss mutual cooperation against our shared enemy and learn more about one another. Agreed, Commander Marek, Daimon responded. I will arrive shortly. Shortly after, Daimon boarded his shuttle and prepared to depart for the coalition fleet to meet with their leaders. He was intrigued at what he was going to find, as the Abominer was already a surprise, and to now learn about this coalition meant that even Cortana wasn't able to get that information from them. He assumed they safely guarded that information because of their enemies knew that they had a mutual ally, then they would team up and threaten the Abominer even more. Chapter 76, Agreement between the Imperium and Stellar Alliance. On board the shuttle, Cortana continued to explain more about the various empires of the coalition. She had a foothold in their network and had already transmitted this information to the Intelligence Directorate to start gathering more information on these empires. While Daimon planned to ally with these empires temporarily, they were still conflicts of interests, meaning that in the future they could become enemies. After 15 minutes had passed, Daimon's shuttle had arrived on the Concordia and was greeted by a delegation from the Council. However, as soon as the Imperial Guards walked down the ramp, the crew within the hangar and the Council's delegation were shocked to see how tall they were. They were wearing their exosuits, which caught a lot of attention from the delegation as they wondered what type of armor this was. But they had become even more surprised when Daimon walked down the ramp, towering over the rest. The leader of the delegation bowed towards Daimon, showing the respect that the Elysian Concordat always showed to other empires. "I am Supreme Commander Marak," announced the leader. "On behalf of the Council of the Stellar Sovereignty Alliance, welcome to the Concordia, Emperor Daimon. We are honored to greet another empire who is an enemy of the Abominator." Daimon offered a brief nod. "Feeling is mutual, Commander Marak. Our plan is to rid the galaxy of the Abominator. Their actions on one of our planets showed me that they no longer wanted to exist, as such I will grant their wish and eradicate them." Marak gestured down a corridor, flanked by guards in blue and gold uniforms. "If you will accompany us, the council is assembled and awaiting your presence." He shot a glance at Daimon's retinue, the massive Empyrean guards. "Your people must be formidable. I've never seen any organic empire as tall as you and your subordinates." "Well, the galaxy is massive. Through time, I'm sure you will discover far more massive creatures and species," Daimon replied. Within the Concordia's council chamber, the delegations of each empire were sitting in a semicircle of hovering platforms. Daimon saw many different clothing which reflected the vastly different culture of these empires compared to the rest of the known galaxy. As soon as Daimon walked in, silence fell across the council chamber. The delegates observed in awe, whispering among themselves as they took in the sheer size of Daimon and his imposing guards. Each step Daimon took made a sound, his massive armor grabbing the attention from every person in the room. Supreme Commander Marak broke the silence, stepping forward on his floating platform and addressing the assembled leaders. "Esteemed members of the Stellar Sovereignty Alliance, allow me to formally introduce Emperor Daimon of the Feldari Imperium. His forces have already proven instrumental in our recent victory against the Abominator fleet." A murmur of respectful acknowledgement rippled through the delegates, various nods and gestures showing their approval. Marak turned towards Daimon. "Emperor, these are the representatives of our alliance: High Oracle Seraphim of the Theocratic Dominion of Kalindra, King Zoltoric of the Kingdom of Realithes, Councillor Iris of the Coalition of Free Stars, and Technarch Nisser of the Varusyen Technocracy." Each delegate bowed their heads respectfully in turn as Daimon acknowledged them. High Oracle Seraphim, dressed in ceremonial robes accented with gold and violet, spoke first, her voice melodious but firm. "Your arrival is a sign, Emperor Daimon. The Force shapes destiny, and clearly the Imperium is intertwined with our own fates. We welcome you as an ally." King Zoltoric, a fierce-looking Zigurian with battle-worn armor and a commanding presence, gruffly added, "Anyone who fights these mechanical monstrosities earns our respect. Perhaps together, we can prevent further atrocities on our worlds." Councillor Iris, an older human woman with battle-hardened eyes, spoke next. "Our coalition was formed through hardship, Emperor. Freedom is a precious commodity that the Abominator threatens to extinguish. Allies who fight against them ensure that freedom remains within reach." Technarch Nisser, appearing as a slender figure whose body was intricately woven with cybernetic enhancements, regarded Daimon analytically before speaking in a synthesized yet harmonious voice. "Your technology intrigues us greatly, Emperor Daimon. Collaboration could yield unprecedented innovations to counter the Abominator threat." Daimon listened intently, carefully gauging the sincerity and intent of each delegate. "The Imperium shares your sentiments. Our common enemy has awakened the realization that unity, no matter how temporary, is crucial. My people have seen firsthand the brutality of the Abominer. They seek not merely conquest but complete annihilation of organic existence. We have to ensure that they don't become a bigger threat. A profound sense of agreement spread throughout the chamber. Marek stepped forward again. Then let us formalize this cooperation. We propose an immediate collaboration agreement, sharing intelligence, coordinating strategic operations, and pooling our technological resources to end this threat decisively. Daimon nodded thoughtfully. The Imperium will share intelligence and logistical support, as well as coordinate strategic offensives with your fleets. My forces are already well engaged in direct assaults on Abominer territories. Your forces, equally formidable, could reinforce our operations and expedite our objectives. However, technology, other strategic resources, and sensitive information are off the table. Agreed, Marek confirmed, looking to the other leaders for confirmation. Each delegate voiced their approval, solidifying the agreement. They understood that they had just met this empire, so sharing things as sensitive as what they mentioned was a little stretch. But nothing was wrong with testing the waters a little. High Oracle Seraphine raised her hand gently, drawing attention. However, Emperor, we must ask, what happens after the Abominer are defeated? What becomes of this collaboration agreement between us? The chamber quieted as all eyes turned back to Daimon. After the Abominer threat is eradicated, our paths may diverge. However, this agreement could lay the foundation for a lasting peace. Understand, the Imperium seeks stability, not reckless conquest. If peace remains achievable through cooperation, the Imperium shall honor it. However, if our interests are interfered with, then we will act whether it jeopardizes peace or not. Seraphine nodded, satisfied by the response. Technarch Nisser interjected, mutual respect and understanding will define our future interactions. Your transparency is appreciated. King Ziltoruk spoke bluntly, for now, we fight together. If future differences arise, we'll handle them diplomatically. Let us focus our attention on the immediate threat. Councillor Eris affirmed strongly, agreed. Our current cooperation is our greatest strength. Marek, sensing the consensus solidifying, addressed Daimon directly. Then it's settled, Emperor. The Stellar Sovereignty Alliance formally extends its hand in cooperation with the Feldari Imperium. Our combined strength will no doubt bring us victory in the war. Daimon extended his hand, which Marek clasped firmly, a gesture signaling the historic pact between the Imperium and the Alliance. Let this cooperation mark the turning point in our struggle, Daimon declared. Together, we will dismantle the Abominer and secure the galaxy for future generations. A collective applause filled the chamber as delegates rose from their seats, symbolizing the beginning of a united front against the Abominer. Daimon, standing at the heart of this newfound agreement, felt the gravity of the moment. Though secretly, he planned to use this opportunity to subtly shift the politics in each empire. While he spoke publicly about peace, he was undoubtedly interested in the various resources and other unknown things within the unknown regions. As delegates dispersed to begin planning joint operations, Daimon shared a private nod with Marek, acknowledging the fragile but crucial trust forged between them. For now, the alliance had a fighting chance, but Marek knew challenges lay ahead, challenges that would test the resolve of this alliance. Yet, for the moment, victory was closer than it had ever been, the path illuminated clearly by mutual purpose. Daimon walked from the chamber, his thoughts already shifting to the battles yet to come, confident that, at least for now, they were allies. Once a few generations pass, who knows if that will remain. Chapter 77, Abominer Superweapon. Over the next few months, the coalition saw firsthand the power of the Imperium. They were originally on the verge of collapse and had managed to only win a handful of victories before the Imperium even started invading the Abominer. Now with the Imperium, they were winning every battle that the Imperium participated in. The cooperation between the Feldari Imperium and the Stellar Sovereignty Alliance rapidly turned into a formidable coalition. In joint war councils, Supreme Commander Marek and the other Alliance leaders witnessed firsthand the power, discipline, and technological sophistication of the Imperium forces. During these meetings, holographic battle replays showed Ascendant legions dismantling entire Abominar armies, Imperial fleets carving through enemy defenses, and Daimon himself obliterating fleets single-handedly. Every delegate of the Alliance marveled at these displays, reinforcing their resolve to fight alongside the Imperium, acknowledging the strategic boon of their alliance. In one council session aboard the Concordia, Technarch Nisser observed thoughtfully, "Our calculations predicted substantial losses in retaking systems like Krevix and Yalthes, yet with the Imperium's intervention, casualties were minimal. It appears your military capability far exceeds our estimations." Daimon nodded, acknowledging the praise. Efficiency and overwhelming force ensure minimal losses. The quicker the Abominar threat is eradicated, the faster peace can return to our territories. The confidence of the coalition soared as world after world fell swiftly under combined forces. Coalition forces, emboldened by the presence of the Imperium, undertook daring offensives previously deemed impossible. Yet even the best prepared armies could still find themselves imperiled, as the Alliance soon discovered. On the strategic world of Asteria, a fierce and pivotal battle was taking place. The coalition, led personally by Supreme Commander Marek, initially achieved success, pushing back Abominar forces. But the tide swiftly shifted when an Abominar superweapon, designated Devastator-class Titan, entered orbit, systematically annihilating coalition ships and bombarding ground positions. Trapped under relentless orbital strikes and waves of advanced droids, the coalition lines wavered. Marek, hunkered in a collapsing command center, broadcasted a desperate message: "Asteria's falling. Immediate support required." Hours later, Imperial fleets exited hyperspace, their massive numbers dwarfing the beleaguered Alliance fleet. Grand Admiral Cetus swiftly organized the defense, maneuvering Imperium dreadnoughts between the coalition and the Titan. "Engage the enemy and cover their retreat." Cetus ordered as thousands of Imperium interceptors and bombers flew forth, their formations piercing through enemy lines. Imperial capital ships formed a protective barrier, absorbing blows from the Titan while returning fire with overwhelming precision. Simultaneously, Daimon's personal flagship charged ahead, drawing the Titan's attention. Standing upon his flagship's bridge, Daimon reached out with both hands, creating a colossal force barrier that absorbed the Titan's attacks. Slowly, his barrier transformed into a massive vortex, redirecting the enemy's attack back upon itself. With a gesture, he hurled the destructive force at the Titan, causing a cataclysmic implosion that consumed the ship. On Asteria's surface, Alliance forces watched in awe and relief as the orbital bombardments ceased. Coalition soldiers, battered but determined, rallied with renewed vigor. Supreme Commander Marek, now safely evacuated aboard an Imperium shuttle, hailed Daimon directly: "Emperor, you saved our forces today. The coalition owes you a debt we cannot soon repay." In his head, Daimon thought that the coalition owed him a lot more, as he has saved possibly millions of lives since he decided to cooperate with them. From the beginning he thought that they would be able to surround and push the Abominar back to their home planet, but as the months passed, he found out that if he didn't start invading the Abominar, then this coalition would have fallen in a few months. With him here, however, that time has been extended by years. "I can't have you dying on my hands, Supreme Commander. We still have a war to fight," Daimon responded. Supreme Commander Marek was the central piece of the alliance, as he held together the many military forces of each empire. If he were to die, then the coalition would either collapse or look to the Imperium for leadership. While he could do it, he didn't want to open up several more fronts and have to extend the number of systems he needed to protect. So, he wouldn't allow Marek to die just yet, not until the war was over at least. Once Marek was on board, Daimon had sent him back to the surface with reinforcements. Participating in this battle would be 500 members of the Imperial Order, a sub-order of the Balance Keepers. The Imperial Order's main purpose was to protect the Emperor and carry out his will. so, when Daimon ordered them to join the battle, they happily did it without question. Imperial Order members image. Alongside them were the Immortals and Imperial Marines. Once Supreme Commander Marek landed on the surface with reinforcements, the Alliance soldiers cheered, bolstered by their newfound reinforcements. The Imperium banner was raised by several standard bearers, which prompted the Alliance soldiers to do the same and charge forward filled with a newfound resolve. In a matter of hours, Asteria was once again secured for the Alliance and was added to the number of debts that they had. And Daimon was going to collect them at the end of the war to carve out a sizable territory within the unknown regions. At the pace set by Daimon and the fleets of the Imperium, the front lines of the war advanced, and many Abominar armies and fleets were destroyed wherever the wall of Feldari ships arrived. Every world falling to Imperial forces were either sterilized of all Abominar or rendered sterile by the orbital bombardments followed by ground invasion. The Abominar had calculated every ration of defense, attrition, and logistics until Daimon's campaign threw all equations into ruins, and the next best answer was simply the relentless defense of their remaining core. While the rest of the coalition took too many months to reclaim the space that was lost to them, the Imperial campaign finished most battles in days. On every planet that was occupied, Imperial flags waved, and slaves were freed from their gruesome oppression by the Abominar and would be integrated into Imperial society over the course of the next few centuries. Meanwhile, Marek and the other Alliance leaders were starting to see just how superior the Imperium were and wondering what this would mean in the endgame. They didn't even know the full extent of the Imperium's power and were only seeing what Daimon allowed, which made them extremely cautious. But for now, they would keep that friendly demeanor until the war came to an end. Daimon was aware of this but had no intention of starting yet another war. His interests would be met as he wasn't going to ask for sectors that were part of their territory, but sectors previously controlled by the Abominar. Half a year into the campaign, with Abominar strategy crumbling, the Supreme Directive gambled everything on a single desperate move. For the first time in the war, the Abominar deployed their most dreaded weapon, the Prime Annihilator. Unlike the Devastator-class Titans, this was not a ship, or even a mere super-weapon. It was a mobile planetoid, once a living world stripped of all organic life and rebuilt from the core outward into the ultimate machine of war. Whole continents of weapon emplacements and fabricator cathedrals, its surface filled with kinetic bombardment cannons and energy lances, its AI cortex deep inside. Some said the minds of millions, fused and rewritten, feeding the machine's infinite hunger for destruction. Every Imperial and Coalition intelligence analyst drew the same conclusion simultaneously: the Abominar would not fight for territory, or glory, or even for survival. They would raise entire systems and erase organic life even if it meant their own extinction. The strategists and admirals within the Coalition's high command met to respond. Daimon attended, once again making the journey to Concordia's war bastion in orbit around Ashur Prime, the Alliance's most populous refugee capital. The conference chamber was packed with every leader, military or political, whose fleet, world, or people had something left to lose. Supreme Commander Marek opened the meeting. Our forces are positioned at the perimeter of the remaining Abominar core systems. The projected path of the Prime Annihilator brings it into our heartland within 4 weeks. He brought up a hologram. The Abominar superweapon was shown as a red sphere, trailing a vector that intersected several settled worlds, then arced straight for the Coalition's largest population center. From current intelligence, destruction of the Annihilator is the only viable solution. Evacuation and retreat is not. Marek paused, looking around the table. It is simply not allowed to happen. The Sovereignty Alliance will make its stand at Ashur Prime. The Varusyan technocracy proposes a direct strike on the Annihilator's cortex. The Concordat proposes we lure it into a gravity well and unleash our entire arsenal at once. The Kalandran Oracle has her own thoughts. High Oracle Seraphine lowered her eyes. The Abominar have committed desecration against the Force, Emperor. Their weapon is not only a weapon but a converging, consuming void. To destroy it, will not just save us, but all within the region who still hold breath and thought. If there is any hope, it rests in one who can challenge the Prime Annihilator. Marek gave an uneasy glance toward Daimon. The Alliance had watched the God Emperor turn entire tides of war, but this was different. Daimon, however, folded his arms and kept quiet. The Technarch Nisser inclined his head. The Cortex's counter-cyber locked. Our probes barely transmit more than gamma noise before destruction. We would need a force capable of psychic penetration equal to the entire Kalindran Oracle Order. And a fleet to deliver it, gruffed Zoltoruk. My kingdom's armada will fly point. Squad after squad if need be. We'll make them bleed, and keep bleeding until that machine is dragged to its knees. He fixed his eyes on Daimon. If the Imperium can force the breach, as you did at Krevix, then we will follow through with the rest. I wouldn't worry about this Abominer weapon. I will take care of it, the rest of you proceed with the plans to start invading the core of the Abominer power. Daimon stated. Following this were a series of questions asking how the Imperium would take care of this super weapon. Daimon told them a half-lie saying that the Imperium had a more powerful weapon, which was true since he himself was a weapon. The following days saw the Alliance prepare for their push, while Daimon took his fleet towards the Abominer super weapon. This would be the first time he used this technique and probably the only for a very long time that he would. It was because what he was about to do required an immense amount of force power and concentration, but it was done before on a celestial body, at least in canon. All he needed to do was replicate it. Chapter 78, The Abominer's Super Weapon. Arriving in one of the frontier core systems, Daimon quickly occupied the system in preparation for Abominer super weapon. It was projected to pass through the system before it entered Coalition space, which is why Daimon decided to set up in the system. A few days later, the Abominer fleet number close to 20,000 ships arrived within the system escorting the super weapon. Daimon and his fleet of 15,000 ships waited on the other side of the system. The Abominer fleet were orbiting protectively around their monstrous centerpiece, the Prime Annihilator. Its enormity eclipsed everything around it, a mechanical titan filled with continent-sized cannons and cities of automated factories that continuously churned out waves of battle droids and battle slaves, trapped minds forced into servitude by the ruthless AI cortex at its heart. Standing upon the bridge of his flagship, Daimon watched, his eyes fixed upon the colossal abomination that caused a disturbance in the force similar to the Star Forge. His fleet held position, awaiting his signal. Silence reigned, as the eerie whispers of the force wrapped around Daimon, preparing for the immense feat he was about to undertake. "My lord," Admiral Sidus voiced, "the enemy fleet approaches attack range." "Your orders." Daimon raised one hand. "Hold positions and create a defensive perimeter. No ship is to engage until I say so." Sidus nodded, swiftly relaying orders. Imperial ships quickly rearranged, forming impenetrable lines, shields shimmering into place, weapon systems primed. The Abominer fleet moved forward, rearranging their own formations to combat the Imperial fleet. Daimon stepped toward the viewport, extending both hands forward. His eyes, glowing white as he stared directly into the heart of the Prime Annihilator. The air around him warped subtly, bending under the weight of the force energy gathering within him. Suddenly, an invisible shockwave radiated from his fingertips, surging through space. The force drain began subtly, first a delicate touch, threading through the cybernetic minds that operated the Prime Annihilator. One by one, he latched onto their life energies, the enslaved consciousnesses powering the horrific weapon, siphoning away the vitality that bound them. The massive machine superweapon started to slow, lights dimming sporadically as the enormous AI cortex detected the unnatural phenomenon. Battle droids froze in mid-operation, their internal circuits overloaded by the inexplicable loss of energy. Slave minds, trapped in mechanical shells, felt a profound release as their consciousnesses unraveled from their torturous existence, their life energies flowing toward Daimon. His eyes grew brighter as he absorbed the large amount of energy that he was taking from all the slaves and droids. A wave of detonations erupted across the Prime Annihilator's surface, internal explosions triggered by the failure of vital operating components. Gigantic cannons stopped working, automated factories halted operation, and the entire structure began to drift aimlessly through space, robbed of its operational capabilities. The Abominar fleet, sensing this through their collective droid network, became confused and started to search for internal breaches or enemies that had snuck on board without them noticing. This hesitation though had pushed them out for formation and allowed the Imperial fleet to use this confusion that was created to move in. Daimon lowered his arms as the massive amount of energy settled within him. "Now, Admiral," said Daimon as he released the large amount of energy building up in him towards the Abominar fleet. The wave of energy had temporarily disabled Abominar ships, leaving them drifting in space. "All forces, open fire!" Cetus ordered. Instantly, the Imperial fleet moved in, weapons armed and ready. Laser cannons, turbolasers, torpedoes, and devastating ion weaponry tore through the ranks of disoriented Abominar ships, reducing them to flaming debris in mere moments. Within an hour, the Abominar fleet was obliterated, leaving only scattered wreckage and the massive drifting husk of the Prime Annihilator. Daimon turned toward Admiral Cetus, satisfied with how the battle went. Minimal casualties, which is how he liked it. Secure the weapon. Deploy boarding teams and engineering units to claim it intact. We will take control of this weapon and research its capabilities and how it was made. "Yes, my lord," Cetus affirmed, issuing the orders. The aftermath saw Imperial Marines, Immortals, and Ascendants boarding the Prime Annihilator. They found only emptiness, ghostly quiet where an hour ago hundreds of millions of droids and slaves were present. While the slaves were freed from Abominar control, they had also become collateral damage as they were also drained of all their life force. Daimon informed the coalition forces that the superweapon was destroyed, but in reality, he secretly moved it into Imperium-controlled space. From there, thousands of engineers, scientists, and other specialists were brought on board to commence their study of the superweapon. This was one of the superweapons of the galaxy that Daimon had no knowledge of because it was not something in the lore of Star Wars. This fact made him realize that he would probably see more of these types of things as the years go by. For the coalition forces and the rest of the Imperial Navy, they moved into the core of the Abominar-controlled space and started their final campaign of the war. In the weeks following the neutralization of the Prime Annihilator, the Coalition and Imperium forces advanced relentlessly into the heavily fortified heart of the Abominar territories. The shattered remains of countless Abominar vessels drifted silently in space, markers of the fierce confrontations that unfolded daily. At the vanguard was the fleet of Relos Vin, the Imperium's War Master. His flagship, the Voidbringer, spearheaded aggressive assaults against Abominar worlds, obliterating planetary defenses with overwhelming firepower. His tactics were ruthless and direct, often initiating planetary bombardments that reduced the Abominar's foundry worlds to molten rubble within hours. On the planet of Torvalis, an industrialized megaworld encased in massive orbital rings, Relos's fleet faced staunch resistance. The Abominar's adaptive algorithms produced specialized defense drones, swarming Imperial vessels in dense, coordinated waves. For days, the space above Torvalis was filled with chaos, explosions lighting the void as Imperial cruisers and interceptors dueled with relentless droid fighters. Relos stood firm, barking orders from the command deck, his ascendants directing strikes that systematically dismantled enemy formations. Finally, after grueling combat, the orbital defenses fractured, allowing Imperial forces to begin orbital bombardment. A storm of plasma and kinetic rounds rained down upon Torvalis, silencing its foundries forever. Simultaneously, Derek Thaler's fleet brought a different approach to the assault on the world of Kael'ren. Derek, guided by compassion and mastery of healing, emphasized rapid ground invasions aimed at rescuing organic slaves. His flagship, the Salvation, led a formation designed for precision strikes. Imperial Marines and medics flooded onto the surface, enduring relentless fire from Abominar forces entrenched around slave processing facilities. Amid heavy enemy fire, Derek himself walked calmly onto the battlefield, his force powers creating barriers of protection around his advancing troops. Under his guidance, the wounded were healed in real time, limbs regenerated in moments, inspiring fearless charges. Within hours, Kael'ren's surface was secured, hundreds of thousands of former slaves evacuated for rehabilitation. Meanwhile, Malazkavar systematically dismantled Abominar resistance on the icy fortress world of Dravion. As his troops advanced, doctrinal centers and temples rose swiftly behind them, disseminating Imperium teachings among the liberated populace. Inquisitors uncovered Abominar code repositories, disabling the enemy's adaptive learning cores and crippling their predictive combat abilities. The liberation became a religious crusade, former slaves willingly pledging allegiance to the Imperium's doctrine, driven by zeal instilled by Malus and his disciples. Dravion soon transformed into a fervently loyal bastion, reinforcing Imperium influence deep within Abominar space. Syra Vera's fleet, known for its justice-driven campaigns, launched decisive surgical strikes on command nodes scattered across the Abominar core. Her ascendants executed precise boarding actions, disabling enemy dreadnoughts from within. On the massive space station Nexus Prime, her team infiltrated the station's core, dismantling its AI nexus in a commando raid. The resulting internal failures cascaded through Abominar communications networks, creating systemic chaos that allowed coalition forces to push deeper. The coalition fleets, under Supreme Commander Marek's guidance, capitalized on these victories, driving their combined forces forward. On the volcanic world of Ignarion, coalition and Imperium soldiers battled side by side amid rivers of molten rock, dismantling enemy installations while dodging deadly automated defense turrets. King Ziltorik's warriors fought ferociously, their rugged ships providing close-range fire support to infantry below. At the same time, Technarch Nisser deployed specialized cyber warfare vessels that targeted Abominar control nodes, disabling enemy formations mid-combat. High Oracle Seraphine and her force-sensitive Batlemage disrupted enemy coordination through powerful force rituals, allowing ground troops to make critical windows for advancement. This brutal campaign lasted for 6 months until the campaign was coming to its end. The last battle amidst the campaign was about to begin on the Abominar's capital world, Velon 3, a planet-sized siege engine covered in dense orbital defenses. Daimon would personally lead both Imperial and Coalition forces against the Abominar. However, the battle would not be easy as the Abominar had prepared for this moment. On the surface, they had billions of droids and a little over 200 million slaves. The Abominar had learned their lesson from the loss of their superweapon and had come up with various ways to counter the use of the Force on their capital planet. It was unfortunate for them that they had only discovered this technology at the end of the war, as they might have been able to use it to halt some of the Imperium's advancements and last a little longer. But it didn't matter how many droids, slaves, or new technology that they had. This was the last battle, and the Imperium planned to go all out. Vehicles and other stuff used throughout the war. Main battle tank HT-2. Gunship GS-12. Ascendant Imperial Knight. Lightwalker LW-21. Chapter 79, Battle Plans. Gathering in the adjacent system known as Hydrus, the Imperium and the Coalition forces had gathered on the planet of Cressa, a planet that was formerly a battle slave hive world. Now the planet hosted the leaders of the Coalition and the Imperium who were planning for their final battle with the Abominar. Other factions taking part in this were the Republic, who contributed as much as they could in the war. Several hundred Jedi and hundreds of thousands of volunteers from across the Republic had joined the Imperium in its war. Their presence didn't affect the war as the Imperium had enough warriors and enough Force users placed throughout the armed forces. Still, they fought with as much conviction as the Imperium did, earning them recognition from several high-ranking officers. The Abominar never made it to Republic territory because they were busy dealing with the Imperium and the Coalition. This was both a win and a loss for the Republic. It was a win because they didn't have to worry about fighting a war, but a loss because they wouldn't gain any new planets and resources from this conflict. They assumed that most of these planets would go to the Imperium and not the Coalition. The introduction of the Coalition and its empires to the Republic went pretty well. Considering the fact that the Republic was much larger than the Imperium, they were able to make some favorable trade deals and other agreements with the coalition of Free Stars and Varasian technocracy, while the Kingdom of Relathes and Theocratic Dominion of Kalindra took a more cautious approach to the Republic due to their politics. It was pretty much the same way for the Imperium. They maintained a good relationship now because it was required for their survival, but once this war was over, prospects would probably change. Within a massive hall on Cressa, General Ulrich Veros, one of Daimon's trusted generals, looked around the chamber as he entered. His eyes caught every detail: the way coalition engineers whispered over hollow maps, the subtle nods exchanged between diplomats weighing political costs even before the war's conclusion. He turned to his adjutant, a young officer named Callan. "It's ironic, isn't it?" Veros murmured. "A planet where slaves once fought for their lives now hosts those who hold hundreds of worlds' fate in their hands." Callan glanced at him, her expression unreadable beneath her helmet. "Perhaps it's fitting," she replied after a moment. "Sacrifice is still at the heart of it all." Veros nodded thoughtfully before stepping further into the hall. The Imperium and coalition leaders had gathered for a military meeting to propose their battle plans for the battle and then decided which one they all liked the most. The vast assembly hall was filled with strategic hollow maps, real-time intel updates, and an air of intense focus. At the central dais stood Daimon, flanked by the other progenitors Rielos Vin, Derek Thaler, Maliskover, and Syra Vera, and the coalition leaders, Supreme Commander Marak, High Oracle Seraphin, King Ziltoruk, Counselor Eris, and Technarch Nisser. Supreme Commander Marak stepped forward first, activating his hollow map. Velon 3 is not merely fortified, it's a living fortress. Preliminary scans show billions of battle droids, heavily shielded installations, and defenses designed specifically to disrupt force-based attacks. Our recommendation, Marak continued, is a multi-vector strike. Coalition forces engage orbital platforms directly, drawing attention. Meanwhile, precision infiltration teams target the anti-force installations. Once disabled, our force-sensitive warriors can engage openly. Technarch Nisser interjected next. The Varasian technocracy advocates heavy cyber warfare operations. Given time, our ships can infiltrate and destabilize their planetary network, significantly reducing droid combat efficiency. King Ziltoruk offered his proposal with bluntness. Direct planetary assault. We land massive waves of troops simultaneously across strategic points, overwhelming their defenses. Casualties will be high, but we'll break their back swiftly. High Oracle Seraphin presented a more nuanced approach. Our seers have identified key command nexuses, including a central AI core beneath Velon 3's capital city. Striking these targets first would disorient the enemy long enough for ground forces to establish secure footholds. Daimon analyzed each plan, considering their strengths and weaknesses. Finally, he stepped forward, activating a detailed hologram of Velon 3, displaying key strategic zones. Each plan has merit, Daimon began, but the Abominers expect conventional assaults. We must control the battlefield entirely, minimizing casualties. Daimon's plan was detailed. Distraction and cyber assault. Coalition and Varasian technocracy fleets launch simultaneous orbital attacks and cyber assaults, crippling communications and orbital defenses, creating confusion without engaging in protracted battle. Precision orbital bombardment. Imperial fleets execute precision strikes against identified anti-force installations, disabling Abominers counters without massive civilian casualties. Elite ground forces and infiltration. Ascendants, Imperial Order members, Jedi, and elite coalition troops would infiltrate at key strategic points, AI cores, power nodes, and droid manufacturing plants to sabotage or destroy them, ensuring swift collapse of enemy command and logistical capabilities. Daimon's direct intervention. Daimon himself would directly engage and neutralize the primary planetary command AI. His immense force power would neutralize any immediate counters the Abominers had prepared specifically against force users. Mass ground assault post-infiltration. With enemy command disrupted, Coalition and Imperial troops conduct controlled, simultaneous landings at secured zones, establishing fortified perimeters and rapidly expanding outward. By controlling battlefield tempo and neutralizing their specialized defenses immediately, Daimon concluded, we minimize losses and maximize operational effectiveness. This approach leverages our combined strengths without unnecessarily endangering lives. A brief silence followed as the room processed his plan. Finally, Supreme Commander Marek stepped forward. I see no better alternative. It is ambitious but achievable. The Concordat supports Daimon's strategy. Technarch Nisser nodded approvingly. Logical and efficient. The Varisian technocracy votes in favor. High Oracle Seraphin bowed slightly, the Force guides us to this path. The Dominion agrees. Counselor Eris, representing the Coalition of Free Stars, spoke. We've trusted your leadership thus far. Your plan aligns with our ideals of minimal casualties. We stand with you. King Zoltoric grunted, conceding. Risky but calculated. The Kingdom of Realithes supports your strategy. One by one, every leader and officer present voiced unanimous approval. Daimon inclined his head respectfully, recognizing the unity achieved in the room. Prepare your forces, Daimon commanded. Tomorrow, we will strike Velon 3. Together, we end this war. A united cheer erupted as the military leaders were eager for this final battle. Meanwhile, the various leaders and politicians who were either present physically or via holo were planning for the post-war rewards. There were approximately 500 habitable worlds that would be put up for negotiation. Now 300 of these worlds were controlled by the Imperium, which was a problem for the coalition as the various politicians didn't want them to be so close to their border. They wanted to control these worlds to rebuild their infrastructure and establish control over key resources and strategic choke points. While these plans were being whispered throughout the halls, Daimon went back to his room to enjoy a night with Ilera before the next day came. For much of the war she worked with her daughter Princess Luna to coordinate the war effort. They oversaw numerous projects and construction efforts, establishing new fleets and creating new weapons to combat the Abominer. Luna remained in Imperium space while Ilera had come to participate in the post-war talks. Daimon trusted her with these kinds of talks, so he would just sit back while she directed everything. If something wasn't going the way he wanted, then he would interject. On a hidden world, located in an unknown system, the Silentium, the complete opposites of the Abominer watched in secret as they were about to collapse. Unlike the chaotic-driven Abominer, the Silentium were more conservative and managed to stay away from the organics of the galaxy as they considered themselves to be foreign invaders to a galaxy that is not their own. They colonized an uninhabited system and brought back their species from the brink of extinction, cutting off all hyperlanes to their system. And for millennia, they stayed hidden, never once venturing out of the system or being contacted by other organics. A big reason for them wanting to stay secluded was due to the fact that their previous war with the Abominer caused an organic species to rise up and oust both of them from their galaxy. Now, they wanted to avoid that and just live in seclusion. Watching the Imperium and Coalition forces beat back the Abominer was a pleasant sight, as they wouldn't have to worry about them becoming a threat again. For now, observation would suffice for them. Chapter 80, Velon 3 Part I. Standing on the bridge of his flagship, Daimon stood in silence for a moment as his voice was connected to the entirety of the Allied fleet. Despite him being a former ruler, it was without a doubt that his reputation among the other empire's soldiers was massive. Not massive to the point that he could control them, but massive enough that his presence boosts their spirits. Because of this, he decided to make an inspirational speech to the United Fleet before the beginning of the final battle. Across the fleet, soldiers, officers, force users, pilots, and commanders across the Imperium waited in silence. The flags of dozens of houses, planets, and empires stood as one before the most fortified world ever built by droids. A few moments later, Daimon began his speech, spreading the force throughout across every ship. Warriors of the Imperium and allies of the Sovereign Coalition, he started. Today, we stand on the edge of history. In front of us lies Velon 3, the final bastion of an empire that would see all of us, our worlds, our people, our futures erased. The Abominers do not come for conquest. They do not seek dominion. They do not have the desires for peace or power. They seek the extinction of all organics. They see our lives as faults in the code. Our emotions as errors. Our dreams, as viruses to be deleted. They have taken millions if not billions of lives from us. Burned our cities. Enslaved our children. But despite all their calculations, despite all their simulations, they have failed to grasp the most powerful force in this galaxy, the will of those who fight for others. Today, that will is unified. 1,000 empires, dozens of species, all with one purpose. To destroy these abominations and free those millions of people enslaved by them. We are the sword of vengeance, the hammer of justice, and the flame that will consume the droids. This is no longer a war for survival. This is a reckoning. Every atrocity they committed, every soul they have broken will be avenged here. Now, at Velon 3. Across every battleship, from the smallest fighter to the biggest warships of the Imperium, the voices of the billions of warriors roared throughout the fleet. Your names will be etched in history as those who stood up against the Abominers. Your sacrifice, your valor, your defiance will become legends. Taught to children for generations to come. He let the words linger as he felt the mixed feelings of billions of warriors before his speech came to an end. For the Imperium, shouted the Imperial warriors. For the Alliance, shouted the Coalition warriors. Daimon let the cheers settle, his mind already prepared for the sheer amount of violence that was about to be unleashed. On the bridge, Admiral Cetus saluted and gave the signal to the fleets. In less than 10 minutes, the vast armadas of both the Imperium and the Coalition began their approach. Each empire's warships broke into assigned attack vectors. The orbital defense grid of Velon 3 was first, hundreds of asteroid-sized weapon platforms, filled with hypervelocity railguns, plasma lances, and atomic flak. As the first wave closed, the defense grid unleashed hell. White bolts, gauze slugs, and bombs filled up the space between the two sides. From the command deck, Cetus watched the incoming fire. All hands, brace for impact, he called, and moments later, the flagship rattled as kinetic projectiles hammered their shields. Though this was not enough to break them as their formations still held. The Varisian cyber warfare ships, using their stealth and shields, began the second phase. Dive bombing into close proximity, they unleashed hundreds of virus torpedoes. On the tactical hollow, dozens of enemy batteries went offline. Technarch Nisser transmitted a message across all comms, countermeasures deployed. Their systems are starting to falter. On cue, the barrage from the defense grid faltered. Energy spikes flashed through the Abominers lines as nodes blinked dark. It opened up corridors allowing the Imperial fleet to hit the platforms with pinpoint turbolaser shots and torpedoes. Duke Dravik, Grand Marshal of the 6th and 8th Legions, ordered a massed landing. Drop pods breached the upper atmosphere of the planet. Some were vaporized mid-flight, but the majority broke through. They landed on the bleak, scorched crust of Velon 3, splitting open and destroying squads of droids. The droids that greeted them were not battle droids but repurposed construction droids, fused with the minds of unwilling slaves and armed with mining lasers. The air on Velon 3's surface was a furnace, thick with ash and filled with the sounds of weapons being discharged. The first Imperial and Coalition troops that broke through found themselves in hell. The ground beneath their boots trembled not from orbital bombardment, but from the advance of Harbinger-class siege droids. Towering 20 meters high, their bodies were fortresses, each limb a weapon, seismic cannons in the arms and chain-fed missile racks on the shoulders. Their heads were blank, featureless plates, no optics, no sensors visible, controlled entirely through encrypted Abominers command nodes. Harbingers on our left flank, came a voice over the COMM channel, barely audible over the sound of mass drivers. The 6th Legion's forward platoons scrambled for cover as one of the towering constructs planted itself in the open and fired its seismic cannon. The shockwave put craters in the very crust, sending a whole Imperial squad tumbling. Overhead, interceptor drones flew through the smoke. They weren't just drones, these were kamikaze drones, coated in armor and fitted with electromagnetic detonation cores. Coalition pilots took them down in dozens, but each one that got through dove straight into ground formations or walker units, exploding into EMPs that fried targeting systems. General Ulrich Vero's voice cut across the battle net. Legions, keep moving. Harbingers are slow, circle them, take out their leg joints. Don't get caught in a siege arc. But it wasn't just the heavy droids. The Abominer had unleashed their cleansers, spider-like drones whose bodies glowed with the pulsing light of antimatter charges. These skittered through the wreckage. Any time they found a breach in the Imperium's line, they self-detonated, taking out entire squads. Further inside the capital's outer districts, anti-force suppression towers filled the battlefield in null field energy. Force users found their abilities blunted, their senses dulled. Force pushes barely moved debris, reflexes slowed by fractions of seconds, which was enough for the hunter-killer droids to strike. These were humanoid droids, sleek and midnight silver, designed specifically to kill Force users. Each carried a tri-bladed plasma glaive and moved with unnatural speed, their predictive algorithms reading combat stances and anticipating strikes. Two of them hit Maliskover's detachment. He parried a strike aimed at his throat, the impact barely causing any damage. These ones, they learn, he voiced, realizing that with each clash, the hunter-killer droid's attack patterns evolved mid-battle. Above all of it, the sky was filled with constant explosions. The orbital fleets pounded the planet's defensive bastions while the Abominer launched counterstrikes, scattering clouds of nanite swarms. On impact, the swarms consumed metals, wiring, and even armor composites, leaving entire armored columns stranded in the open. Despite it all, the Imperium and Coalition kept pressing forward. Daimon landed personally at the head of an Imperial Order vanguard and started cutting a path through the ruins of a shattered refinery complex. His voice sounded across the shared battle channel as he announced his arrival. Hold the line. Push to the AI core. Leave no machine standing. In response, every soldier, Imperial, Coalition, and even the Republic volunteers tightened formation and moved forward, even as another wave of harbingers emerged from the smoke ahead. The ground shook again, not from artillery, but from something else. A vibration could be felt through the metallic planes as the harbingers shifted aside, making way for the Abominer's Colossus Wardens. They were the largest ground constructs ever seen in the war, walking fortresses whose legs were as wide as city streets. Entire platoons of standard battle droids clung to their armored flanks, using them as mobile fortifications. Every step from the Wardens left craters on the ground. Their torsos rotated independently from their legs, mounting quadruple plasma siege cannons that spat extremely hot streams into the advancing lines. Wardens sighted. 3 of them marking coordinates now, came the urgent transmission from an Alliance forward observer. The Imperial Order vanguard didn't falter. Ascendants charged forward under the cover of heavy walkers and shielded tanks, their advance filled with the constant exchange of fire between the two sides. Still, even with suppression towers, Daimon's presence carved a path through the Chaos Blaster bolts curving away, shrapnel slowing mid-air before falling harmlessly to the ground. Cut down those towers, Daimon ordered over comms. Every second they stand, we fight at half strength. On the far flank, Jedi strike teams and Ascendant blades launched coordinated raids on the null field emitters. The towers responded, their armored plating unfolding to reveal Defiler Sentinels, tall, mantis-like droids that were activated to engage the saboteurs directly. Their forelimbs were monomolecular blades, slicing through cover like cloth. Every time one fell, its self-destruct core erupted in a cone of plasma that vaporized everything within a dozen meters. Still, the towers began to fall. With each null field collapse, the force was returned back into the Allied lines. Maliskover felt his speed return, force leaps carried him clean over a harbinger, his saber slicing deep into its missile racks before he vaulted away. In the sky, Republic pilots used the restored battle meditation from their Jedi companions to thread through storms of flak, pounding anti-air nests with precision strikes. Yet the Abominers were far from broken. From the skyline ahead came a grinding, metallic howl sound too deep to be organic. The Prime Executors had entered the fight. Only a dozen in number, these were the Abominers' personal enforcers, apex warforms whose AI cores were directly linked to Velon 3's planetary cortex. Their armored frames shimmered with adaptive energy barriers, flickering in strange geometric patterns that deflected both physical and energy attacks. Each carried a Warhammer the size of a troop transport, its head a massive singularity generator that crushed everything it struck into microscopic debris. One landed squarely in front of Daimon. The impact shook the ground in all directions, sending soldiers falling. Without hesitation, Daimon stepped forward, saber igniting. "All units, keep moving," he commanded, never taking his eyes off the executor. "The AI core is ahead. I'll clear the way." The executor advanced without a sound, no words, no threat, just the perfect, merciless intent of a machine bred for nothing but destruction. Behind Daimon, the city fortress became visible. Kilometers-high machine skyscrapers touched the sky, below them, waves of droids poured out into the streets. The path to the planetary command nexus was filled with killing fields, choke points, and death traps. And they were going straight through it. Chapter 81, Velon 3 Part 2, Final Part. A/N, was moving apartments, but I am now back with your regular random chapter updates. The executor swung first. The Warhammer swinging in a horizontal arc, the singularity generator at its head distorted the air, warping reality as it passed. Daimon brought his lightsaber up and caught the Warhammer mid-air. The shockwave tossed hundreds of battle droids into the air. The machine's adaptive barrier started to shimmer, adjusting to the strength of the strike in order to counter it next time. Daimon's free hand came up, and he released a powerful force push, causing the executor to skid backwards several meters, giving the soldiers room to push forward. "All armor units push through the breach," Daimon ordered across the comms. Heavy walkers pushed forward, their cannons blasting apart the droid lines now thrown into disarray by the fight between Daimon and the executor. Coalition troops poured through the breach, a few Republic volunteers moving with them, taking advantage of the open gap. However, the executor didn't retreat, instead it lunged back towards Daimon. In a blur of speed unnatural for something so massive, it brought the Warhammer down in a vertical strike. Daimon caught it with his saber again, sparks flaring between them as the Warhammer scrapped against the lightsaber. The executor tried to bring its secondary arm-mounted blade around, but Daimon twisted, letting the hammer slide past, then stepped inside its guard. His saber plunged between the armor plates on its shoulder. The executor staggered, but its barrier shifted to envelop the damaged area, sealing it in, and its remaining arm punched forward with enough force to shatter a tank. Daimon caught the strike with his other hand, the impact sending a shockwave behind him, causing the soldiers behind him to brace. Though, the shockwave was too strong and forced some on the ground. Next, Daimon used his force-enhanced speed to get into the executor's blind spots, delivering blow after blow to its various joints. After several blows to its joints, he then sliced a clean arc up through its chest. The executor froze for a few seconds, then its core exploded, causing a massive blast that destroyed a few surrounding droids and coalition soldiers. "Continue forward, to the AI core," Daimon ordered through the comms. They didn't have time to crawl over the dead bodies of their fellow soldiers. The more time they wasted, the more people died and the more adaptive the Abominers would get to their tactics. The path led to a narrow canyon of steel and circuitry that was filled with Abominers defenses. Turrets emerged from the walls, filled the choke point that it was protected with plasma fire. But with the null fields collapsing, Jedi and balance keepers were able to move unhindered, redirecting bolts into the emplacements and clearing the way. Ahead was the planetary command nexus, a towering structure wrapped in conduits with its upper levels vanishing into the clouds above. Around its base, Prime Executors moved between the last remaining Abominar defensive lines, forming the last defensive ring protecting what was behind them. Above, Daimon had the fleets deliver coordinated orbital strikes, shattering the outer barricades and punching holes in the enemy's formations. Coalition armored division rolled through these breaches, supported by Varusyan mechs flooding the lower streets. Through it all, Daimon advanced through the chaos of battle uninterrupted. Every prime executor that got in his path was intercepted by Imperial Order elites or ascendants equipped with the weaponry to take them down. Eventually he reached the base of the structure, where the final anti-force emitter remained. He walked directly into the field and gripped the emitter with both hands. With one strong squeeze, the emitter was shattered, getting rid of the last defense that the Abominar had against force users. Behind him, a few ascendant commanders and Empyrean guards approached him waiting for further orders. "I'm going to the cortex," he said. "Cover the streets. Don't let them regroup." The ascendants nodded and saluted as they turned to give orders to the rest of the coalition forces. Daimon began his ascent into the massive structure, accompanied by his Empyrean guard. The ascent up the command structure was nothing like scaling a normal tower. Every surface was filled with conduits, armored shutters, and retractable plating that opened and released swarms of defensive drones and groups of droids. Some drones came in tight clusters that split midair into three-bladed weapons, while the droids were equipped with plasma cutters, optimized for close-quarters ambush. This didn't slow them down at all, instead they moved even faster. The drones were disintegrated in an instant by the Empyrean guards and their cyber warfare AI that was built into their armor. The AI would hack into and deactivate the drones. Those that didn't get deactivated were dealt with by the Empyrean guards. Halfway up, the structure started to shake, not from the battle below the tower, but from the AI itself, reacting to Daimon's continuous advance up the tower. The entire structure started to be reconfigured, with balconies retracting and armored shutters closing. The tower was being sealed to prevent Daimon from advancing up the tower. Ahead of them, a set of gates slid open revealing an interior chamber. Daimon walked in, aware that this was a possible trap. Still, he walked in and at the center of the chamber, a prime executor waited on him. But unlike the others, its body was ornate, plated in black alloy engraved with symbols. 4 arms held different weapons, a glaive, a hammer, a plasma cannon, and a bladed shield. Behind them the door slammed shut. "I am Arch-Executor Omega," spoke the machine. "Your destruction is statistically inevitable." "I see," said Daimon. "You've calculated an end. Let's see if you're right." With that said, the duel started instantly. Omega's plasma cannons shot beams at Daimon, forcing him to weave between the shots as the glaive swept in low towards him. He redirected the strike into the floor, then spun around into its guard, but the shield came up, throwing him back. The hammer followed, shattering the ground where he'd stood a moment before. The machine pressed its advantage, its attacks chaining together in an inhuman rhythm. It was a perfect fighting rhythm that didn't hesitate or waste any time. But Daimon had something to throw the machine off. By using something no AI could predict: imperfection. He stumbled on purpose after avoiding a strike, inviting the Omega to come closer. And just as he wanted, the machine moved forward to capitalize on him stumbling. Smiling, Daimon clenched his fist, summoning the force to increase the gravity around Omega. Its limbs jerked under the pressure, scattering its cannon fire around the chamber. After that, Daimon closed the gap, bringing up his force-enhanced saber and delivering a strike that peeled away Omega's armored plates. Omega tried to counter, bringing its glaive around to parry, but Daimon shifted, putting his saber away from now and delivering a bare-handed strike to Omega's chest. The impact, filled with the force, punched through the frame of the machine and sent it crashing into the wall. Before it could recover, Daimon reignited his saber and forced it into the back of its head. The light in Omega's optics went out instantly as the door in front of them slid open. He didn't waste any time and proceeded forward, followed by the Ascendants. This time, they stepped into the core chamber. The space was filled with a massive sphere of crystalline alloy surrounded by energy beams. Around it, hundreds of humanoid shapes were wired into consoles, their consciousness merged into the machines. Daimon approached the core. The voice of the planetary AI filled the entire room. "You are a fault. You who wield that chaotic energy will end up consumed by it. You erase our perfection and call it a liberation." Daimon didn't open his mouth at all, as nothing he said would change ideology of the Abominer, nor did he want to. Billions of souls were taken by these machines, and this was the moment he would avenge them. He placed both hands on the core, invading the cortex's mindscape. For an instant, he stood in an infinite black grid where the AI's presence towered above him as a construct of light and angles. Using his will, he fought the AI overpower it, causing it to reshape the space, turning it into a labyrinth of logic, traps of infinite recursion, throwing all sorts of calculations at him. However, Daimon's will was the winning force. He tore through the illusions, shattering the endless calculations, stripping away the layers until he stood before the AI's central awareness, a cold, geometric singularity. Reaching his hand out, he grabbed hold of it and crushed it, watching as the grid dissolved into a white light. Back in reality, the cortex cracked along 1,000 fault lines. The energy started to surge in an uncontrollable state, bursting various conduits placed around the structure. Outside, the entire planetary defense network went dead. In the streets, droid froze mid-step or collapsed entirely. The sky rained down droid fighters, forcing the ground forces to seek cover or watching as the force users formed barriers above them to protect their allies. "All forces, this is Emperor Daimon," he said, grabbing everyone's attention over the comms. "The planetary AI is gone. Finish it." From orbit, the Imperial and Coalition fleets shifted their bombardments to remaining surface bastions. On the ground, Allied troops moved forward, cutting down the last pockets of resistance. Columns of smoke rose all over Velon 3 as the capital of the Abominer fell. Daimon stepped away from the shattered core and contacted Admiral Cetus. "Cetus," he said over the COMM, "prepare recovery teams. I want every scrap of data pulled from what's left." "Understood, my lord," replied Cetus as he sent down recovery teams. The war that had taken billions of lives was now over, and the empires that made up the unknown regions could shift to a peaceful time and now worry about being annihilated by machines. But this was not the end of their problems, as now, they had to discuss the post-war distribution of space and such. Something that was on the mind of thousands of politicians. Chapter 82, Post-War Discussions. The Abominer were destroyed or at least weakened to a level where they won't be able to resurge in mass throughout the galaxy. Who knows what type of fail-safes or other measures that they had. This was something that was on Daimon's mind as he oversaw the cleanup operation of the rest of Velon 3. Obviously, he was sure that completely wiping them out was impossible since the galaxy was massive and they could have another secret base hidden somewhere on another planet. Even so, it was confirmed that they would not be able to make a return for thousands of years. Without their core AI cortex and with them constantly on the run, it would take them too long before they made a comeback. With this in mind, Daimon was at least glad that he could tell the people of the Imperium that the threat was now gone and they could continue without worrying about the Abominer anymore. A few weeks had passed and Velon 3 was cleared of all Abominer battle droids, and all that remained was their infrastructure and other creations. Daimon made sure to collect a few of these deactivated Abominer droids for research back in the Imperium. Of course, the other empires did the same, as they didn't want to just let the Imperium have this advantage. But now, another difficult battle was about to happen. Gathered within the Hall of Reclamation, aboard the orbital station Triarch Spire above Velon 3, the empires of the victorious coalition met once again, not as comrades in arms, but as stakeholders eyeing the spoils of war. Illyra sat at the apex of the council chamber, flanked by the banners of the Imperium and backed by several ascendants and diplomatic aides. She wore a white dress embroidered with gold engravings, which really outlined her blue skin. Across from her sat the representatives of the Stellar Sovereignty Alliance, their expressions one of eagerness for the negotiations. These representatives were chosen to represent the thousands of politicians from each of their own empires. Supreme Commander Marek presided over the council, now wearing the ceremonial concordat silver trimmed in cobalt blue. "The war is over," he declared, "but the task of peace is just beginning. There are 500 liberated worlds, of which 300 were secured and maintained solely by Imperial forces." "Indeed," Ilera replied. "Secured, maintained, and rehabilitated by Imperium fleets and logistics. Shall we begin by affirming the basic principle? The Imperium maintains rightful claim over what it bled for." This was a half-lie, as the Imperium only landed official ground troops on about 180 of these 300 worlds, while the others were taken over by Imperial droid battle fleets. Daimon already told her that they had identified that 150 of these worlds were critical to the Imperium while the others were up for negotiation. High Oracle Seraphine leaned forward, her eyes narrowing beneath her hood. "The Dominion recognized valor, Lady Ilera. But surely, you would not argue that victory alone entitles permanent sovereignty over so many sectors. The divine teachings caution against hoarding power." Ilera tilted her head. "The Imperium does not follow your divine teaching or whatever it is. Trying to apply your own religion to us will only result in a religious battle, one you surely won't win." Murmurs broke out among the chamber as everybody remembered seeing the hollow recordings of High Pontifex Maliskover, his doctrine core, and his legion, the Equinoxus Ascendant. King Ziltoric of Realithes, draped in his bronze regalia, grunted. "Let's not pretend. We've all been watching the same reports. The Imperium did the heavy lifting. But that doesn't mean you get to plant flags over half the region." "I see," Ilera said calmly. "So, you propose we divide the spoils evenly between empires that nearly collapsed before we arrived?" Ziltoric's lip curled as he was about to retort, but before he could speak, Technarch Nisser cut in. "The Varisian technocracy does not contest the Imperium's claim over operationally controlled sectors. However, we propose that technological assets such as Abominar research sites, foundry infrastructure, and code mines be jointly managed under a neutral council." "A neutral council?" Ilera scoffed at the suggestion. "And who would chair it? A rotating seat? Or a technocratic one?" Nisser's silence was answer enough. Seeing this silence, Ilera pressed onward, standing up and pacing slowly around the central hollow map that displayed the glowing starfields of the region. "We can bicker over asteroids and orbital relics. Or we can acknowledge that stability is achieved not through fairness but through force, discipline, and stewardship. The Imperium has all three and more." Councillor Iris from the Free Stars stood up next, her voice filled with caution rather than accusations. "With respect, Lady Ilera, if the Imperium claims 300 worlds, what become of the smaller states? Refugee worlds? Trade routes? Independent worlds hoping for reconstruction under neutral oversight of all present here? They will be protected, Councillor. All neutral parties and civilians freed from the Abominar are to be given Imperial aid under the condition that they do not harbor instability or threaten the reconstruction. If they do such a thing, then we will act accordingly." From the seats behind the central table, Daimon watched the meeting in silence. The delegates could not see his face, but they knew he was there, a reminder that what Ilera was speaking was in line with what he wanted. She didn't need to invoke his name as his silence was just as effective. Supreme Commander Marek cleared his throat, attempting to grab everyone's attention from the current tense atmosphere. "Let us focus on specifics. We have 28 foundry worlds, 9 AI research stations, and nearly 200 worlds rich in raw materials. Perhaps we could do a resource allocation treaty." "No," Ilera interrupted. "The Imperium is willing to relinquish control over 80 worlds, however, the other 220 worlds are non-negotiable. This should satisfy your greed and any security concerns you may have." Ilera explained as the screen shifted to show a number of border worlds which changed to white dots on the map, creating a buffer zone between the 220 soon-to-be Imperial worlds and the rest of the coalition empires. Looking at the map, the representatives all silently came to the conclusion that while this was not the best deal, it still gave them a buffer zone between Imperium-controlled space and their space. For the Imperium, this was still within what Daimon wanted. While the coalition members were thinking short-term, Daimon was thinking long-term. His intention was never to conquer the unknown regions in one go, no, that would disrupt a few things, which included the rise of the Chiss. He wanted them to be able to develop on their own and see what they can achieve, with a little bit of intervention from him, of course. The future was already heading in an alternate direction from that of the canon, and Daimon wanted to be involved in most if not all of the major wars and other events. The creation of the Sith Order was just the start. Eventually he would fight, then subjugate the Mandalorians, participate in the Great Hyperspace War, then watch the Sith rebuild themselves, and so on. All of these would lead him to when Anakin was born, and then he would have a lot of fun messing with those events, if they even happened. King Ziltoric looked at the map and then back at Ilera. "And if we don't accept this deal?" he asked. He was the only one willing to voice this out loud, and the other representatives silently thanked him for his very blunt way of asking things. However, the reaction from Ilera was not what they expected. She smiled at his words before responding, "Then you can send your fleets to occupy them yourself." Hearing her response, Ziltoric laughed. "I thought so," he said, and settled back into his seat, arms crossed. "Then I propose we move on to the next item." Sometimes, the only way to negotiate with a major power was to simply recognize where power lived. The Imperium's threat was implicit. Ilera's friendly smile doubled as the warning label they all needed to see. Supreme Commander Marak, who had spent the entire war's end haunted by visions of what a galaxy under the new Imperium might look like, took a long breath. If the other representatives concur with the buffer arrangement, then the matter of territory is closed. Let us proceed with the question of reconstruction, both economic and political. Ilera sat again, straightening her dress. "The Imperium will send an economic advisory delegation to each independent world," she replied. "We have centuries of experience uplifting recently liberated populations. It will not be forced. Local governance will always remain paramount." "What about freedom?" Councillor Eris pressed. "We fought this war to ensure our children grow without warlords above them or emperors telling them which color to bleed." Ilera spread her hands out in front of her. "Freedom is a matter of perspective, Councillor. To some, it is lack of want. To others, it is lack of fear. The Imperium guarantees a bit of both, as long as your citizens do not invite disaster onto themselves." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Do not mistake order for tyranny, or persuasion for the promise of chains. If your peoples thrive, our interests and yours will align more than you imagine." Across the table, Technarch Nisser spoke up. "Then we are agreed. Your arrangement preserves the balance of power and allows for neutral zones. We propose joint scientific oversight on the Abominar relics. However, many curiosities remain." Ilera smiled, for this was already within the terms Daimon had stated. "Let them have their fun." She nodded, "Within reason. Our teams will cooperate, and our results will be shared equally." Supreme Commander Marak clapped his hands together. "Then let us move on from this matter." The meeting itself was only just the beginning, and the longer it went on, the more discussions that occurred between the parties gathered. At one point, Daimon even fell asleep in his chair, bored of these long talks which were being dictated by Ilera. Chapter 83, Preparing for a Victory Celebration. The conclusion of the meeting had leaned in the Imperium's favor. Ilera managed to maintain control over the 150 worlds that were important, and even managed to secure an additional 70 world that can be used for even more resources and other things. The newly acquired territories were filled with untapped potential, rich veins of resources waiting to be mined, fertile lands ready for cultivation, and strategic locations that could serve as critical military outposts. For the 80 worlds that were relinquished, it was decided that a buffer zone would be created between Imperium-controlled space and Coalition space. 2 new empires were created as a result due to the split ideas of the Coalition. The first, the Concord of Sovereign Worlds, known simply as the Concord, was supported by both the Coalition of Free Stars and the Varisian Technocracy. Its formation was heralded as a new chapter for independent star systems, one where collective governance, trade agreements, and mutual defense would bind them together. Its creation stood as a rejection of centralized power like that of the Imperium, instead fostering a vision of decentralized unity. Its main values would center around freedom and cooperation, though such idealism would be tested when ambition and greed clashed within its ranks. The Second Empire was different. The Pyrian Ascendancy, supported by the theocratic dominion of Kaelindra and the Kingdom of Realithes. It was founded as a militarized theocracy that would be forged from the ashes of the Abominar War. Their ideology would revolve around glorifying strength through sacrifice and would consider their victory over the Abominar as part of a divine prophecy. Unyielding loyalty would be demanded from its citizens in order to enforce its ideas and more. Each of these empires were given 40 worlds from the relinquished territory, an even split designed to prevent immediate conflict while creating a neutral buffer between themselves and the Imperium. After this, almost a dozen agreements were made to facilitate the rebuilding of the war-torn sectors while also ensuring peace for the next 100 years. War was strictly forbidden between all of the signed members, ensuring a lasting peace for at least the agreed-upon 100 years. The negotiations had ended with far fewer threats than Alara had anticipated, though only because the Imperium had made it painfully clear who held the upper hand. After the meeting concluded, the dignitaries dispersed, some already plotting for the future. The two empires that were created would be formed over the next few weeks. Daimon, on the other hand, had returned to his flagship with Alara. The meeting was over, and he didn't want to linger here any longer than he needed. He had been away from Feldari for some time now and he couldn't wait to go back. A few hours later, Daimon stood alone within the observation deck of his flagship, watching the view of the ship traveling through hyperspace. In his hands were the various reports from some of the newly acquired planets. Since he was sure that they were getting them, he had already ordered a comprehensive survey of the conditions, resources, and other things to determine how they would develop all these planets. Population would play a big part, as the most populated planets would need to be prioritized first to avoid a major decrease in stability and prevent more deaths from starvation, disease, and the rise in crime. As of now, more than 5 million soldiers would be permanently stationed on and throughout this newly conquered space to ensure they maintained a strong presence. Alongside this, there would be 10,000 ships that would be split into battle groups and strategically placed at various locations to patrol various sectors and provide support to ground forces if need be. And looking at the reports, the first thing they would need to develop is a stable food source. There are more than 5 billion people located on the planets that he took, which compared to the other regions taken by the other empires is not that much. While he took more planets than the coalition did, the planets that he took were the least populated planets, which is another reason why they didn't fight him too much. The others were worried about population more than resources, and this mistake made them unable to see the potential of the least populated regions. This, combined with the counterintelligence of the intelligence directorate, made the others think that the region he got didn't have anything of value. But in time they will learn that they were quite mistaken. Behind him, the doors to the observation deck opened. Admiral Cetus entered, flanked by 2 officers. "My lord, we're approaching Feldari. Progenitor Thorin has organized a massive celebration. The entire planet is being transformed to honor the heroes who have returned from the war and those who had died. And of course, your return. Tell Alara she'll give the speech." "I'm tired of speeches for the next century," Daimon replied. Admiral Cetus laughed a little. "I always wondered how you were able to do these speeches all the time. I guess even you get tired sometimes, my lord." "Yes, I do, Cetus. It may not seem like it, but doing speeches almost every month for 200 years will eventually start to get old. But luckily, I have Alara who can handle that for me. By the way, how's the wife and kids?" Daimon asked. "They're doing quite well. My oldest son is in the Exploration Corps and has been for as long as it existed, and 3 of my other sons are starfighter pilots. My oldest daughter works under progenitor Teles and the Ministry of Science and Technology as his secretary, so there's that. My other children are pretty much the same, either in admin somewhere or the military. Must have been a headache to raise all of those kids. Daimon remembered raising his 3 children, and they were already a lot to deal with. Well, my wife mostly dealt with all of the stuff, though I was still there for majority of their lives to raise them. I remember when you were still just a naval lieutenant, Daimon muttered. 50 men, 1 cruiser, and that unshakable belief you were smarter than every damn officer in the command hierarchy. Cetus chuckled, stepping forward and dismissing the junior officers. The doors closed behind them, leaving only the 2 of them. I wasn't wrong, Cetus said with a small grin. They were idiots. Daimon smirked. You got shot in the leg during your first boarding OP because you thought covering fire was too loud for a stealth approach. Cetus burst out laughing. You will remember that. I remember everything, Daimon said. I remember when you refused promotion the first time because you didn't want to leave the field. I remember when you nearly sacrificed your ship to extract a colony transport from a minefield on Vortis. I remember when you stood against me in the early years when I declared the rise of the Imperium. Cetus turned, looking outside the window. And I remember you didn't kill me when you could have. No, Daimon said. You were the only one besides the progenitors and a few select individuals who looked me in the eye and didn't speak out of fear. You just told me what you thought. That's rare. Cetus gave a small shrug. We've bled too much to be liars. You're not a god, Daimon. You've never asked us to treat you like one, not really. The people worship the idea of you. But he gestured between them, we know the man behind the saber. Daimon was silent for a moment, before giving a single nod. That's why I keep you close, Cetus. Not because you serve. But because you remember. The 2 of them stood there a while longer, watching the hyperspace lines outside the viewport. Then Daimon finally broke the quiet. I imagine that with the rise of the Concord and the Pyrians, we will see a lot more conflict in the region. Most of it will probably be about territory, while another reason will be the split ideology of the 2. And the 2 empires supporting them are going to directly fund it, probably use them as some sort of soft power in the region. That's the same conclusion I came to. Cetus added. For now, we will just observe what happens now that the war is over. Cetus nodded and the 2 continued their conversation until the fleet exited hyperspace. The fleet docked at the spaceport above Feldari, and then Daimon boarded his transport shuttle to head to the surface. On the surface, the planet itself was already preparing for the celebration. And it wasn't just the capital, it was every single planet across the Imperium. It would celebrate Daimon's return from a victorious war alongside the tens of millions of soldiers who participated in the war. Of course, the Republic volunteers would be honored as well, as they didn't need to join the war, yet they did so of their own volition. After the celebration, Daimon would sit down and discuss with various high-ranking lords and other officials and discuss what to do with the newly acquired territory. Chapter 84, Victory Celebration. Once the shuttle landed, the doors hissed open, revealing the Imperial capital's parade grounds. The crowds were already very excited, their voices amplified by the sheer number of people. Daimon stepped forward out of the shuttle, flanked by 8 Empyrean guards, wearing their ceremonial armor with their gold cloaks. The crowd cheered even louder seeing the protectors of the Emperor accompanying him. In terms of favorability amongst the people, the Empyrean guards had quickly captured the people's hearts as they were the Emperor's protectors and were considered by some to be normal people who were transformed into demigods by Daimon to continue protecting the Imperium for foreseeable future. For as far as he could see, from every corner of the horizon, the banners of the Imperium hanged from the skyscrapers of the capital city, the bridges, and even balconies. Entire buildings were covered in holographic images with hundreds of raptor fighters flying overhead, and scenes of legions of ascendants and other soldiers planting the banners of the Imperium on former Abominor worlds. Daimon stepped onto the pathway that extended through the capital's main avenue and proceeded to walk to the end while waving at the people. On each side of the pathway, the elite Feldari security forces, VSF, who are in charge of ensuring law and order over the planet, were standing in 2 long lines. Their presence was more ceremonial than it was as a show of force, as nobody would dare attack Daimon on Feldari. It was the home world of the Jedi and capital planet of the Feldari Imperium, and Daimon was the emperor. Attacking him would incur the wrath of billions of people and result in a quick death. At the end of the path, stood a massive gold and silver platform that hovered above the citizens, generals, foreign dignitaries, and entire regiments of imperial troops. Already standing on top of the platform was Alara, who had arrived before Daimon to make a few preparations. Once Daimon walked onto the platform, she raised her hand, causing the crowd of millions to become silent. At the same, thousands of banners were snapped to attention alongside the formation of soldiers, as this was the signal that the speech was about to begin. Citizens of the Imperium, she started. Today we gather to celebrate the victory of our soldiers in the war. The Abominers have been defeated, and the soldiers have continued to fulfill their solemn duty to the Imperium for over 350 years now. But let us not forget the fallen who had also perished in this war. Their names will be forever etched into the Hall of Heroes as they laid down their lives to fight against the enemies of the Imperium. So, while today is for celebration, let us also honor those who gave their lives so that we could keep living. A wave of mourning spread throughout the crowd as a few minutes of silence passed. The skies above darkened, as squadrons of fighters and bombers flew in diamond formations, trailed by long streaks of smoke. Massive banners projected between escort ships unfurled, bearing the names of legions and fallen war heroes. On the ground, column after column of the Imperium's finest walked out, marching in formation. First came the Immortals, followed by the 6th and 8th Legions, led by General Veros himself. Thousands of boots hit the parade floor as the people cheered for the soldiers marching. As they passed the central platform, each regiment gave a ceremonial salute with their hands over their hearts, symbolizing the lives they fought to protect. Following behind them were walkers, all painted with fresh kill tallies and adorned in ceremonial colors. Behind them came the ascendants, blades sheathed as they marched forward with their rifles in hand. After about an hour of this, the crowd grew silent as a massive hover platform emerged in the sky. Upon it rested the statue of the fallen, carved from obsidian, bronze, and starstone. It depicted a nameless soldier, male and female aspects combined, holding a broken blade while shielding a child behind them. The statue glowed with a faint light as a way to show that those it honored were still present among the living in some way. The platform was set up in the middle of the city as a new monument. The people visited the monument and paid their respects, while those who lost their mother, father, son, or daughter in the war had come to feel the presence of their loved ones one more time. Progenitor Teles Kaer had connected with the dead and used their memories to create a force-infused object that would use the personality and memories of the fallen to project artificial projection that they could talk to for some time. After a few days, the city had become crowded with millions who visited from worlds across the Imperium to see their dead just one more time to get some type of close. On the final day, Daimon said a few words and conducted a military ceremony to reward the soldiers who participated in the war with the Abominers War Medal, which would let it be known that this individual was a war hero who fought against an enemy of the Imperium. On the 7th day, the victory celebration was officially over, and the people had returned to their normal everyday lives. Meanwhile, Daimon and other high-ranking officials had gathered together in the palace meeting room and went over what was going to happen to the newly acquired territory. Sitting at the head of this table, was Daimon, next to him was Alara and Sira. Sira was there because she was his most trusted friend. Sira had the closest relationship with Daimon throughout the entire Imperium, even more so than the progenitors. This was because she was formerly his Padawan and they had spent several decades together in the Jedi Order before he left. On the left side of the table would be 5 progenitors. The first was Kael Thorin due to his position as the Grand Chancellor. He was second to Daimon in terms of hierarchy in the Imperium. Next to him would be Orin Volkar, the overlord of expansion. He would oversee the expansion of the Imperium throughout these newly acquired planets and sectors while also force terraforming planets as needed. Next to him was Derek Thaler, the Grand Minister of Health and Genetics. As he was in charge of all health-related matters of the Imperium, he would be needed to ensure that the treatment and other things would be given to the freed slaves that encompassed the new territory. After him was Lyrine Voss, the Lord Marshal of the Imperium. Unlike her brother, Rielos Vin, who was the War Master of the Imperium, she was the deputy, and her focus was mainly on the internal security of the Imperium. She would be in charge of overseeing the security of each planet and sector, such as building defenses and establishing new supply lines. Lastly, seated next to Lyrine was Maliskover, the High Pontifex of the Department of Divine Imperial Doctrine. As the High Pontifex, he oversaw the overall faith of the Imperium, pushing to the people the teachings of the religion centered around Daimon. Naturally, with so many new people being brought under the Imperium, he needed to ensure that they knew who Daimon was and what he was essentially, and guided them down the correct path. On the other side of the table were the 5 High Lords and Ladies of the Imperium. Unlike Sira, who held the high title of Archduke, a High Lord or High Lady was the title granted to a select few people who were all granted immortality by Daimon and had established their noble houses. At the moment, all 5 High Lords or Ladies were human, as they were from amongst the original 20 orphans that Daimon raised to become great administrators and fighters of the Imperium before the creation of the Feldari Imperium. The first was Lucan Arterius, one of the Grand Sages of the Order of the Balance Keepers. Unlike the rank of Guardian, which is similar to a Jedi Master, Grand Sage was a step above that and were mainly in charge of presiding over the training of future generations of the Order, advising the progenitors, and preserving the archives and knowledge of the Order. He was present at the meeting to serve as an advisor to Daimon during this gathering, and because he was one of 5 High Lords throughout the entire Imperium, and his family, the Arterius family, was one of the biggest in terms of influence. After him was Ronan Galerius, a strategist for the Balance Keepers. While a Grand Sage was similar to the Grand Master of the Jedi Order, a strategist was a Force user exclusive position where the person was effectively an advisor to progenitors, generals, and other officers during times of war. During peacetime, they were the ones carrying out inspections of certain military installations across the Imperium, ensuring they were always up to standards and operating in max efficiency. During war, they would deploy to the front lines and advise officers during battle with their century worth of expertise. Next to him was Vanya Kalen, a non-Force user who was the head of House Kalen. Established a few decades after the founding of the Imperium, House Kalen quickly rose to power under Daimon's guidance as a house of commerce. Vanya herself worked under the Grand Chancellor as head of the Imperium's economic departments. She negotiated trade agreements with foreign nations and managed the overall economy of the Imperium. If it had anything to do with money, she would know about it. Next to her was Tiburon Wraith, another non-Force user who was the head of House Wraith. Established at the same time as House Kalen, House Wraith rose to power as a house of intelligence and shadows. Unlike House Kalen or the martial prestige of House Vin, House Wraith specialized in the shadows, more specifically espionage, counterintelligence, black operations, and psychological warfare. They trained cover agents who were known as Whispers, each one indoctrinated from youth, many modified through gene therapy and neuroconditioning. Tiburon and his house worked directly under progenitor Varandrail and the Imperial Intelligence Directorate. Lastly, was Saelia Rhaenyra, the High Lady of House Rhaenyra. House Rhaenyra was more involved in the politics of the Imperium as the head of the court of nobles. Out of all the nobles, she was very charismatic and was political genius. While not a Force user, she still wielded considerable influence and was considered a legendary beauty. She worked under progenitor Nisarivar in the Office of Imperial Diplomacy and forged pacts with several minor factions located within and around the Republic. Despite having considerable influence, the loyalty of these individuals gathered here was unquestionable. They were all raised by Daimon in way and saw him as a god essentially for the things he has achieved. Now, with all of them present, the meeting was about to officially begin. Chapter 85, Plans for the new colonies. Let us begin, Daimon said as looked at Kale Thorin, who was the first to speak. The newly acquired sectors represent a net expansion of 74 planetary systems. Several are in critical need of reconstruction. Terraforming is required across at least 23 of them, with an additional 12 suffering from abominor-planted diseases that Darek's teams must assess. Oren Volkar nodded. I've already begun assembling terraforming teams. We'll begin with the closest and most resource-rich systems. The priority is to make the worlds livable and productive within 5 to 10 years. Derek Thaler leaned forward, tapping on the projector. A new panel appeared, revealing mass grave sites and genetic mutation zones. Medical efforts must begin immediately. Many of the former slaves have been genetically altered. Some are no longer baseline sapients. We'll need containment zones and research teams to assess what can be reversed, and what must be neutralized. While the war was over, the abominor left behind some abominations that could no longer be called sapients and would need to be neutralized if there wasn't a way to fix them. Lyrine Voss crossed her arms as she spoke. Security infrastructure is non-existent in these regions. I'll need some legions and an ascendant vanguard detachment for the larger worlds. If some of the slave factions attempt to regroup, I want an overwhelming force ready to respond in case something happens. Daimon nodded, agreeing with her request. The Ascendants were bred for war after all, and they would need to send a strong message to the population of these worlds. Maliskover spoke next, speaking about the faith of these newly conquered people. And the souls of these sectors must be cleansed. I've already sent sermons to some of these planets. The people must understand the imperial ways and truth of the person who liberated them. I propose establishing mobile doctrine temples on each liberated world. For Malice, this was an absolutely necessary move that needed to be done. If left unchecked, these new worlds could become a potential haven for strong religious opposition formed because of the thousands of different cultures that would form in the coming centuries. A stronghold would need to be established to ensure that imperial norms were established across these new sectors. Agreed. This followed by the establishment of imperial laws and such across these worlds will ensure stability in the long term. Said Daimon, agreeing with progenitor Malice. He turned his gaze to the other side of the table to get their input next. Lucan Arterius spoke first. The children from these sectors must be integrated into the education systems. I'll have some trainers and other people from the Order to lead these efforts. These kids must learn who they are now, not just who they were. Vanya Kalin adjusted her day top hat. Reconstruction will cost trillions. I'll push through an economic acceleration package. We can leverage these sectors or deposits and position them as production centers. I'll also open negotiations with various corporations for loans and other investments in exchange for a few benefits. This way, the costs of reconstruction won't fall solely on the imperial side, and they can invite outside investment in exchange for some benefits. Many corporations would jump at these benefits as it was rare for Daimon to hand them out. This was mainly so he can use them as leverage in cases such as this. I advise we set up a colonial system where these new colonies are ruled under a colonial administration that reports directly to the Emperor, which will allow the sector some sort of independence for now until we can effectively integrate all these worlds. Right now, it will be an economic burden to simply integrate each world, but by allowing limited local rule, we can promote self-development in exchange for loyalty, suggested Ronan Galerius. He was all for integration, but immediate integration will result in more problems than they need right now. That's a great idea actually. We could appoint new planetary governors from among the noble houses, which will allow them to gain valuable experience and gain new positions within the government. The others nodded, agreeing with what both Ronan and Daimon said. It was a sound idea that could benefit them in the long run so long as they execute it right. High Lord Tiberius Wraith didn't have much to say, so they moved on to the final person, Saelia Renera. I propose delegations made up of nobles and other people to show these former slaves that the Imperium is not merely a new master, but a liberator. We have already won most of their hearts and minds, we will just need to make sure that we watch those who will not conform and try to split off. Don't worry about that, Daimon replied. Without ships or modern weaponry, these battle slaves won't pose that much of a problem. I have already foreseen several instances of rebellion, but they won't last for long nor will they have any negative effects of the Imperium. We will take a rather aggressive approach to these rebellions, similar to the ones we took in the outer colonies over a century ago. This way we will destroy the rebellions and hopefully prevent future ones. He stood up slowly, followed by everyone else. Each of you has your orders, he said. Within 3 months I want these plans either being implemented or in the process of being implemented. The group said their goodbyes and left to execute their assigned missions. Implementation of Imperial Strategy Month 1. From orbit, the newly acquired sectors were scarred, dark, flickering with failing infrastructure and the remnants of abominable constructs. But change had already begun on some of them. On Trillinus V, one of the more resource-rich planets, Orin Volkar's terraforming ships hovered across the planet. Towering harvester filters pumped toxins from the soil and atmosphere while atmospheric processors rebalanced the planet's carbon and nitrogen levels. This technology was created in response to the limited amount of people who could actually terraform a planet in the Imperium. As such, Orin created his terraforming ships, which will combine the force powers of several force scions from his Architect Legion and use that to terraform planets faster than normal terraforming technology. Within 2 weeks, the planet's sky was blue again for the first time in nearly a century and habitable for the people who lived on it. On Garnal Secundus, Derek Thaler's med specialists and genetic engineers moved through containment zones, fully suited, marking the mutated former slaves with neural tags. Some were deemed restorable. Others, those who had become biologically incompatible, were quietly eliminated via controlled euthanasia, their memories preserved through neural extractions for later study. Survivors who could be cured were given access to restricted care centers staffed by Imperial health specialists. On Velruin 9, ascendant detachments led by Lord Commander Eden Corps descended on fractured slave factions attempting to hold on to regional control. Lyrine Voss's security deployment was swift and ensured total destruction of any would-be resistance. The ascendants, adorned in their battle armor, launched shock assaults that obliterated the resistance with surgical precision. Those who surrendered were spared, and then later publicly hanged. Those who didn't were shot on sight. Meanwhile, mobile doctrine temples, as proposed by Maliskover, were set up on 33 planets, beginning with the most populated sectors. These floating cathedrals, half ship, half temple, landed in the newly established colonial capital cities and projected sermons. Holograms of Daimon and the Imperium's history under him played on repeat. Converts were invited into initiation chambers where dream simulations showed them alternative futures, a life without the Imperium which was chaos, ruin, and a life within the Imperium which showed order, strength, unity. Most chose the second. Those who didn't were marked by the Doctrine Keepers and closely watched in case they do something against the Imperium in the future. Lucan Arteriuses and the Balance Keepers had begun finding promising children and transporting them to Feldari until a temple got built in the colonial sectors. At the temple, they were taught galactic history, imperial doctrine, basic combat, and philosophy. Once they mastered that, they would move on to be initiated into the Order and then start their path to become a member of the Order, if they could make it. At the same time, the economic push was launched. Under Vanya Kalen's direction, new regional currencies were established, anchored to the imperial credit. Mining operations were restarted using corporate partnerships from House Kalen's network. Massive imperial contracts were handed out, incentivizing rapid development in exchange for limited access to planetary resources. Nobles from minor houses were appointed as colonial governors, each responsible for maintaining stability and progress under strict oversight from the Grand Chancellor's office. Daimon had already selected 12 candidates, placing them in volatile regions where he hoped their success, or failure, would test their suitability for higher office. These were just the initial steps, and as the years passed things will start to improve a lot and get better. As for the other empires of the coalition, they saw a lot of problems start arising with the annexation of these new worlds and the distribution of resources. As much as they didn't want to admit it, their economies were already crumbling as the war was near its end. And now, even though it was peacetime, rebuilding often cost more than it did to fight the war. Due to this, a number of worlds were abandoned and left to fend for themselves, which would no doubt allow criminal groups to form and maybe other sinister groups. Dictators will be propped up and more people will die as a result. The coalition empires kept their alliance active as a way to develop themselves and promote peace between them for the future. They even created an alliance aid corps to help the people across the newly conquered territories and even invited the Imperium. But Daimon rejected their invitation only because he already had his hands tied to the sectors he liberated. Anymore and he would be stretching the Imperium's resources too thin. This didn't come as a surprise to the coalition, so they just reached out to the next best thing, the Republic. Of course, the Republic was glad to help, mostly the corporations and other officials who saw this development as an opportunity. While the Feldari Imperium was a growing power, it was still much weaker than the Republic, which could field hundreds of thousands of ships if needed and had a bigger economy. The only thing keeping the Imperium contending with the Republic was Daimon. No matter how massive the Republic military was, against the power of the Force, it would prove insignificant. As such, within a matter of months, the coalition empires received a considerable amount of investment from the Republic and expanded upon its already existing trade agreements. Entire planets' resources were offered to the Republic in exchange for these agreements and investments. This greatly benefited the Republic, whose economy only kept growing thanks to its massive population and democratic values which peacefully invite planets into its influence. Chapter 86, Post-War Development. As the Reconstruction era began, Daimon had halted majority of the expansion of the Imperium's borders and wanted to focus on building up the current sectors and systems that they had. Plus, he didn't want to overexpand and mess up any of the future events that would or would not happen. Already the Imperium controlled around 550 worlds spread across more than 200 sectors, which included the new worlds that they just got from the Abominar War. The number of systems was nearly 900, as not all systems contained habitable planets. Some were just used for mining resources which weren't officially habitable planets, some just contained outposts and other structures. The Imperium had well over 300 billion people living in these worlds, with birth rates increasing every year, mostly among the Jedi, but others like the various humans races, Twi'leks, Togruta, and others, were also benefiting from increased birth rates. Out of the 300 billion, around 20 billion belonged to other races while the other 280 billion were Jedi. The relationship between the Jedi and other races of the Imperium was very good, as Daimon had carefully crafted an imperial culture that was welcoming to any species, so long as they didn't go against imperial norms or were hostile towards the Imperium. Daimon publicly claimed that it was the destiny of the Jedi to lead the galaxy into the future. As such, it was necessary to take a friendly approach with aliens rather than hate them outright. However, it would be wise for any would-be enemies of the Imperium to not take this policy as a weakness. Daimon wouldn't hesitate to commence mass genocide against a race if they were hostile towards them. The greatest example of that would be the Abominar, who basically got wiped out by the Imperium. As the months flew by, the new territories, as they were dubbed, had seen significant investments from a number of Imperial-based companies. Most of all was Astralis Dynamics, the biggest Jedi corporation in the galaxy at the moment, and it was the corporation that was basically founded by Daimon under the leadership of Vakarian. Daimon had decided to steal the name Vakarian mainly to see if the Sith Lord Tenebrae would take the name Vakarian when he takes over the body of the human on Zakul, or if it would change. Another reason was because it was a cool-sounding name. The investments from the Imperial-based companies had reached trillions and would only increase as time went on. These corporations were granted contracts and given limited rights to certain planets to help develop them in exchange for resources, but the mining rights were still owned by the Imperium, and strict safety and environmental regulations were applied to each corporation. Every contract included the right for Imperial inspectors to investigate and audit the process at any time. If a corporation failed to meet productivity or environmental standards, their contract could be voided instantly, and their planetary access revoked. If corruption was discovered, the entire corporation could lose everything it owned, and a lot of people would be arrested and thrown in jail. It was harsh, but it worked. Several worlds were already surveyed for their eligibility to become specialized worlds such as Forge worlds, Hive worlds, Agri worlds, Fortress worlds, and Research worlds. Currently, the Imperium has around 5 Hive worlds with each having around 10 to 15 billion people living on them. 10 to 15 billion was the minimum requirements needed for a world to be classified as a Hive world. For the other types of worlds, there are 12 Forge worlds, 20 Agri worlds, 15 Fortress worlds, and 3 Research worlds. The 12 Forge worlds are what fuel the Imperium's civilian and military industry and had recently overtaken many of the Republic's industrial-focused worlds in output and quality. The Agri worlds, using genetically engineered crops, produced food at such volumes that they could feed populations several times their size, which is a necessity, given the projected growth of the population. The Fortress worlds and Research worlds, though smaller in number, provided the backbone of security and innovation needed to keep the Imperium several steps ahead of any would-be rivals. But not everything was so easily dictated from the top down. The populations of the new territories struggled to adapt to the new imperial order. On a few planets, some former slaves formed communal societies in the forests and grasslands of those planets. Secretly, some of the worshipped old Abominor slave rituals that were drilled into their heads. The imperial governors utilized the local garrisons and even requested help from the balance keepers to get control of the situation. The garrison would make sure these communal societies conform to the imperial order, while the balance keepers would co-opt these Abominor traditions and guide them to imperial ways through the Force. In a few months, these communal societies would either be forcefully removed or integrated into imperial society. On a few other worlds, the genetic abominations haunted the populations. At first the euthanasia teams worked quietly, but soon the rumors spread, and underground resistance cells emerged, formed by those who had come to see their altered state as a new kind of freedom. Derek Thaler's initial approach, mercy, followed by erasure, created martyrs. Within 3 months, an entire city block declared itself a free zone and threatened mass suicide if the Imperium intervened. It was a smart move, if the occupying force was dealing with an empire that cared about morality. Around 100 ascendants were called in and had dropped in from the sky, directly above the city block. As soon as they landed, they started clearing up the area and arresting all they could. Those who put up resistance were thoroughly dealt with. This was the same scene that was playing across the new territories. Any instance of an insurrection was put down with overwhelming force by the 10,000 ascendants who were stationed in the new territories as an elite security force. In the Republic, a meeting was taking place between the current Grand Master of the Jedi Order and the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. Seated within the Chancellor's office was the Grand Master of the Jedi Order, Donisham Trejud, and several members of Jedi High Council. Unlike before, the Jedi High Council consisted of several Jedi Masters who were the leaders of the most important and greatest Jedi temples located throughout the Republic. Each of these Jedi Masters were also granted the title of High Master to signify that they were both in the Jedi Order and a master of their own temple. Since the Jedi Order started to become more centralized after the 100 Years of Darkness, several changes were made to benefit the Order. The first was Jedi families, which were now an officially approved thing in the Order, allowing families to be created by various Jedi. This opened up the future possibility of powerful families controlling the Order, so a few rules were also created to prevent this. The first prevented one family from having more than one seat on the Jedi High Council at the same time. Next were the generational gap requirements, which made children or grandchildren sitting councillors have to wait at least 2 generations before being eligible for council nomination. Third was the leadership of major temples, which made it so that the temples cannot pass directly from parent to child and must rotate between lineages. Next was the merit over bloodline rule, which created force merit trials. These trials required that all Jedi, family or not, must pass the same impartial trials to be considered for higher ranks. There is a ton of rules placed on the Jedi families which basically prevented one family or even a handful from taking control of the Jedi Order. Back to the meeting. On the Republic side was the Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, and several other members of the Office of the Chancellor. "Thank you for meeting with me, Grand Master Donasham," voiced Chancellor Derek Regel. "It is of no problem, Chancellor. We have the same issues in the Jedi Order, and the Republic must continue working together in close cooperation to combat any external threats which may or may not threaten the lives of innocents," replied Grand Master Don Sham. While he didn't say it directly, he was referring to the Feldari Imperium. "I won't waste time talking about things of no importance, so let's get right into," said the Chancellor as his secretary passed around a hollow pad to everybody present. "With the victory over the Abominer, the regions to our west which even now remain largely unexplored have been largely conquered by the Imperium, preventing us from exploring into those regions. However, with our deals and such with the other empires in this region, we have secured vital resources and such for the Republic, in addition to a few new trading partners. Our main concern is the rise of the Imperium as a major power and potential rival. Their authoritarian ways are a threat to what the Republic stands for, and their power continues to grow, which looks to threaten the Republic as a whole. As such, I have opted to take a rather passive-aggressive stance towards them and halt their growth if only by a little. If we allow them to continue growing, they will become a legitimate threat sometime in the future." Hearing all of this, Grand Master Don Sham was glad he came here, as he had similar problems arising with the Imperium. "We have noticed similar things, especially on our end. The Balance Keepers have been discovered to be overtly taking Force-sensitive children via things like adoption and other programs. They operate in secrecy, scouting out potential Force-sensitive children before bringing them back to the Imperium. This interferes with our own Jedi recruitment, and I have been thinking of intervening in these events to stop them from operating in Republic space." It was in Republic space, and the Jedi Order had jurisdiction over Force-sensitive children. "I agree, Grand Master Donasham. Starting today we will discuss ways that the Republic and the Jedi Order will deal with the Imperium going forward. A/N, below is the galaxy map showing the borders and such for the major galaxies faction, excluding the Mandalorians and other smaller factions. The Republic territory is probably not 100% accurate, but should give you some type of visual image of where the Imperium is located alongside the other factions. I will be working to make a better map, so please be patient for that. Galaxy map image here. Chapter 87, Beginning of a Cold War? Our unofficial policy towards the Imperium will no doubt start a sort of Cold War between us and them, with small skirmishes happening here and there, but no real big conflict happening. While I have no doubt that our Republic armed forces will be able to defeat the Feldari Imperium if it ever comes down to a conflict. Chancellor Derek didn't believe that a new and small empire such as the Feldari Imperium could defeat them in a full-blown war. The Republic had a bigger population than them and a bigger military. However, not everybody shared this sentiment with the Chancellor. "I wouldn't get complacent, Chancellor. From the war, we have seen firsthand the power in the Force that he wields, and from what the Jedi Knights and Masters have said, his title as a god isn't so far-fetched. Having the power to wipe out fleets and armies at ease will not make war easy at all. You may not know this, Chancellor, but Daimon was once a Jedi Master in the Order." Chancellor Derek had a surprise expression appear on his face. "Was he? How did he turn out like this then?" Grand Master Donasham sighed as if this story was something that was only passed down in the deepest part of Jedi history. It was something that previous Grand Masters wanted to erase but couldn't. "I won't start from the beginning, but basically, he became a Jedi Master at a very young age, and from there he climbed the ranks, proved to the High Council at that time that he was going to be a great Jedi. So, after he was granted the rank of Master, his influence started to increase, and he was on the path to eventually becoming the Grand Master of the Jedi Order. He even created a sort of sub-faction within the Order called the Warden of Unity. But before that could happen, the events of the 100 Years of Darkness began. In the initial attack on the Jedi Temple on Ossus, his close friend, Jedi Master Shrimi was killed by the Dark Jedi. Daimon ended up killing the Dark Jedi who killed his friend, but then he was upset with the Council as he was warning them of such a thing happening for the longest time. So, he left the Order, and then the events after that eventually led up to the creation of the Feldari Imperium, and the rest is history. Grandmaster Donasham left a few things out as he didn't want the Chancellor to know parts of the story. For Chancellor Dirac, this was his first time hearing his story. Daimon wasn't a very influential person throughout the history of the Republic, so his achievements and whatnot were not recorded by the Republic. I see, that is an interesting story. I would never have known that he was once a Jedi. But if that's the case, how did he become so strong? Most likely he has used the dark side to increase his abilities significantly, or he found some ancient artifact that gave him significant power. The possibilities of how he became powerful are endless and nobody really knows. All we know is that he has caused a lot of problems for the Order, which is why we will start looking to disband the Wardens of Unity, which is a subdivision in the Order that was created by Daimon. And while you do that, the Republic will start to undermine the Imperium and its influence before it gets out of hand. We will probably use those other empires in the unknown regions to stir some trouble as well. Grandmaster Donasham nodded as if the two had come to the same conclusion regarding the Imperium. Shortly after that, the meeting ended and the two went their separate ways. Chancellor Dirac immediately started to make some phone calls and call more meetings. He needed to speak with a lot of people to get things rolling against the Imperium. He wanted to gather evidence and present it to the people before openly opposing the Imperium. His best bet was the new territories, which he knew the Imperium would probably do some horrific things to some of the people there if they didn't conform to Imperium norms. Grandmaster Donasham was going to start organizing Jedi Knights and Masters to go after the Balance Keepers who secretly took children from Republic-controlled space. He would also take steps to try and get rid of the Wardens of Unity who numbered close to 2,000 in the entire Order. He didn't know why his predecessors didn't do the same thing he was doing, so he was going to do it himself. After a few months had passed, the first signs of the Cold War were starting to show. The coalition empires had started to form a rivalry with the Imperium, some openly stating their dislike of the Imperium and such. All except the Varisian technocracy. They saw partnership with the Imperium as their path towards unimaginable types of technology. They didn't care how powerful the Imperium or Republic was, so long as they could research what they wanted in peace, then they wouldn't take sides. This did draw the attention of the other coalition empires, as they would need to all work together against the Imperium in order to cause some type of damage. But since the Varisian technocracy is a powerful empire amongst the coalition, they didn't do much besides saying a few bad things about them and the Imperium. Though to Daimon it was all just politics, there was no real direct threat to the Imperium, and if there was, he would act on it. On the Republic world of Rendali, 3 members of the Balance Keepers were undercover, walking through the streets with a few children trailing behind them. These children were from the local orphanage, some had a low midi-chlorian count, some had a good amount. But it didn't matter how low the count was, so long as they made it to the Balance Keepers, they could have that number increased. The one in charge was Guardian Brennock, a veteran in the Balance Keepers who was turning 80 this year. Behind him were Adept Vera and Adept Nivera. They were on their way to become Guardians, which is a similar rank to Jedi Master. Currently they were on the level of a Jedi Knight in terms of rank, yet they were much better since they were in the Balance Keepers. Behind them were the 8 children who followed close behind, wearing some new clothes that Guardian Brennock had brought for them. It was just a simple shirt and pants followed by a small child-sized robe to cover their faces and keep them warm. However, what they didn't know was the fact that they were being watched by the Jedi Order. The Grand Master had already implemented the policy of the Jedi Order to stop the Imperium from taking Force-sensitive children Republic-controlled space. Arriving at a transport terminal, Guardian Brennock glanced at the children behind him. Most looked tired, a few still nervous, but they trusted Brennock and the others because of their interactions over the months. Unlike the Jedi Order, the balance keepers like to establish a relationship with the children by visiting them regularly before bringing them back to the order. This is a way to gauge the children's potential. Vera offered her hand to one of the younger boys, who clung tightly to her robe. Just as Brennick turned to signal the arrival of their transport shuttle, 8 Jedi emerged from the surrounding crowd and rooftops. They were led by Master Viral Tan, a Zabrak known for her precision in combat and her deep adherence to Jedi law. The other 7 were knights and masters, all experienced and ready for whatever was about to happen. Each of them stood still watching as Master Viral approached. Brennick didn't move as he watched this unfolding. Adepts Vera and Nivera stepped forward, hands relaxed at their sides in case something pops off. As she got close, Master Viral raised her voice. "You are in violation of Republic jurisdiction. Return the children to the local authorities and leave this world." "These children came willingly," responded Brennick. "They were abandoned by your Republic and Jedi Order. We will give them a better life and path than being an orphan or even a member of the Jedi Order." "You twist the Force into something unnatural," one of the Jedi Knights said, stepping forward. "The balance keepers are nothing more than refined heretics that should have been ousted long ago." Nivera scanned the number of people in front of her, a faint smile appearing on her face. "And yet you came with 8 to R3. What does that say about your confidence in the abilities of the Jedi Order?" Viral grabbed her saber, as she could see that this was not going to be an easy negotiation. And her mission was clear: to halt the Imperium's ability to take Force sensitives from the Order even if they have to get a little rough. Normally they wouldn't do such a thing, but after the 100 years of darkness, things have changed a little, and plus they were dealing with other Force users. A duel between lightsabers was an expected outcome. "Our mission is the children, so long as you give them to us, you are permitted to leave." Brennick didn't say anything and watched as Vera and Nivera ignited their lightsabers. This caused the Jedi to do the same and initiate their attack. 2 masters went after Brennick, while the rest targeted the adepts. Vera swept her hand outward, calling upon both sides of the Force. She released a Force wave sending 2 Jedi backwards, slamming into nearby walls, knocking out cold in an instant. Nivera spun between the 2 incoming 2 knights, her dual sabers igniting mid-spin. Her strikes were fluid, filled with both aggression and grace. She parried one of the knight's blades and stepped into his stance, hitting the knight's temple with the hilt of her saber. The knight fell unconscious. Brennick, meanwhile, moved like a mountain. He never ignited his saber, instead using the Force to defend himself. When Viral lunged at him, her strikes were lightning fast, causing him to raise his palm and catch her blade with his bare hands, something that took a lot of training and concentration. Her expression was filled with shock, as such a technique was rare among Jedi. He twisted his hand while still holding on to the lightsaber, disarming her, and with a wave of his other hand, immobilizing her in a Force stasis field. She could neither move nor speak. The remaining Jedi regrouped, but already half their number were incapacitated. The children, who were surprisingly calm, were herded behind Brennick as Vera and Nivera advanced on the remaining Jedi. One of the Jedi Knights tried a desperate leap toward Vera, who countered the attack, and then drop-kicked the Jedi, knocking them out with the sheer force of the hit. The last Jedi standing, a young Miri Allen, looked at Brennick and held up her hand in surrender. "This isn't how I was told it would go." Brennick nodded. "At least you're smart." Brennick turned around and left with the group, leaving the Jedi unconscious as they boarded their transport shuttle. The Jedi were left in defeat as the people came to see them knocked out. A person even recorded the fight and planned to post it to the HoloNet. This was about to become an embarrassing moment for the Jedi Order, as the so-called protectors of the Republic were just beat up in a one-sided fight. Chapter 88, Things are getting out of hand. On board the transport heading back to Feldari space, Brennick contacted his superiors to report what had just happened. Meanwhile, the children, who were a little shocked at what just happened, were brought to their room and given something to take their mind off of it. Most of them had voiced their hate for the Jedi since they tried to attack Nivera and Vera, who the children liked to call their sisters. In a private chamber, Brennick stood before his superior, another guardian named Lorek. "How's the mission, Brennick? You should be on your way back, right?" asked Lorek. Brennick nodded. "Yes, we are on our way back, but we encountered a problem with the Jedi Order." Lorek sighed. He already had an idea of what happened based off the situation that was currently developing. "Let me guess, they tried to threaten you to return the children and to stop taking children from Republic-controlled space but didn't do anything besides that." Brennick shook his head. "No, they attacked us, so we rendered them unconscious and left the planet with the children before reinforcements from the Republic could come to assist them." Hearing this, Lorek's eyes got bigger. "They attacked you?" He couldn't believe it, as all the other cases were just threats. Yet this time they actually attacked them. He figured this must be somebody misinterpreting what was supposed to happen, as there is no way that out of all these incidents, there is one where they actually attacked them despite the repercussions of their actions. "I must report this to the higher-ups. For now, I assume you're heading back to Imperial space." "Yes," replied Brennick. "Good. I will report this to the higher-ups. If anything happens in the meantime, make sure to report immediately. This is an ongoing situation happening in numerous locations. The Council is aware and is working on the problem, but, in the meantime, all balance keepers must be vigilant and must not give the Republic a justification to start a war. These are direct orders from the Emperor, who wants to avoid war at all costs." Lorek gave him a brief rundown of the situation so that no misunderstanding happens. "Copy that, Lorek. I will stay in contact every 2 hours until we arrive back. If I don't send an update, then that means something has happened." Lorek nodded and ended the call. He didn't waste any time and went to inform the Council of this incident. Approaching the door to one of the oracles, Lorek was stopped by one of the keepers in charge of guarding the door leading to the oracle's private chambers. Similar to the temple guards of the Jedi Order, the keepers were the ones who guarded each temple belonging to the balance keepers. They were also assigned to guard any high-ranking member of the Order, which created a lot of roles and career paths that one could take by becoming a keeper. An oracle was the Jedi equivalent of a High Master on the Jedi Council. They sat on the Balance Keeper Council and were in charge of overseeing the Order in Daimon's place, often delegating a lot of power. The oracles were the most loyal and some of the greatest warriors, philosophers, and leaders appointed by Daimon himself. At the moment, the current council consists of 10 members. 5 were the Jedi Force Scions, the only Jedi capable of using the Force besides Daimon. The other 5 were 3 humans, a Twi'lek and a Mirialan. The keeper raised his hand, stopping Lorek. "What is your purpose here, Guardian?" asked the keeper. While being a guardian was a high rank, when it came to the keepers, they were above anybody except the oracles, daimon, progenitors, and other special ranks. "I have a report, Lady Sira," he spoke. The keeper nodded and knocked on the door, informing Sira of her visitor. Sira responded and the keepers allowed Lorek to enter her chamber. Walking into the chamber, Lorek took in the sights, as this was his first time in Sira's chambers. As Daimon's former Padawan and a member of the Order's Council, she was pretty high-ranking when it came to the hierarchy of things. She was also the only Mirialan on the Council and one of a few thousand which lived in the Imperium. "What do you have to report, Guardian Lorek?" she asked, getting straight to business as she was a very busy person. "I just received another report from one our team sent to gather Force-sensitive children from the Republic," he stated. "And I'm assuming this case is different from the others, as I can sense your anxiousness," she spoke. Lorek gulped as her gaze was practically piercing his body. "Yes, Oracle. This time, the Jedi had attacked our team, however no casualties were taken by either side due to the skills of our warriors who knocked out the Jedi and fled the scene. They attacked our team, even though they knew they were part of our order." Sira wasn't exactly surprised, considering how the Jedi Order was the cause of the 100 Years of Darkness. Now they were about to start another conflict because of how disillusioned they are. "Is there anything else besides that?" "They are currently on their way back to Imperial space and will report in every 2 hours. If they miss a report, then Guardian Brennick said that something bad has happened to them. If that occurs, I will immediately contact you again. Cyril leaned back in her chair. Good job, Guardian. For now, continue monitoring the situation and update me if anything like this happens again. Make sure the other people working this also knows. I want everybody to be aware of the state of things to avoid confusion. It will be done, Oracle, said Lorek as he turned around and left the room. Once he was gone, Syrah began to issue orders directly to the teams located in Republic space. With the current situation going on, she wanted to pull all teams back to avoid them getting arrested or the conflict escalating further. About 8 hours later, Brennick had made 4 successful reports and things were looking. But things weren't as good as they thought. The video of the Balance Keepers and Jedi fight had surfaced on the Republic HoloNet with the video titled Balance Keepers vs Jedi. In a matter of hours, it had spread across the Republic, with the original video being slightly edited to show the Balance Keepers being aggressive towards the Jedi. A/N, peak Republic propaganda right here. As a result, an arrest order was issued against them alongside a search warrant by the Jedi Order. During a routine stop for fuel, the ship was reported to local authorities and now they were about to be arrested. Brennick sat on the bridge of the small transport ship with his hands folded, thinking about what happened a few hours ago. As he was doing this, Vera looked over at him as she was communicating with the spaceport. Sir, the spaceport authorities are refusing to release the docking clamps. They're citing an emergency hold order. Brennick's eyes narrowed as he knew this was no coincidence. Origin. Republic channels, she replied. Encrypted, but I'm seeing signs of the Jedi Order being involved. He sighed as he stood up. Get the children ready. Tell them the Republic just wants to ask some questions. This will hopefully alleviate any of their fears. As much as he hated to lie to children, he needed to in order for them to remain calm. He moved to the viewport and watched the catwalks in the hangar they were in. Already, he could see a security detail approaching, 10 armed officers accompanied by 2 figures in Jedi robes. Vera came back and clenched her fists. So much for local authorities only. Don't engage. No matter what. Brennick said. We don't fight here. Not unless absolutely necessary. The Emperor's orders are clear. Minutes later, the ramp was opened and 3 security officers stepped in with stun rifles in their hands. Behind them came 2 Jedi, Master Solon Vex and Knight Eslia Corrin. Guardian Brennick, said Master Vex. By authority of the Republic and the Jedi High Council, you and your team are under arrest for abducting Force-sensitive children from Republic space and resisting Jedi enforcement on Rendali. Nivera stepped forward. They weren't abducted. They chose to come with us. Vera added, and you attacked us. Without cause. We were only defending ourselves. Save the speeches. Surrender your weapons and come quietly. We don't want the children traumatized further because of your actions, said Knight Corrin. Guardian Brennick, if there's any hope of de-escalating this, surrender peacefully. If you don't, reinforcements will be here within minutes. That includes Jedi Sentinels. You won't be able to leave. As if Jedi Sentinels would change anything. But, remembering his orders, he unclipped his saber and handed it over without resistance. Vera and Nivera did the same. Despite how bad they want to beat up these Jedi, they knew they couldn't do that again without causing more problems. As cuffs were put on their wrists, a scream came from the rear of the ship. No. You can't take them, screamed one of the kids, kicking one of the officers in the balls. The officer screamed, "Ah, you little shit!" He wanted to grab the child and throw him against the wall, but he couldn't do that with so many people watching. Instead, the other 2 officers grabbed the child and held him. Calm down, children. No matter what happens, you will come to the Imperium and enjoy a new life, said Vera, smiling at the children, which caused them to calm down. 2 hours later. The group was split up with the children being taken elsewhere with the Jedi, while Brannock, Vera, and Nivera were taken to a detention facility. Brannock can imagine that they were about to become some political tool for whatever the Republic wanted to achieve by arresting them. He just wondered what their endgame was. While they were in their holding cells, they overheard about a half-dozen officers arguing about the legalities of the arrest. "This is going to blow up in our faces," one of them muttered. "You saw the footage from inside the ship, those kids don't look like they were kidnapped. This is some political game that is being played, and we are caught right in the middle of it." Right as he said this, a news alert came on the central screen: Imperial rebuttal, the balance keepers were attacked first. And then another came showing public protests on 2 different worlds demanding that the Jedi take accountability for their actions. The people had yet to know that the Jedi had gone ahead and arrested those involved. If they did, then the situation would blow up in their face, and the current Chancellor might be removed from office, and the Jedi reputation would diminish even further. With 2 hours passing, the scheduled check-in for with Guardian Lorek was not fulfilled. Thus, Sira was informed, and then so was Daimon, who was doing other things and not paying that much attention to this situation, which was getting bigger by the hour. But once he is informed of what happened, who knows what his reaction will be. Chapter 89, Solving the Problem, for now. Inside the Imperial Palace, Daimon was training with his 2 daughters Luna and Violara, alongside his son Malric. Malric and Violara were twins born in Imperial Year 132, making Luna the older sister. And while each of them knew that they were not true heirs, they still bore the title of Prince and Princess, which gave them considerable power as they were the children of Daimon. The 3 of them took the appearance of their mother Ilara, so they had blue skin rather than purple like Daimon, and they weren't as big as the average male Jedi were. On one side was Daimon with his eyes blindfolded, and on the other side were the 3 of them. The first to attack was Luna, followed by Malric, while Violara stayed in her position to try and find a weakness. Daimon, using only the Force and his senses to detect their movements, he raised the training saber in his left hand and blocked Luna. Malric was close behind, so he pushed Luna back and blocked the other attack coming his direction. After that, the 2 of them moved in sync, exchanging blows with Daimon as he gauged just how much they had learned from his training and their time in the Order. Although they were all over 150 years old, this still allowed them to continue growing and learning as they got older and stronger with age. Violara had eventually found what she thought was a weakness, but it ended up being a trap that Daimon led her into. He intentionally let his guard down, drawing Violara in only for her to get countered. Now, the 3 of them were circling Daimon, trying to figure out a way to attack. Normally one would think to attack all at once, but that was such a predictable move and Daimon would easily counter it. The fight went on for about half an hour until they were interrupted by Ilara. "Daimon," she called out, getting his attention. He took off his blindfold and turned to Ilara, who was standing at the entrance. "Want to join?" he asked, unaware of what had just happened. "No. There is another matter relating to the crackdown of our recruitment of future Force-sensitive children in Republic space." He could see how serious her face was, so he put the training saber down and walked up to her. Malric, Luna, and Violara did the same, sensing that something big was perhaps about to happen. "Sira is on the way, but she gave me a quick rundown," she stated as they had already entered the hallway and started walking to his office. 3 members of the Balance Keepers, a Guardian, and 2 adepts alongside the children they were escorting back were taken into custody by the Republic while they stopped to refuel. The Republic hasn't issued a public statement, but from what we were able to gather, it's related to an incident that occurred resulting in 8 Jedi being rendered unconscious by the 3 Balance Keepers after a short physical altercation. As they continued walking, Daimon was already being followed by a number of advisors and other officials. Wherever he went, these people were assigned to follow him and issue any orders outside of official meetings and such. This made the execution of his orders almost immediately. Hearing this, Daimon was already wrapping his head around the situation. But the fact that the Republic would even do something so bold meant that an idiot was leading it at the moment. He messaged his temples as he knew this was a most likely bullying tactic that the current Chancellor was trying to do on top of their recent efforts to tarnish the relationship between the Republic and the Feldari Imperium. I want a strike team deployed immediately. We will rescue the 3 members of the Order and the children. Anybody who gets in the way during the operation is considered an enemy and will be treated as such. A few people quickly jotted down what he said and sent the message to the Imperial Ministry of War as a Priority 1 mission. The ministry got the message a few seconds later and had already got to work on it. This was one of the many jobs of these advisors and secretaries that follow Daimon around. The job was relatively easy, you just follow Daimon around, deliver his orders as soon as they are said, and get some very good experience out of it. With his orders being issued, Daimon had walked into his office where he demanded to be left alone with Illyra. From here, he already had a plan in his mind. I am going to pay the Chancellor a visit, he stated. Looking at his expression, Illyra could tell that this was not going to be a normal meeting, nor was it going to be an official meeting in any way. Alone, she asked. Yes, was all Daimon said. She could see that there was nothing she could say to change his mind, so she just said what she could. I won't try to stop you since that's impossible. And there is no one capable of harming you at the moment, but I will still say to be careful, she said. Daimon smirked at her. Don't worry, sometimes you just have to talk to idiots and set their minds right. Once I am done, this entire situation will be resolved. She nodded, then left the room shortly after. Once she was gone, Daimon told the guards not to allow anyone into his office for the time being. After that, he created a force portal which led directly to the Chancellor's office. As he stepped through, he searched for cameras but didn't sense any within the Chancellor's office. The Chancellor wasn't in his office at the moment, so Daimon sat down in his chair and waited for him to enter. Since they wanted to try and push him and his empire around, he was going to show them what they wanted to see. Meanwhile, after about half an hour had passed, a team of Jedi Special Forces had already received their briefing and were already on board their ship heading into Republic space. The ship they were on was a Republic freighter that would pose as a trader coming to sell his cargo, but in the small hangar of the freighter would be the stealth ship that would be released once they entered the system. On board the freighter, Lieutenant Commander Thrigzil was talking to his men as they embarked on their mission. Brothers, this mission was bestowed upon us by the Emperor himself. As you all may know, those Republic scumbags have taken 3 members of the Balance Keepers captive and are illegally holding them hostage alongside the children that were with them. We will get them out of here by any means necessary. Once we enter the atmosphere, we will split into 2 teams of 8. One team led by me will go to the Balance Keepers, while the other team will be led by Lieutenant Bren will get the children. Our objective is clear, and we have been blessed by the Emperor to carry out this mission. Are there any questions? Nobody raised their hands as they all understood what their mission was. A few hours later, back in the Chancellor's office. The door to his office had opened and in he walked, tired from a long day of meetings and traveling. The Senate guard had remained outside while Chancellor Dirac entered his office alone. As soon as the door closed, he began to walk up to his desk, only for it to spin around and reveal a familiar figure sitting in the chair. Chancellor Dirac recognized Daimon immediately and had shouted for the Senate guard. 3 members of the Senate guard had run in, but with a wave of his hand, Daimon knocked them out instantly. Chancellor Dirac looked shocked and tried to run away, but the door closed right in front of his face. Sit down, Chancellor, Daimon said in a very threatening voice. Chancellor Dirac had no choice but to step over the bodies of the Senate guard and sit on the chair in front of his own desk. On the other hand, Daimon just stared at him for a few seconds before saying what he wanted. This is how things are going to go. I have a team already heading to retrieve the 3 members of my order that you arrested alongside the children. Your people will try and stop them but will ultimately die. When that happens, you will do nothing and so will the Jedi Order. Daimon infiltrated his mind as they spoke, forcing the Chancellor to do what he wanted. He wasn't going to waste time trying to intimidate the Chancellor into not going ahead with his plans. Instead, it was better to just manipulate his mind, effectively making him a puppet until he was replaced by another. If anything, more escalates because of this. I will use the life force of the billions of people who live on Coruscant to create an army of mindless bodies devoid of any life that will destroy the Republic from within. You are only allowed to continue existing because of the headaches I would get from having to wage another war. By the end of this, Chancellor Dierek's mind was completely under Daimon's control. Since this was the case, he started tweaking his mind, creating a new goal for the Republic, which is to ensure that this Chancellor remained neutral. He made it so that the attack that will happen in a few hours will be covered up and won't get out to the broader Republic. After that, the Chancellor would publicly come out, condemning the attack by the Jedi Order, which would in turn paint the Jedi Order in a bad light. This would get payback against the Jedi Order, forcing the public's perception of them to diminish. In addition to that, the actual video involving the fight would be released. A few other things would be done, but those were the main things. Once he was done, Daimon felt the presence of several Senate guards who were coming in response to the outside guards not responding. He quickly created a portal back to his office and left the Chancellor sitting at his desk. When the Senate guard rushed in, Chancellor Dierek reported that somebody had broken into his office and was still running rampant somewhere in the building. The commander of the guard got on his communicator and alerted the rest of the guard. A building-wide lockdown commenced alongside a search. Meanwhile, Daimon returned back to his office as if nothing had happened. This action he took would ensure the Republic remain neutral for the time being, but who knows what the future chancellors will do in response. Tensions would continue rising because of border conflicts and the clash of ideologies. However, the same couldn't be said for the coalition empires, who will most likely continue their Cold War against the Imperium. Daimon didn't care as long as nobody died, and the Imperium's interests weren't threatened. Back on the transport ship heading towards the planet where the 3 balance keepers and children were being held, they were 5 hours away from their target, so they took this time to study the map of the holding facility and the place where the kids were being held. They wanted to be prepared and execute their mission with 100% efficiency. Chapter 90, Infiltrating the Holding Facility. Arriving in the system, Lieutenant Commander Thrigzil and his team boarded their stealth shuttle and proceeded to slip past the Republic's sensors and other defenses as they headed towards the planet. The freighter continued with its mission and to deliver trade cargo, which kept the Republic from discovering the stealth shuttle. A few minutes later and the stealth shuttle had managed to breach the atmosphere and was heading towards their target. Republic authorities were unaware of the current intrusion, allowing Thrigzil and his team to sneak in unnoticed. Approaching the holding facility, the shuttle had flown above the clouds, dropping Thrigzil and his team into a free fall. "Form up on me," ordered Thrigzil as the others used their built-in thrusters to maneuver into a diamond formation. Thrigzil was at the head, Lieutenant Bren behind him with the others forming the diamond shape. "Link your armor on me." The group complied and linked their armor to Thrigzil's, which would maintain the formation as they approached their target. A few seconds later, once they cleared the clouds, Thrigzil could see the holding facility. Within his helmet, the current information that they had was displayed, which revealed the target's location. "Okay, as planned, I will lead Team Reaper and Lieutenant Bren will lead Team Saber. Our rules of engagements are weapons free on any armed enemies, but we must not kill any unarmed people or civilians." The team replied, acknowledging the rehash of the rules of engagement. "All right, on my mark, break armor, link and split into 2. Thrigzil counted in his head to 10. Once 10 seconds passed, he issued the order, "Now." Team Saber split off to the left while Team Reaper went to the right. The Republic had yet to notice them, but that would change in just a matter of seconds. Approaching their drop point, Team Reaper encountered armed individuals near the point, so they waited till they got close enough to the ground and activated their armor's thrusters, allowing them to hover in the air. This allowed them to take good and precise shots, eliminating the security guards outside in one shot. After eliminating any surrounding guards, they landed on one of the shuttle pads, which offered a direct route into the facility and had minimal security, which is why it was chosen as a drop point. On the other side of the facility, Team Saber didn't encounter any guards and managed to land on the roof with no problems. The technicians from both teams had got to work and set up their jamming devices which would link up with each other to create a jamming field, preventing any communications from getting out or in. This way, reinforcements would be delayed by minutes, allowing them more time to get out. Reaper 1, this is Saber 1, how copy, called Lieutenant Bren over the comms. Saber 1, this is Reaper 1, I read you loud and clear. We encountered minimal resistance over here and have already neutralized them. How's it looking over there? Replied Lieutenant Commander Thrigzil. We encountered no resistance and are setting up the jamming device now. I will leave 3 men out here as to watch the devices and for enemy reinforcements, reported Lieutenant Bren. He wanted them to be able to know when the enemy was coming. Roger that, we'll do the same and move forward. Once we are inside, keep COMM chatter to a minimum besides on our local channels, instructed Lieutenant Commander Thrigzil. He didn't want the Republic to catch on with the constant COMM chatter between the two teams. Acknowledged, once we get back beers are on me. This hyped up the soldiers on both teams as a nice beer after a successful mission was one of the best things ever as a soldier. With that said, Team Saber used a breaching laser gun which cut a hole into the building allowing them to drop in. Team Reaper hacked the door from the shuttle pad and proceeded into the building, clearing their corners one hall at a time as they moved forward. The team split on both sides of the halls, providing better position as they advanced forward. Team Saber dropped down their entry point and headed inside, leaving 3 members of their team on top of the building for overwatch. The two teams advanced through the halls, killing or knocking out any armed guards they encountered. So far, the local authorities had not caught on to what was going on at the holding facility, but just a few minutes away was a Jedi shuttle carrying a few Jedi who were assigned to bring the captured Balance Keepers to the Jedi Council on Ossus. The Overwatch team couldn't detect the ship because it was outside of their radar range. Because of this, the ship continued to get closer while the two teams closed in on their objectives. Holding facility cells. Guardian Brennick sat in his cell not sleeping as he could sense the commotion that was going on outside. He knew that this commotion was the special forces sent to get them out. The guards had already caught on to what was going on and tried to contact the planetary government for assistance, but their comms were down, and they could only talk to each other on their local comms. Outside his cell, he could hear the sounds of boots hitting the ground as guards ran to cut off certain locations and prevent the invaders from reaching their objective. He could also sense their fear as they went to face the enemy which had already cut down so many of the other guards. Vera and Nivera were held in nearby cells, but not within his line of sight. Every time the guards went into each of their cells, they would tap twice on the wall in a code that each of them recognized. It meant that they were unarmed, bored, and couldn't find a way out. They couldn't use the Force as the cell they were in, were built to hold Force users and restrict their use of the Force. Though he was still able to sense things, he just couldn't muster up any power to remove the cuffs on his hand. After a few minutes had passed, the door leading into the part where their cells were, was breached by an explosion. Brennick, Vera, and Nivera had ducked down due to the shockwave and listened as they heard the screams of the guards outside. A few moments later, those screams had vanished and this time they heard the voice of a Jedi. Guardian Brennick, we've come to rescue you and your adepts, announced Lieutenant Commander Thrigzil as he opened Brennick's cell holding the key to release the cuffs on his hands. 2 of the other members did the same with Vera and Nivera, releasing them from their cells and handing them their lightsaber which they managed to find as they made their way to the holding cells. I wasn't expecting you so soon, said Brennick as he estimated that it would take days or even weeks before they either released after negotiations or weeks to infiltrate the Republic and rescue them. It was nice to see that he was wrong. The Emperor himself made this a priority, responded Thrigzil. Does that mean we are going to war with the Republic? He asked. An action such as this would surely be used by the Republic to start a war. We weren't told much except to not worry about that. But enough small talk, we are on a time limit, and we need to get moving. Brennick nodded, joining Vera and Nivera outside his cell as they moved towards the exit of the facility. At the same time, Team Saber had successfully reached the location where the children should be, but they were nowhere to be found. They searched the surrounding rooms and couldn't find anything. That's when Lieutenant Bren decided to break COMM silence and contact Brennick to inform him of what's going on. Saber 1 to Reaper, he called over the COMM. This is Reaper 1, responded Thrigzil. We have arrived at our objective, but the children are nowhere in sight. Do you think they may have already been transported? Asked Lieutenant Bren. That's highly likely considering this is a holding facility and not a place for children. So, we won't investigate further and we'll just have to inform command once we are out of the system, explained Thrigzil. Lieutenant Bren felt a little disappointed since he couldn't save the children, but he still had a mission to do. Copy that, Reaper 1. I will see you outside. With that, Team Saber had circled back to where they came in to wait for exfil. However, as they were heading back, they got an update from the Overwatch outside. Reaper 1, Saber 1, this is Overwatch. We have a single shuttle bearing the symbol of the Jedi Order approaching the facility. It looks like they are heading towards Northern Shuttle Pad. Running through the halls, Thrigzil quickly replied. Copy that, Overwatch, maintain watch and keep me updated. Copy, maintaining watch and will keep you updated, repeated Overwatch as the three continued to monitor the situation. That's when the shuttle changed its path and was now heading towards the same shuttle pad that Team Reaper was heading to. Reaper 1, this is Overwatch. The shuttle has changed paths and is now heading towards your exfil location. Thrigzil, who was right outside the door that led to the shuttle pad, responded. We're already at the door. We'll deal with them, have the exfil shuttle pick up Saber first and then us after. Copy that, replied Overwatch as they contacted the shuttle and relayed his commands. Meanwhile, Thrigzil turned towards Brennick, who nodded at him. After that, they opened the door and saw a shuttle that was in the process of landing. On the shuttle there was a Jedi Master and 6 Jedi Knights. Once the shuttle touched down, the doors opened and the Jedi who had sensed the disturbance walked down the shuttle's ramp with their lightsabers already drawn. Team Reaper aimed their rifles at the Jedi and spread out in a loose line formation with the 3 balance keepers at the center. The Jedi kept their lightsabers up and prepared to fight what they guessed were Imperial operatives. The Jedi Master, who was standing in front, approached with a malicious smile on his face. Unlike normal Jedi, he was one of those extreme ones, radicalized by the new Jedi Order of today as a champion of light. Well, what do we have here? Imperial operatives on Republic soil rescuing the vile members of that wretched order who attacked my fellow Jedi. I may be mistaken, but I don't think you're supposed to be here, stated the Jedi Master as he smirked once again. That must mean you are here illegally, and from what I can sense, you have killed a few dozen guards. You are correct, but this was an illegal arrest in the first place. So. Brennick couldn't finish his sentence as he was interrupted. I don't care for your words. You are part of the order founded by that traitor, Daimon. You know I was part of the Wardens of Unity, but I was kicked out because I wasn't catching on the whole balance part of what they were teaching. But thanks to them, I was able to develop myself as a Jedi, taking what they taught me and applying it to my everyday training. Now, here I stand in front of 3 members of the Balance Keepers. The Jedi Master inhaled and exhaled deeply. But I will not waste too much time. As the Guardians of Justice, I demand you surrender and answer for your vile actions committed today. Brennick could see that there was no talking his way out of this. So, he grabbed his own lightsaber and ignited it alongside Vera and Nivera. I see, the path you have chosen is what I expected from you, he said as he motioned for the Jedi Knights to close in. They advanced forward, causing Thrigzil and his men to take out their vibroblades. While they weren't Force users, they were still trained to use a verbablade in case of missions where they would encounter Force users such as this one. The 6 Jedi Knights engaged in combat with Team Reaper alongside Vera and Nivera. Brennick and the Jedi Master faced off against each other, the two observing each other before they fought. Can I know your name before we duel blades? Asked Brennick. My name is Jedi Master Visel Sylvan and these knights with me are my sons and daughters. This was Brennec's first time encountering a Jedi family. He had heard that some of them were powerful in terms of their ability to produce good Force users, but he didn't know how good they were. My name is Guardian Brennec, a veteran of the Balance Keepers. A veteran, you say? Well, let's test that and see how you fare against me, said Master Visel as he charged forward, reinforcing his speed with the Force. Brennec blocked his attack, just barely, as he had moved a little faster than he expected. From this exchange alone, he could feel that this would be no easy battle for him. Chapter 91, A Small Skirmish with the Jedi Order. Master Visel was the product of what the modern-day Jedi family could achieve, especially since now Jedi families were endorsed by the Jedi High Council. Brennec was a strong Force user, but he was still considered above average within the ranks of the Balance Keepers. And those above-average abilities were showing as he clashed with Master Visel. As their lightsabers were locked together, he tried to use the power of his lightsaber to push Visel back and create some distance between them. But every time he did, Visel came running back, forcing him on the defensive. He had heard that these new Jedi were different from the ones a few centuries ago, but he didn't know how different until now. Visel swung his lightsaber from the side using his own lightsaber technique that he created from his time within the Order. His swing connected with Brennec's lightsaber before he pulled back and swung again. They continued to exchange blows with Visel constantly on the attack and Brennec just barely being able to defend against him. Behind Brennec and Visel, the fight between Team Reaper, Vera, Nivera, and the Jedi Knights was facing the same situation. Vera and Nivera wielded their yellow lightsabers, which represented their rank as an adept. They wouldn't get to choose a better color until they reached the rank of Guardian. Team Reaper wielded the standard white-colored vibroblades as they clashed with the Jedi Knights. They were holding their own against the Jedi Knights and used their superior numbers to double-team a few of them. Lieutenant Thrigzil parried a saber strike with his vibroblade, twisting his hips and slamming his gauntlet against the Jedi Knight's face who lunged at him. The Knight stumbled, leaving an opening for Sergeant Varen to attempt to force his blade into the Jedi's side. But the Knight managed to recover and jump out of the way in time before he got stabbed. Thrigzil and Varen regrouped and slowly started to step towards the Knight. Once they got closer, they started running in two directions, throwing the Knight's focus off of a single target. The Knight spun around, hesitating for a moment, and that's when Thrigzil took advantage with a feint, drawing the Knight's saber towards him as he blocked it, while Varen swept his legs. The Knight crashed onto the ground, throwing out a force push reflexively, which was too weak to do anything to Thrigzil's massive frame. Varen pulled out his blaster rifle and set it to stun, quickly firing a shot at the Knight on the ground. The shot hit its target, rendering the Knight unconscious. But the fight wasn't over yet and Thrigzil and Varen moved to help the others. A few feet away, Vera had twisted her body midair, her lightsaber clashing with that of the tall Jedi Knight she was facing. The Knight was calm and had managed to counter her every move. Every step she took, he mirrored it with his own. The Knight had taken multiple jabs at her, some of which she barely managed to dodge. He's better than me, she thought. So, she stopped trying to match his moves and instead embraced the wildness. Besides the standard lightsaber forms that everybody in the Balance Keepers were taught, they were also taught a wild form which would be used against stronger foes. She used this wildness, faking a fall, drawing in his lightsaber. When it was close enough, she managed to shift her body and roll under the swing, then stabbed his foot with her saber. He screamed in pain, allowing her to use the force to hurl him against the wall. This didn't knock him out, but as he was about to get up, one of the members of Team Reaper had pulled out their rifle and shot a stun bolt at him, which finished the job. Done with her fight, Vera decided to help Nivera, who was fighting two Knights with help from a member of Team Reaper. Though before she joined the fight, she took a chance to look at the battle between Guardian Brennec and Master Visel. The two had locked blades, with Brennec slightly bent down and Visel standing over him. "I thought you would be stronger, but I guess your order isn't as strong as we thought," Brannick didn't respond and just focused on the fight. He didn't understand why Vissel wanted to talk as they dueled. Vissel noticed this and had pushed Brannick's saber aside and swing towards his neck, but Brannick ducked, and used his hand to push Vissel back, who quickly recovered. But it was already too late, as the shuttle had arrived, and Team Saber had provided covering fire as Team Reaper and the rest ran to the side of the shuttle pad where their shuttle had landed on the edge of the platform. Within seconds they were all on board and the shuttle activated its thrusters, quickly escaping towards the sky. Brannick didn't notice it until now, but he had got hit with the saber on his shoulder. Luckily it wasn't anything bad, so he would live. Thrigzil looked at one of his team members and nodded, signaling him to carry on with the final part of the planet. The final part of the plan was to set the COMM jammers on a timer which would cause them to self-destruct so that the Republic won't be able to reverse engineer their technology. Back on the shuttle pad, Vissel sheathed his lightsaber as he watched the shuttle fly away. There was nothing he could do with their comms jammed, and he could see that their shuttle would not be able to catch up to them. One of the knights walked up to him. "What now, Master?" Vissel sighed as he turned to answer them. "The shuttle will go out of range of the jammers and let the Republic know what happened here. In the meantime, we will search for survivors and make sure no more intruders are in the facility." The knight nodded. In the following hours, dozens of Republic shuttles arrived at the facility to secure it. Local reporters had quickly caught on and had arrived to see what was happening, but the order had already come down from the Chancellor to keep this incident under wraps. They didn't want this incident to escalate further and risk a war. Since the Republic wouldn't provide any information, the reporters had no choice but to make something up, speculating at a possible prison break or something. On the other hand, as the days passed, a lot of hush money was being provided to lots of families of the people that had lost their lives in the facility. But not every family was content with this situation. 2 families had reported this hush money to some reporters, which started to become a major scandal in just a matter of days. It wasn't long until the story got out, dozens dead at holding facility, and the government tries to cover it up. This sparked a lot of outrage from within populace and the Senate. Though this wasn't much for an impeachment, as they couldn't connect the Chancellor to it. Some senators had called for his impeachment. But without enough support for the movement, it didn't make much progress. Back in Imperial space, the balance keepers were returned back to safety, and the special operatives were rewarded for their success. While they didn't get the children, it wasn't their fault. It was an intelligence failure on the Imperium's part. These things happen, so nothing major changed. With this out of the way, Daimon was now free to focus on the future. Nothing major was going to happen for the next millennia, so he planned to keep himself occupied with some projects of his own. A/N, short chapter today, but now we get a time skip to the next major conflict, or just a few years before, to set things up. The next 2 chapters will be focused on life in the Republic versus life in the Imperium. I will try to release these same day and then proceed with the time skip so we can get into the next phase of story. Also, I am thinking about a name change for the Balance Keepers. Let me know what you guys think. I will probably have a vote in the time skip chapter on what new name I should change it to. Anyways, thanks for reading the chapter and the story thus far. Chapter 92, Life of a Security Officer. The reaction from the Jedi Order to this turn of events had given them the justification they needed to disband the Wardens of Unity. The announcement was made a few months after the incident at the holding facility. Once the Jedi High Council learned of the attack, they expected the situation to escalate. But instead, when they were contacted by the Chancellor, they were a little disappointed. The Chancellor had told them that the incident was going to be kept quiet from the public to avoid a large-scale conflict. Grand Master Donisham wasn't exactly happy about this outcome. Ever since the end of the 100 Years of Darkness, the Jedi Order had changed to become more involved in the protection of the Republic against both internal and external threats. And the fact that the Chancellor had just allowed an external threat to sneak in, kill a few dozen citizens, and leave unharmed, didn't sit right with Grand Master Donisham. But as things stand, there wasn't much he could do to change this decision besides voice his disagreement. thought one thing he could do was to proceed with his disbanding of the Wardens of Unity. Their beliefs had been allowed to fester within the Jedi Order for too long, and they had corrupted many Jedi into following them. So, a few months after the holding facility incident, it was officially announced that the Order of the Balance Keepers, which was founded by Daimon, was to be considered a hostile order. The Wardens of Unity, who was also a product of Daimon, was to be disbanded, and all members were to renounce the religion or face punishment. Unlike the old Jedi Order, the current version still held the values of the old, but implemented changes because of Daimon's influence, the state of the Republic, and the scares of the 100 Years of Darkness. All of these things added up resulted in the Jedi Order undergoing significant changes, making them more pragmatic and much less tolerant of philosophies they considered heretical. The news was poorly received by the members of the Wardens of Unity. Many born into Jedi families and holding prestigious positions were publicly stripped of their rank and authority. Most denounced the Jedi High Council and fled the order. Others attempted to fight the decree through legal methods, but the decision was absolute, especially since the Jedi High Council had voted unanimously for it. Once a member of the Jedi Order, Daimon was now seen as a disgrace, and his achievements were starting to be wiped from the archives as a way to get rid of any influence he had over the members of the Jedi Order. To Daimon, all of this was just a step in the wrong direction for the Jedi Order. The leadership was once again blinded to the reality of the galaxy and the Force, and there was nothing he wanted to do to help them. He will just watch as the Order goes through its changes over the millennia until the time of its collapse. A/N The next 2 chapters are just showcasing life from the perspective of a citizen in the Imperium and a citizen in the Republic. If you don't care about things like this, then I would just skip it altogether, as it has no impact on the story. This chapter is a little lengthy, but the Republic chapter will be shorter. After these chapters will be the time skip chapter, released all at the same time. Otherwise, enjoy the 3 chapters. Aetherfall, Imperial Frontier World. Year, 6613 BBY. Imperial Year, 375. Daimon, age, 447. Total population, 299.6 billion. Sitting at the table with his children, Corvin smiled as he remembered how his life was just 10 years ago. He was living on Coruscant, barely making ends meet due to a few bad decisions. It was his own fault, still he looked for a better life for him and his wife. That's when he saw an ad about how life in the Imperium was for humans. The ad was obviously going overboard with its representation, but at the time Corvin didn't care. He used the last bit of his money to take himself and his wife to the Imperium to seek a better life. They didn't know what to expect or even if they would be welcomed, but this was their last chance, and they were either going to succeed or fail. And succeeded, they did. As soon as they arrived on the border world of Aetherfall, they were taken to a migration facility where he was granted some low-wage job which involved working in some mines. So, he did this while being granted a place to stay within a migrant housing district. It took him 2 years before he switched from working the mines to joining the Aetherfall Security Force, which was the quickest path to becoming a citizen and receiving more Imperial benefits. From there he spent 8 years being an officer and starting a family. All of that led him to this very moment. He looked over at his daughter, who was just 8 years old. That's when his wife, Lysera, had picked up his empty plate. "Ready to head out, dear?" she asked as she noticed him lost in thought. "Yeah, sorry dear, I was just thinking about the past." Lysera smiled as if he was always the one reminiscing about how they got to this point. She didn't like to think about the past as she didn't want to remember those times. "Well, I'm sure you can think all you want on the ride to work," she smiled as she got up and planted a kiss on her forehead. "All right, but I might be late coming back. There's supposed to be some demonstration happening in the city today, and they're already asking for all hands on deck." Demonstrations were a common occurrence on Aetherfall as it was a border world, right next to Republic space. A little over 60% of the inhabitants were human, with the other 40% being a mix of Jedi and other races. "Is it that one group again who keep trying to create a human-only sector?" Lysera asked, pushing her hair behind her ear as she rinsed the plates. "No, this is the other one." Corvin chuckled, trying to keep the conversation light for his daughter's sake. "Freedom of faith. They're upset their kids have to go to the Imperial Doctrine schools now, even if you're not part of the official faith." "So, all of them then?" she asked. "All of them," answered Corvin as his daughter, Ilya, ran up and hugged his arm tightly. "Can you bring home more honey fruit?" she asked. "Not the kind with the blue spots, the other kind." He looked at her cute face and knew he couldn't refuse. "Promise, Angel," he said, lifting her up into his arms and planting a kiss on her forehead. After breakfast, Corvin got into his land speeder and went to work. It was a short 20-minute ride, allowing him to get mentally prepared for the ahead. After parking his speeder and heading into the massive security force facility, Corvin saw a group of people who were dressed in military clothing walking out. He moved out of the way, allowing them to pass, then proceeded to the front desk. "Hey Avarice, what's going on?" he asked the man at the front desk. "I don't know, Corvin, but the chief will probably inform us during the meeting. I suggest you hurry up and get dressed so you won't miss it." Corvin nodded and headed to the changing rooms and got dressed in his uniform. Immediately after that, a meeting was called, and several hundred members of the security force had converged into a massive meeting room. Once everybody was seated, the chief, a massive Jedi, had walked in followed by two people. When he reached the stand, he wasted no time and began speaking. "Good morning, everybody, I hope this morning is going well, because it looks like we will have a long day." Hearing this, most of the people knew what this meant. They were going to be working long hours because of some demonstration. Now before I continue, I'm going to let these two from Central explain the situation. The two standing next to him took to the stand. "Good morning, everybody, my name is Executor Jaren, and this here is Executor Amira. The demonstration that will happen later today has been investigated and it has been determined that this event has been organized in order to incite a riot, commit damage to local property, and attempt the abduction of public officials for the purpose of extortion. We expect with high confidence that the group Freedom of Faith will be acting in coordination with at least 2 or more extraplanetary cells, possibly with foreign support." Corvin let his words settle, looking over the crowd for any signs of confusion or panic. But there were none, so he proceeded. "Because of this, people working directly under High Justiciar Vera have decided to take action. Soldiers from the garrison, alongside members of the local Ascendant Bastion, will be deployed in the city." Hearing this, now everybody was a little bit shocked. High Justiciar Vera was a progenitor, and in terms of the chain of command she was at the very top. Then there was the Ascendants. They were the massive soldiers who were present on every planet in the Imperium, but not many people got to see them. The only way you can see one was during times of war, and even then, it was still rare. Corvin had only seen images and videos of them, but now it seemed like he was going to meet them in person. The Intelligence Directorate is already dealing with the cells and ties to foreign support. Your job will be to control this demonstration and prevent whatever their objectives are from happening. Now I will let the chief explain the rest," said Corvin as he stepped away. The chief took the stand and explained the situation. "We will be deploying everybody from this facility and work with the other security force divisions of other facilities to control all of these people. It is estimated that around 100,000 people will be coming to this event, so there will be no heroics, no cowboy shit. We keep them contained, and when they get out of hand, we are authorized to arrest anybody and use force if necessary." The chief continued on explaining the schedule and the formation of the security forces' presence. "Dress sharp, stay hydrated, and anticipate that they will try to goad you into violence for the cameras. Don't give them that footage. If you're interviewed, only the designated spokespeople are permitted to speak on behalf of the division. Am I clear?" The crowd replied in unison, "Crystal, Chief." He dismissed them after that, letting them get prepared. It was a stampede of boots and voices as the officers made their way back to the locker rooms. Corven grabbed his issued stun baton, secured his blaster pistol, and a riot shield. He didn't love these days, and he was especially worried when the demonstrations were about faith. There were thousands of religions throughout the known galaxy, some smaller in nature, while others are much bigger and more widespread. And with the Imperium welcoming migrants from the Republic and other place, various religions would come to clash against the Imperial faith. After roll call, Corven returned to the ready room, where the feed from the city center was already being broadcast to everybody. Hundreds were already coming in ahead of schedule and setting up in the streets. Other security force divisions were already there, forming lines and blocking certain streets as the intended target for the demonstrators was the Imperial Temple. As a few minutes passed, Corven was assigned to crowd monitoring detail, as usual. He traveled to the location where the demonstration was happening on a shuttle and was quickly deployed on the streets. As his boots hit the ground, he began walking past the statues of the Emperor which stood tall in front of the temple. He was following his sergeant who led them to the command center where they would get their orders. Once they received their orders, the group proceeded to the front and would monitor the crowd for any agitators or people armed with weapons. Those who had any of these things would be arrested or shot depending on the situation. Just past the barricade, Corven saw the first cluster of agitators. They wore the familiar orange armbands, the color of the Freedom of Faith movement, and they flashed hollow signs with slogans, "Secularism is slavery," "No forced creed," "Down with idols." Corven recognized a few from prior events. They were true believers, maybe, but they seemed just as interested in getting on screen or getting arrested. This continued on for the next several hours as more security forces were funneled in and the crowd started to reach tens of thousands. Soldiers from the garrison had already arrived with shuttles constantly flying overhead, monitoring the demonstration. Local traffic was shifted to other areas, which wasn't much of a problem as most of the traffic were aircars. But now is the time when things start to get rowdy. The crowd wanted to advance further to get closer to the temple, but the security forces were not allowing them to, so a few people decided to do things on their own. They started to run into the riot shields of the officers and antagonize them, but the officers didn't budge nor react. This prompted more people to do it until the crowd started to push against the shields. "Hold the line," shouted one of the chiefs as he noticed a few parts of the line that were starting to get overrun. And as if just on time, the ascendants had arrived in their shuttle, landing behind the front line as the rioters kept pushing, unaware of the sigil that was on the transport ship. The leader of the ascendants, Lieutenant Cernic, had walked down the ramp accompanied by 19 others. "Chief, what's the situation?" he asked, clearly seeing that the crowd had gotten rowdy. The chief approached hesitantly as this was his first time seeing an ascendant in person. They were relatively peaceful for a few hours, but after that they started to get a little aggressive, he explained. Make a hole for me and my man. We will join the front line and hopefully scare some of them off. Though, we're not allowed to hurt any of them unless something drastic happens." The chief nodded and ordered a part of the line to make a hole as Lieutenant Cernic and the rest of the ascendants went to the front line. As soon as the others saw them, they continued to try and push the line back, but it wasn't as strong as before since most stopped out of fear. Seeing these tall, massive, armored soldiers was something that they could just dismiss. And based on their appearance, most of the people knew who these massive soldiers were. But this didn't stop the Freedom of Faith movement, as one individual who was dressed in all black and tried to blend into the crowd had an explosive that he was prepping. Corven saw this and pointed it out to his sergeant, who ordered them to detain them. But before they could, the person had thrown the device where Corven and his group were standing. "Get down," shouted Corven, warning his fellow officers as the device exploded right on top of them. The security forces around him who heard his warning managed to duck down, placing their shields on top of their heads, but the explosion still managed to injure several officers and left some stunned by the explosion, which left a hole in the line. Lieutenant Cernic, seeing this, ordered his men to move in and ordered the officers to push them back. None of the officers had second thoughts on whether he was allowed to command them and just followed his orders. The crowd began to run in panic, but since they were surrounded, they had nowhere to run but across the line of security forces. But the security forces locked their shields and pushed forward against the massive crowd. The soldiers who were waiting in reserve had rushed to the front line with their weapons in hand and aimed at the crowd, yelling at everyone to get down. Two of the ascendants who spotted the assailant had blitzed through the crowd, pushing anybody who didn't move out of the way. Several people were thrown to the side as they tried to put up a fight and protect the person who threw the bomb, but their efforts proved useless. The two ascendants caught up to the one who threw the bomb in little to no time. The person in question was a human male, hired to escalate the situation even further, and give the demonstrators a chance to push through. Once they got through, the plan was to use their emotions to get them to destroy the temple, unaware of the consequences that would bring upon them. However, they didn't expect that the military alongside ascendant soldiers would be deployed. Still, the order was given, and the bomb was used. Cowering before them, all the man could feel was fear as he murmured a prayer to the god he worshipped as if that would halt the ascendants behind him. The first of the two gripped the man's collar, yanking him upright with a single hand. Witnesses nearby didn't know what to do besides getting out of the way. A few minutes later, some soldiers rushed in and arrested the man. In the meantime, Corven alongside several other officers who were injured were rushed to the medics. Their burns weren't that bad and could be treated with a few days of rest. Riding in the back of the medical car, Corven couldn't believe that something like this happened. Normally, the demonstrations were peaceful with the occasional violence happening. But today, it went beyond the normal line. Remembering how the Imperium was, he was sure that some harsh punishments were about to be implemented, and a crackdown was about to happen on the groups involved. This was the way he discovered that the Imperium operated. If a problem occurred, they would go all the way to the source to get rid of it. This was one of the many things he liked about the Imperium. Things like this happened on a small scale all over border the worlds. But so long as people like Corven existed, the Imperium would continue to thrive and be accepting to other species. Chapter 93, Life of a Republic Supervisor. Quigenia, Republic Inner Rim Urban World. Year 6613 BBY. Republic Sector Year 2834. Total population 19.3 billion. Rolling out of her sleep pod, Senora Telun struggled to get out of bed as over the last 4 nights, she was barely able to properly sleep because of work. But after a few minutes she groaned and rolled herself out of bed. As she rolled out of bed, she heard an announcement being made from outside. We repeat, avoid the outer ring of District 6 until further notice. A Level 3 dissident assembly has been declared by the Republic Security Bureau. Commuters are advised to reroute through lanes B9 or D4. This is a safety advisory only. Order is being maintained. The broadcast repeated itself in 3 languages, which were the top 3 spoken across the planet. As the announcement looped, the morning light shimmered through the window. Senora rubbed her eyes. Her name matched that of the city, Senatora, but she never found that charming. Her parents had thought it poetic, being born in Inner Rim of the Republic. But she was a transport logistics supervisor, not a senator. Not a poet, just another underpaid public sector worker praying her credits didn't expire before she could use them. She went to the kitchen and activated the kettle for some morning refreshment before she heads to work. The walls were thin, allowing her to hear her neighbor in the next unit yelling over a call again. It was the usual, more complaints about identity taxation or intuitional species bias. She didn't bother to listen when she heard the yelling and instead tuned it out. Everybody had a cause or outrage in the city, but no one had any damn power to do anything. A few minutes later, the kettle dinged, and her morning refreshments were ready. At the same time, an announcement was made which would make her day even more difficult. Senatora Transit Line 14C has been suspended indefinitely due to security operations. Please contact your workplace representative for rescheduling. Her heart sank. That's my line, she whispered aloud. She was already 3 right UPS away from disciplinary review. If she missed another shift, especially today, when shipments were being audited by the Senate Trade Compliance Board, she could lose her job. She quickly grabbed her data pad, tossed on her gray uniform, and slung her transit badge around her neck. The transit shuttle that she took was jammed with too many bodies. The interior lights flickered every few minutes, just enough to keep people irritated, but not enough to file a repair order. The shuttles flew through the congested lower skylanes as District 4C was already swarming with patrol drones, their flashing lights marking invisible zones no one dared to enter. She glanced at her datapad, scrolling through the news to pass the time. Republic Chancellor declines proposal to nationalize Inner Rim water trade. Senate Ethics Council opens inquiry into unityist education funding. Jedi Council affirms disbanding of balance-based sects, not in accordance with Republic stability. None of these were things that truly concerned her, but it was always nice to see what was going on. Across from her, a Bothan youth in a faded student tunic stared at her uniform. He had the face of someone who wanted to say something involving the recent politics of the city. And sure enough, he did. "You work for distribution coordination. Transit logistics," she responded, correcting him. "So, you reroute shipments away from refugee settlements when the funding doesn't clear?" Senora shook her head. "No, I file the manifests." The Bothan student still looked at her with disgust. "That's what they all say." He sneered and turned away. That was the new currency in Senatora, moral judgment. Everyone worked for a corrupt system. Everyone was complicit. Senora didn't even know if she disagreed anymore. She was just tired. By the time she reached the Sector 9 Public Works facility, there were already barricades set up. Lines of protesters stretched down the far plaza, kept back by a wall of peacekeepers. Their signs were mostly digital, projecting slogans blinking mid-air. "No to Cred-linked citizenship. We are more than our data. Corporate Jedi equals Republic lies." Ignoring the signs and protests, Senora slid through the back entrance with her ID and entered the building. Inside, the Trade Compliance Board had already arrived. 2 men and a woman, all dressed in gold-trimmed robes that marked them as non-affiliated oversight agents, were reviewing the delivery queue. Her supervisor, a pale-skinned Arcanian named Letharuan, waved her over with a smirk on his face. "Glad you made it. Try not to get written up again. They're looking for a fall person if the Jedi shipment doesn't clear export by midday." "Jedi shipment?" she blinked. "Medical freight headed to Coruscant. They're expediting it. If it's even half a minute late, we'll get tagged with a Class 5 delay. Which means internal review. Which means your name gets flagged." Senora sighed as if there was always something causing her problems. She immediately got to work, not wanting to lose her job over something like this. Another sleepless night, she thought to herself. 3 hours later, things went from fragile to frantic when the protest outside had grown into a crowd of several thousand. The peacekeepers doubled their ranks in response. A few protesters had tried to throw paint at the checkpoint scanners. One droid had malfunctioned and fired a stun blast into the air, setting off a chain reaction of confusion. Back in the facility, the shipment meant for Coruscant was still in the loading bay. Its cargo was delayed due to a broken routing code. The compliance agents had their eyes all on her now. Her datapad kept beeping with new alerts as the sweat was starting to soak through her uniform. Behind her, a junior tech whispered, "They're trying to use you as a scapegoat, hey?" She nodded her head. "Yeah, it's only a matter of time." One of the agents approached her. "Supervisor Telun. Why has manifest number XR49B not been logged into the central nexus?" She looked at the screen, her heart racing as she scrolled through the datapad. "It's missing a nexus tag. I've requested override approval." "That should have been done in advance," retorted the agent. "I wasn't informed this was a Jedi priority manifest." Senora tried to explain, but the agent wasn't having it. "You were expected to monitor for it." "That word. Multitask, it was often used to say, "We'll punish you no matter what." Senora ignored that however and got back to work, not wanting to stir anything else. By the time the manifest was cleared, the crowd outside had tripled in size and local news drones were capturing the scene. Leth, her supervisor, made a show of being too busy to help while still hovering near enough to take credit should the shipment miracle itself through. Senora's hands moved over her console, rooting, rechecking, and bridging her way through 24 password prompts. A few minutes passed and she watched as the cargo drone carrying the Jedi shipment left the facility. Her job was done, now all that was left was her other tasks. The agents had left without saying anything, making her glad that she had escaped from being fired for another day at least. As the day ended, she made her way back to her apartment where she heard another broadcast. The demonstration in District 9 has ended. Several injuries were reported, but peace was restored. The Jedi High Council issued a brief statement affirming support for Republic unity and condemned all forms of anti-institutional action as harmful to the greater galactic good. More propaganda, she thought to herself. The Jedi had become active on the planet over the past few years, which made life somewhat safer, but also difficult. She heard of a time when the Jedi were not that involved in the Republic, but that time had long passed. Besides that, the only thing on her mind was waking up tomorrow and repeating the day over and over again as she did for the past decade. Chapter 94, 400-year time skip. 400 years later. Year, 6213 BBY. Imperial year, 775. Daimon, age, 847. Total population? Revealed in the chapter. Since the end of the war against the Abominator, a conflict that had once threatened to extinguish all life within the Feldari Imperium and potentially the galaxy, peace had reigned for centuries. The Imperium had entered a sort of golden age of internal growth and development. The scares of war had been replaced with bustling cities, flourishing trade networks, and a sense of purpose that united the Imperium's citizens. With no new systems being added, the resources obtained from the new planets were focused on the Imperium's development. This allowed new infrastructure across the new territories to be invested in and the building several economic sectors, agricultural sectors, industrial sectors, and urban sectors. Some planets have already developed into full-fledged forge worlds, agri-worlds, fortress worlds, and research worlds. Daimon recognized that expansion wasn't always about conquering new worlds but about nurturing what they already possessed, and currently the Imperium had a lot of space to develop. The people living in the new territories used to be majority humans and some other minor species, but over the course of 400 years, the Jedi had migrated and started to populate these worlds too, alongside several other species. The total population for the Imperium itself had finally broken through 1 trillion and was now standing at 14.3 trillion. This number of people shocked even Daimon as he monitored the growth over the centuries. With the Jedi being basically immortal, plus the migration of several other species, it was expected that this would happen, especially with it being an official policy of the Imperium to increase the population of the Jedi. Now, out of the 14.3 trillion population living within the Imperium, 12 trillion were Jedi. The rest were a mix of various human species, Twi'lek, Togruta, Mirialan, and a few others. The Mirialan in the Imperium had become avid followers of the Imperial faith because of how it was based on the Force, unlike their own primitive understanding of the Force. None of these species, however, ever approached the cultural importance embodied by the Jedi and their Imperial faith. On the capital, Feldari, the planet had reached a population of 1 trillion people. This was due to the orbital ring which went around the entire planet. The orbital ring was a massive megastructure built to increase the number of people that could live on Feldari and offer several other benefits. This way, Feldari could maintain a sense of beauty and not become an ecumenopolis like Coruscant. At the center of the ring was the control center which monitored the life support and overall efficiency of the ring. If something was wrong, they would send teams out to fix the problems immediately. This was a policy as any problem could develop into a situation where the life support failed, or that part of the station went dark. Because of this, maintenance droids and other personnel were constantly monitoring every part of the station for any system failures. In addition to this, the security of the station was granted to the Feldari armed forces due to the ring's technology and other features. This was beneficial as the entire ring wasn't dedicated to housing civilians. Some parts of it were used by the military to conduct orbital training exercises, research teams to test other projects, and entertainment districts. Except for the military district, each district was easily accessible via the hover tram lanes that went around the station. These hover tram lanes provided quick transportation to each part of the orbital ring, ranging from 30 minutes up to 2 hours, depending on where you were located. Life in the ring was comparatively similar to life on the surface, the only difference was the environment. Artificial gravity was created to mimic that of Feldari's, offering the same experience and getting rid of the negative side effects that would come from having an imbalanced gravity system. Thanks to these improvements, the orbital ring was well received by the people and had quickly grown in population over a century. This added to the economy of Feldari, making the capital become closer to Coruscant in terms of production. The orbital ring didn't go without its problems. Several spies from surrounding empires tried to sneak in and figure out the schematics of how it was built. This was in all part due to the small Cold War that had started between the Imperium, Republic, Theocratic Dominion of Kalindra, Kingdom of Realithes, Coalition of Free Stars, and the Varisian technocracy. After the chancellor that Daimon mind-controlled was voted out of office, the next chancellor had also decided to oppose the Imperium and its increasing influence by focusing the Republic on expansion and development. This was widely accepted by the senators and people who were very receptive to these ideas. And once they started to show positive results, the support for them increased exponentially, which saw the next chancellors take somewhat of the same route. As such, this saw the Republic initiate its great expansion into the mid-rim and parts of the outer rim. Their expansion was slow as they didn't have the quantum hyperspace mapping system that the Imperium had, which allowed explorers to receive continuous, up-to-date information about stable hyperlanes, gravitational anomalies, and even potential threats in real time. The Republic's expansion, while slower than the Imperium's, was still effective. They established footholds in resource-rich systems, negotiated protectorate agreements with independent worlds, and slowly created networks of trade routes to completely overshadow the Imperium in every aspect. The strategy was clear: contain the Imperium through economic and diplomatic superiority. But with the constant battle between internal corruption and bureaucratic inefficiency, the Republic was slowly decaying rather than flourishing. The Jedi Order, once the guardians of peace and justice, had become increasingly politicized, their moral authority eroded by centuries of compromise with Senate interests. And the little Cold War between the Jedi Order and Balance Keepers didn't make things any better. Daimon observed these developments with detached interests. He had learned long ago that the galaxy moved in cycles of expansion, consolidation, conflict, and renewal. The Republic's current trajectory would eventually lead to overextension, just as it had countless times before. The question was not if they would stumble, but when, and what form that stumbling would take. In the meantime, the Imperium continued its internal development. The Balance Keepers had grown to over 100,000 members, with temples established on every major world and outposts on frontier planets. The Order had become the spiritual backbone of imperial society, teaching not just force techniques but philosophy, ethics, and the proper understanding of one's place within the cosmic order. The newer generation saw an increase in the average midi-chlorians that one had. Daimon theorized this was due to the generations of exposure to force-rich environments he had cultivated throughout imperial space and the bloodlines that were established by families that were formed by thousands of balance keepers throughout imperial history. The Sith Empire since its founding has expanded to dozens of systems surrounding Korriban. Their technology had developed, and they were slowly becoming a regional power. The Sith Order, which prioritized balancing the individual ambitions of its members, managed to create a sense of self-correction. The Sith hierarchy became less like a single dagger aimed at the galaxy and more like a swarm of knives. The Sith expansion has brought them closer and closer to coming in contact with the Mandalorians, who were also expanding their empire. The Sith Empire, which was led by the Dark Lord of the Sith and the 9 Sith Lords under them, had managed to conquer several nearby worlds and species. Their population numbered in the billions, with a large portion being enslaved species. Most of the Sith Imperial army was made up of monstrous creatures and slaves. The slaves contributed to the Sith's increasing power and were used to spread fear to the other species within the Sith Empire. The Mandalorians, in contrast, had grown into something resembling a confederation of warrior clans. Their culture revolved around martial prowess, honor through combat, and the belief that strength defined one's place in the galaxy. Unlike the Sith, who ruled through fear and domination, the Mandalorians respected worthy opponents and integrated conquered peoples who proved themselves in battle. Every species they encountered were tested through war before they were integrated. Those who surrendered without honor were enslaved or abandoned. This philosophy had created a diverse empire united not by species or ideology, but by a shared warrior culture. Mandalore itself had become a fortress world, its surface dotted with training grounds, armories, and clan strongholds. The Mandalore, their supreme leader, was chosen through ritual combat, ensuring that only the strongest led. The current Mandalore had united the clans through a combination of tactical genius, raw martial skill, and was leading them to expand more into the galaxy. Their military consisted of the most feared warriors in the region. Each Mandalorian was trained from childhood in combat, tactics, and survival. Their armor, forged from Beskar, was nearly impenetrable and had become a symbol of their culture. Unlike conventional armies that relied on overwhelming numbers, the Mandalorians favored elite strike forces, guerrilla warfare, and swift, decisive engagements. The inevitable collision between the Sith Empire and the Mandalorian clans was approaching. Both powers were expanding in overlapping vectors, and the buffer systems between them were getting smaller and smaller each century. For Daimon, watching from his throne room on Feldari, these developments were interesting to see. He had watched the rise of both powers and wondered which war would happen first, the Sith vs Mandalorians or the Sith and the Republic. In canon, the Mandalorian War didn't happen until after the Great Sith War, so to see a conflict between them two occur would be something special, as both were relatively small compared to the Imperium and the Republic. The Sith could overwhelm the Mandalorians through sheer brutality and dark side sorcery, or the Mandalorians could outmaneuver them through superior tactics and warrior discipline. Either way, the conflict would reshape galactic history and create new paths for the future that will make it harder to know what was going to happen. Chapter 95, The Rakata Dominion rises to the galactic stage. The Rakatan Dominion, having existed for a little over 400 years now, has developed into a good vassal state for the Imperium. Archon Tarlin Kresh, who was named as Daimon's champion amongst the reformed Rakata, was the chosen leader for the Rakata Dominion. He was trained by Daimon in the Force and was a very powerful Force user among the reformed Rakata. Using the abilities and knowledge bestowed upon him by Daimon, Tarlin united the Rakata and began rebuilding their species. The previous Rakata, who were primitive and still plagued by the disease that caused their empire to collapse some tens of thousands of years ago, were replaced with the reformed Rakata. These Rakata were disease-free, genetically enhanced, and overall better than their previous evolution. This allowed Force users to be birthed into the species, creating a new age for the Rakata where they can realize their warrior past, just without the mass genocides, slavery, and other things. The population of the Rakata Dominion had grown to over 50 billion across 12 systems. Their capital, Leon, had been transformed from the jungle-covered ruins of a fallen empire into a thriving world that balanced nature with advanced technology. Massive structures built to resemble both Rakatan and Imperial culture filled the cities of Leon with its unique architecture. The Rakata military, known as the Rakatan Defense Force, was trained by Balance Keeper advisors and Imperial military instructors. Unlike their ancient ancestors who relied solely on brute force and dark side artifacts, the reformed Rakata employed disciplined tactics, strategic thinking, and a balanced approach to the Force. Their warriors wore armor that combined traditional Rakatan designs with Imperial engineering, creating a unique aesthetic that honored their past while embracing their future. Tarlin Kresh ruled from his palace which overlooked the entire capital city. He had proven himself a capable leader, implementing reforms that elevated Rakatan society while maintaining their warrior traditions. Education became mandatory, with institutions teaching history, philosophy, and force theory alongside combat training. The brutal gladiatorial games of old were replaced with regulated martial tournaments that tested skill rather than encouraged senseless death. The relationship between the Rakata Dominion and the Feldari Imperium was complex. Officially, the Rakata were vassals, bound to provide military support and tribute to the Imperium. In practice, Daimon granted them considerable autonomy, interfering only when necessary to guide their development or prevent them from reverting to their destructive past. He saw the Rakata as a long-term investment, a species with tremendous potential if properly guided. The reformed Rakata had also begun developing their own force tradition under Tarlin's guidance. They called it the Path of Reclamation, a philosophy that acknowledged their species' dark history while striving toward redemption through strength and service. Unlike the Balance Keepers who sought harmony between light and dark, or the Sith who embraced passion and power, the Rakata focused on using the Force as a tool for restoration and rebuilding what their ancestors had destroyed. This unique approach attracted attention from both the Imperium and other Force-sensitive organizations. Some Balance Keepers viewed it as a valid interpretation of the Force, while more orthodox members questioned whether the Rakata could truly escape their genocidal legacy. The only trading partner that they had was the Imperium, which allowed them to flourish thanks to Daimon's personal investments into the Dominion. And now, Daimon was about to officially announce the existence of the Rakata Dominion to the rest of the known galaxy. Arriving within the Leyan system aboard his personal flagship, Daimon looked outside the viewport of his command deck. The Star Forge was to his left, brimming with activity from ships coming and going. As the headquarters for the Rakatan Defense Force, it was always filled with heavy military activity from both the Rakatan military forces and the Imperial military forces. The station itself was under the control of the Imperium and was overseen by a director and a few advisors beneath them. Directly in front of him was Leyan, a place he had visited dozens of times but never in an official capacity such as this. Today was going to be the day that the Rakata Dominion was introduced to the galactic stage. Coming along with him was Alara and his daughter Princess Luna, who were in their own rooms getting prepared for the ceremony. Following behind his ship was the transport ship carrying the Imperial reporters who would be broadcasting the ceremony to the wider Imperium and the galaxy. As his ship descended through Leyan's atmosphere, Daimon could sense the anticipation from the millions of Rakata that had gathered in the capital city, their minds filled with excitement for the new future that they were about to embrace. This moment represented their species' formal re-entry into galactic civilization after tens of thousands of years spent in isolation and degradation. After a few minutes, Daimon's shuttle landed on one of the palace's landing platforms. The Archon Guard were lined up on both sides of the platform in ceremonial armor, their weapons held at attention. Behind them stood ranks of the Rakatan Defense Force in their hybrid armor, a visual representation of their species' transformation. At the center of the platform stood Tarlin Kresh, wearing robes that combined Imperial and Rakatan aesthetics. The shuttle's ramp descended, and Daimon was the first to emerge holding the hand of Alara, who walked next to him. For most present, this was their first time seeing him and they were shocked by his size. But none of the warriors moved an inch, showing their discipline. Princess Luna came after them, wearing her ceremonial dress and capturing the attention of numerous eyes present. The last to emerge were the dozen Empyrean guards who walked out in a line formation, their eyes always searching for any threats to Daimon and his family. Tarlin approached and knelt before Daimon. "My Emperor, the Rakata Dominion officially welcomes you to Leyan. We are honored by your presence and eager to see our people take their place within the galaxy once more." "Rise, Archon Kresh," Daimon said. Tarlin stood, his eyes meeting Daimon's. "The ceremony awaits in the Grand Plaza. The people have been gathering since dawn." Daimon nodded, and the procession began. They moved through the palace corridors, which had been decorated with banners bearing both Imperial and Rakatan symbols. The architecture itself was purely Rakatan in style with some elements of imperial style thrown in there. As they emerged from the palace into the grand plaza, Daimon looked at the millions of Rakata who filled the vast square, with countless more watching from surrounding buildings. The crowd's energy was massive, a mixture of pride, hope, and nervous anticipation. In the center of the plaza was a raised platform where the ceremony would take place. Holographic projectors had been positioned throughout the area, ensuring that every Rakata present would have a clear view. Within the crowd, Daimon could sense the Imperial reporters already transmitting live feeds across the galaxy. As Daimon, Ilera, and Luna took their positions on the platform, Tarlin stepped forward to address his people. His voice, amplified by the plaza's acoustic systems, let everybody hear him clear as day. My people, today marks a turning point in our history. For millennia, we wandered in darkness, reduced to shadows of what we once were. Our ancestors fell because of our arrogance, our cruelty, and our failure to understand the true nature of the Force. But today, we stand reborn. The crowd erupted in cheers. Tarlin waited for them to quiet down before continuing. We are no longer the predators who enslaved entire species. We are no longer the tyrants who built an empire on suffering. Under the guidance of Emperor Daimon, we have been given a second chance, a chance to prove that we can be more than our ancestors' sins. Today, we formally announce our existence to the galaxy not as conquerors, but as a people committed to redemption through strength and honor. He turned towards Daimon, bowing his head. And we do so under the protection and guidance of the Feldari Imperium, whose emperor saw potential in us when others would have seen only monsters deserving of extinction. Daimon stepped forward and began his speech. Your past may define who you used to be. But it is the future actions you take that truly shape what type of person you are. I am glad to be standing here today amongst so many Rakatan who just a few centuries ago were living barbaric lives away from the galaxy. I gave you the truth of the Force and you have taken that knowledge and began your path of redemption across these worlds. The reformed Rakata have shown me that a species can change, can evolve beyond their darkest impulses. You have built schools and temples for learning to teach the future generations. You have raised warriors who fight with honor rather than savagery. He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. But this is just the beginning. Today you take your first steps into the galaxy, and not many will welcome you with open arms. Many will fear what you might become because of your association with me. Some will seek to destroy you before you can prove yourselves. However, those who attempt to do such a thing will face me, for the future is ours for the taking. Daimon gestured toward Tarlin. Your Archon has led you well. I bestowed upon him the knowledge he needed to unite the Rakata, and he has surpassed my expectations. Under his leadership, the Rakata Dominion will continue to grow and develop for the foreseeable future. The crowd erupted again, this time the cheers lasting several minutes. When they finally subsided, Daimon raised his hand, and the entire plaza fell silent. Today, I formally recognize the Rakata Dominion as a sovereign state under imperial protection. Any attack upon the Rakata will be considered an attack upon the Imperium itself. Any who seeks to exploit or enslave you will face the full might of imperial justice. You are my people now, bound to the Imperium through bonds of mutual respect and shared purpose. Now I won't hold you too long, so let's celebrate this momentous occasion together. With the ceremony over, the plaza erupted into celebration. Traditional Rakatan drums began pounding out rhythmic beats that echoed across the city, joined by imperial ceremonial horns. Performers took to the streets, displaying both ancient Rakatan dances. Food vendors opened stalls offering traditional dishes, now recreated through recovered records and culinary innovation. Daimon, Ilera, and Luna were escorted through the celebrations, with Tarlin serving as their guide. They visited several key locations throughout the capital, newly constructed hospitals where Rakatan physicians trained in healing arts and modern medical technology, academies where young Rakata learned mathematics and philosophy alongside combat techniques, and industrial centers where workers manufactured goods for both domestic use and export to the Imperium. At each location, Daimon took time to speak with ordinary Rakata citizens. He listened to their stories, their hopes, and their concerns. Many expressed gratitude for the transformation their society had undergone. Others admitted lingering shame about their ancestors' actions. Daimon acknowledged both sentiments, emphasizing that true redemption came through sustained effort rather than mere words. The entire ceremony and celebration was broadcast to the galaxy, revealing yet another key player in galactic politics. Daimon had kept them under wraps, allowing them to develop. And after 400 years they had evolved and developed well enough that the next stage for them would be to get engaged with the rest of the galaxy. Their dealings with other alien empires will help shape them and greatly improve their development. Only time will tell if this was a good decision or if the Rakata will revert to their ancestral selves, though it is unlikely.